down and in. Welcome once again to yet another game in the Sakura Succubus series. The fifth one, to be specific. I had actually considered playing this one even a bit before this, and I was like thinking, nah. But then I'm just like, over the summer break, and just like looking into it a little bit more, and then I'm just thinking, okay, I guess I could. I guess. So yeah, here we go. So this definitely takes place after the fourth game. At least I think. I saw two new characters in it. I believe Stephania and Elizabeth are two new characters in this. Oh, yeah. So let's get into this. Make sure I won't blast my eardrums here. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. The music isn't the same like all the others when it opens up. That's interesting. Other than that, it's basically the same. I like... Yep, it's using the Roman numerals. This is the fifth game. Oh yeah, also I believe I remember it's like takes place in like a European country. The game will probably go into detail once I get into it. But yeah. I mean basically everything here is just all the same for that. Yeah. So lots of stuff. Got 3 pages of stuff. Of course, some of this will have to be censored, so I can show it, right? But anyway, let's start the game. Ah, great. We start with something like this to say. Alright. The atmosphere is so thick and tense, you could cut it with a knife. All 5 of us, yes, okay, this takes place after the fourth game. Marina, Hazel, Cosmos, AU, and I are sitting on a plush, leather couch in Marina's living room, our eyes affixed on the TV screen. There, depicted upon the widescreen TV, is the missing member of my succubus harem. Well, one of the missing members. Yamamoto Hifumi. She's missing. As a popular actress, it's not uncommon to see reruns of Hifumi's movies playing out on various TV channels, but the Hifumi I'm observing right now isn't playing a role. Well, I suppose she is playing a role, in so much as she's pretending to be a human, while in actuality she's a succubus. It's a long story, but that's a minor detail. The Hifumi on the screen isn't pretending to be a courtesan, or a blushing bride, or a princess, though come to think of it, she was supposed to ascend to the throne of the succubus realm before she passed the buck onto Y-U-E. Hifumi is acting, instead, as nobody other than herself. She's wearing in the same beige kimono she so often favors, and her dark hair hangs loosely about her slender shoulders. Her eyes, which are carefully made up, are narrowed in concentration, and from Mount Yoshino. I don't know who that would be the voice for that, but yeah, okay, look at that. Also, can I go into like full screen? No, I can't. It's whatever. Yeah, good look at that. Alright, let's go. Hifumi leans forward, quicker than blinking. Her graceful, elegant fingers smack against a card lying on the tatami mat, which goes flying, arcing through the air like a leaping fish. The cards that Hifumi's busy striking are Karuta cards. I might be saying some of this incorrectly, I don't know. It's like Chinese, Japanese stuff, Each card is inscribed with pieces of poetry, which correspond to the poems being recited by the reciter. Hifumi, in addition to being an actress, is also a competitive karuta player. She's held on to the prestigious title of Queen for 4 years running, a title she's defended rigorously from all challengers in the annual championship tournament which takes place in Shia. This tournament is kind of a big deal in the Karuta world, and right now it's being broadcast live. On live TV. Marina, who's always been close to Hifumi, invited me, alongside the other members of my succubus entourage, to watch Hifumi compete in the finals. Hifumi's beaten all her other opposition thus far, in a truly graceful showing, hardly seeming to break so much as a sweat. Now, she only has one opponent left to defeat. Should she win, she'll secure her hold on the title of Queen for the 5th year in a row. Wow, 5th year. The competition's nearing its late stages now, and there aren't many cards left in play. Hifumi's taken more cards than her opponent, but she's not out of the woods just yet. If Hifumi gets careless and makes any mistakes, her opponent might be able to claw back enough points to best her. Hifumi's opponent, who battled a string of challengers on her own simply to sit across from Hifumi on the tatami floor, is no slouch herself. She's working hard to try and close the gap between them, but... By old mountain! Hifumi. Once more, Hifumi claims another card. The glistening dew... Let's see if I can do the voices again. Let me remember. And another. Hifumi really is on fire. She's doing so well. I'm starting to feel a little sorry for her opponent. Not, I suppose, that her opponent deserves my sympathy. I'm not entirely sure if she'd appreciate it, I either, given her exalted status. Hifumi might be a popular actress, renowned across Japan for her portrayals of sensitive, suffering women, but her opponent is by no means less famous. In fact, in many respects, I think her opponent might be an even bigger deal than Hifumi is. In a stunning twist of fate, Hifumi's opponent is not, in fact, Japanese, as one might expect when it comes to a traditionally Japanese game like Karuta, but European. So, yeah. Again, yeah, Japanese stuff, and yeah, European. So, I just remember I said that earlier, so. Hello, new character. Upon me, my eyes. Probably yours too, actually. Yeah, actually, yeah, wait. Yeah, get a look at that there. Yeah. Yeah, I know nothing about whatever Karuta is. But it looks entertaining, I can't lie. Like, yeah. She like crouching down though. I don't know what all that's about. But there is something happening there. I don't know what's up with her mouth here. Might just be a characteristic thing. Alright though. The woman who faces Hifumi, staring intently at the cards, has pale skin, almost milky white, and very fair, very blonde hair. She's none other than Stefania Sophia Maria Isabella of Astoria. Now that's a mouthful. You're not kidding. A genuine, legitimate princess who hails from Astoria. Astoria. That sounds like... If you say it that way, it sounds like a place maybe. Astoria is a smallish country that borders Germany and the Netherlands. It's known for its verdant forests, its fairly cold climate, particularly in the winter, and its charming fairy tale-like architecture. The country boasts about 3 million residents, which makes it even more sparsely populated than Denmark. It's not a big country by any means, but it's not completely unheard of. I know a little about it in passing. Though granted, I did wind up doing a bunch of research about it on my phone just now, after discovering that Hifumi's opponent in this game is the princess of said country. Hey, you never guessed that I didn't do that, because, you know, I'm not looking into whatever Germany or Denmark is, you know, that's just me, you know. I'm not doing all that, you know, that's just me, but it's okay. At least Hifumi did, so maybe we'll get some insight on that, possibly. I never knew, for example, that Astoria's capital was called Rosenberg, or that its primary export is textiles. But I'm getting off topic here. I should be focusing on Hifumi's competition, rather than researching a small, little-known European country. I pray for Hifumi's string of good luck to hold, yet... Flower petals are... Ooh, voice for Stephania? Oh! This time, the princess is able to swipe a card from Hifumi's side of the field. She takes it, scattering other cards in her wake, then beams brightly.
I did it! I finally did it! Alright! I'm going to make a proper comeback now. Just you wait, Yamamoto Hifumi. I have not dedicated hours of my life to learning the art of Karuta for nothing. I might be trailing behind you at the present, but this small victory should secure my eventual triumph. Oh!
I don't know. This is what I came up with, I guess, on the spot. Actually, maybe a little earlier before that, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I should have figured she'd laugh like that. It must come with the territory, given Stephanie is a princess and all. Really, though, it's impressive Stephania's Japanese is so faultless. I don't know what you mean by that. I can understand her just as well as I would a native. She must have been studying. As far as I'm aware, Japanese isn't a widely spoken language in Astoria. I believe their national language is Dutch, though German doesn't lag too far behind. I can't speak a lick of Dutch or German myself, but I can't imagine they share that many similarities with Japanese. Stephanie is at an obvious disadvantage in this tournament, given the language barrier. Karuta, unlike chess, is a game that relies heavily upon language. To be good at it in any capacity, you've first got to memorize a lot of old Japanese poems, then listen to them as they're recited back to you. I wouldn't be able to memorize all the poetry on the Karuta cards, and I studied some of these poems back in high school. Stephania must be serious about Karuta, to have poured so much time and effort into so obscure a sport. Karuta's not even that popular in Japan, let alone Europe. I'm impressed. Stephanie is the clear underdog in this competition, but still, she's giving it her all. Now, I wonder who I want to see win the most. Ah, cool. Here's a choice. Hifumi, obviously. Stephania, maybe? I'm gonna say Hifumi. Obviously. Actually, it's because it's the first option, and actually, I kind of like Hifumi a little bit more. I've only just been introduced to Stephania. Also, hey, look, that should go without saying. Nice for speaking for me. I even look at the text. Obviously, since I'm so close to Hifumi, see, I want her to emerge as the victor. I can't exactly root for Stephania, not when I hardly know her. Still, Stephania is working very hard. Here's what will happen if I choose Stephania. Hifumi might be dear to me, but Stephania is working so hard I almost feel obliged to support her. Perhaps this makes me a traitor, but there's something touching about the sheer amount of effort Stephania is pouring into this enterprise. She's determined to score a victory from the jaws of defeat, yet... The 8-volt cherry! There! Hifumi reaches out, then smacks a card into the air with a dramatic flourish. Hifumi's expression, as she adds this winning card to her pile, is one of composed, quiet confidence. Stephania's earlier victory must have been a fluke. Hifumi seems determined, now, to halt her efforts in accruing further points. Hifumi and Stephania's fierce competition continues to wear on, but alas... Over Mika's plane! Hifumi's right arm swoops down, and she knocks aside yet another card. Hifumi's movements are so swift, Stephania had scarcely any time to react. One moment the game was still up in the air, the winner undecided. Now, however, Hifumi has taken such an overwhelming advantage, it'd be impossible for Stephania to best her. Hifumi has taken too many cards. She's won.
That was a wonderful game.
Hifumi speaks, thus, with a gentle smile, like that of a freshly picked flower.
Thank you for indulging me, Your Highness. You put up a formidable fight, but in the end, you were not able to oust me from my position. Still, I admire your efforts. I look forward to playing against you again sometime. Should that prove to be agreeable for you, of course.
What? Oh, my.
Stephania stares at Hifumi, her eyes wide as goose eggs, still kneeling upon the tatami. Her expression is one of blank disbelief for several seconds before, at long last, the knowledge of her loss sinks in. Her lower lip begins to quiver. I worry briefly that Astoria's princess might begin to bawl on live television, but instead...
That was incredible! I can see why you have been the reigning queen of Karuta for so many years, Miss Yamamoto. I am in awe before your talents, which far eclipse my own. As irritating as his loss is, I will accept it in good faith. I'm glad if I had to be bested so, it was by your expert hands. Miss Yamamoto. No. Mistress!
Mistress? Oh, my.
Whoa! Illustrations, again. Yay! Also, what the heck? That was a bit sudden. I don't know. A bit sudden to just throw an illustration here, but yeah, get a look at that. Okay. There's like a bit of a cut here, I think. Yeah. That's right. It looks like it. Interesting. Alright. I like the way the eyebrows are kind of differently done here. You can see this got like, it's like it has a fill. Here it's like not like that. I don't know. Anyway. Stephania kneels before Hifumi, then cries.
Would you do me the great honor of letting me study under you as your apprentice? I fear I will never improve if I practice on my own. With your guidance, however, there may be yet hope for me. Please, I am begging you, let me be your pupil!
My pupil?
Hifumi examines Stephania, her expression one of bemusement.
I've never before taken on any students. Not when it comes to Karuta, at least. I am purely self-taught, you see, and I fear I might not be the best teacher.
Nonsense! I am sure there can be no better teacher in all of Japan. No, in all of the world! The manner in which you play Karuta is truly is incredible, as is the way you conduct yourself. You are a lovely Japanese beauty, and despite your immense talent, you are not at all boastful. You are sweet, humble, and gracious. In other words, you could be no better teacher, not when it comes to the glorious game of Karuta. Mistress, please, it might be unseemly for a princess such as I to beg, but I shall do so regardless. That is how high I hold you in my esteem.
Well, I never...
Hifumi shakes her head.
I did not imagine you would proposition me so, dear Stephania, but... if you would go to such great lengths, I shall consider it. First, however, when you rise from the tatami, I feel somewhat awkward having you prostrate yourself before me, Hans. You don't need to grovel at my feet. I am no goddess.
You're like a goddess to me, though. A goddess of Karuta! Still, I must apologize if my hastiness has made you uncomfortable. I'm not accustomed to talking to people.
Giggling shyly, Stephania rearranges herself so she's kneeling once again. I'll actually take a sip of some drink there.
So, what do you think? Would you be willing to come to Astoria so you might teach me? I know this is a fearful imposition upon your time and upon your patience, so I will not demand too much of you. 2 weeks would suffice. Would you be opposed to the idea?
2 weeks is, in and of itself, quite a long time. But my schedule as of late has been rather light. I do not have any pressing obligations upon my time right now. In light of your enthusiasm, I would be more than happy to train you.
Yes! Thank you so much, mistress! You're the best!
But
Hifumi's eyes harden.
I do have one condition. A condition?
Indeed.
Hifumi nods, then says,
If I'm to stay with you in Astoria for 2 weeks, I must ask that you allow my beloved partner to escort me.
Ooh,
You have a partner, mistress? Indeed I do. I have kept this a secret for several months, not wishing to embroil him in a public scandal, but I care for him so. I fear I cannot keep this knowledge to myself a moment longer. I am in a long-lasting, lovely relationship with a kind man a few years younger than I. A man called...
uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about this. I know where this is going. Even before the fatal words leave Hifumi's lips.
Okasawa Hiroki!
Yup, I called it. And she even threw in my family name for good measure, so there can be no confusion. Thanks, Hifumi. Thanks a lot.
I care for Hiroki intensely, yet my work as an actress often means we cannot spend much time with one another. I was hoping to take advantage of my light schedule and spend more time with him, but I will not be able to do this if I am to go to Astoria. This can all be rectified, however, if you will extend your invitation to my beloved. If he is allowed to accompany me upon this trip, then I shall have no reservations. I adore my darling, you see, and I only want to be with him. Hiroki is my life and my love, and without him, I am nothing.
Ain't that right? Wow. Great, we're back to these two here. I believe I remember AU's voice. It's kind of just kind of like this.
Oh my gosh! Did you guys just hear that?
I said IU. No, it's AU. I want to say AU. I know it's probably IU, but I want to say AU. AU stares at the TV screen, her eyes wide with shock. Her hands are clenched at her front, and her teeth are gritted.
Am I seeing crazy pills? Somebody, please tell me this isn't a delusion. Oh, wait, maybe you should tell me it's a delusion. Say I've contracted some mysterious disease. I'm gonna be addled in the brain and accept this.
Cosmos' voice,
What?
Cosmos, who looks a little perturbed by AU's antics, but only a little. I think at this point she must be used to AU's outbursts. Shifts closer to our resident idol, then rests a hand on her head.
Don't worry, AU. Hifumi never said that Hiroki was her beloved. She never said she wanted to go on a vacation to Astoria with him either. You're insane. Your brain is broken. Next you'll start scratching your neck and you'll hear a creepy voice in your head repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. Then you'll get a baseball bat and... Alright, that's enough from you!
AU grabs a hold of Cosmos' head and roughly pushes her away.
I know you're trying to console me in your own weird way, but it's not really working. I have eyes and ears which are fully functional. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I know I'm not crazy. If Fumin really did just come out and proposition my cameraman live on air, no less. Doesn't she have any shame?
I don't know if she propositioned me, exactly. It's not like she said anything inappropriate. Also, yeah, it's Hiroki talking now, yay. I'm trying to smooth things over before AU's temper can come to a boil. But I think it might be too late for that. AU turns, almost slapping Cosmos in the face with one of her pigtails, and it fixes me with a deadly glare that would put Medusa herself to shame.
Well, you would think that. It's well and good for you sitting here, being adored by women all across the country, but please, think about how I feel. It's not nice, you know, having my cameraman being wounded by this wicked hussy live on TV!
Ooh, Hazel. Hello, Hazel. Remember the voice for Hazel.
I think Wicked Hussy is going a bit far. This isn't like the Tai Show era. You've got to be more accepting, ain't you?
Why should I, when his woman dresses like she's from that time period? If she's going to conduct herself like a lady, she ought to act like one.
There's a bit of a gap between her appearance and her actions, true, but I think that's part of Hifumen's appeal. She looks like a flower, but she stings like a bee. Men go crazy for that kind of thing.
Oh, Marina. Hers is like the easiest I remember. That is indeed true, though Hifumi acts demure and elegant. She gives no quarter, not when she desires something. She is experienced in the art of love, but I suppose that ought to be expected. She was supposed to be the queen of the succubus realm before her abdication. Yeah, sometimes these games pull out these big words. I like it. For all her demure charms, she is really quite fiery.
Oh, please.
Eiyu rolls her eyes.
Don't spout all this BS like I'm not fully aware of it. I know Hifumen can't be trusted. She's the worst.
Harumphing, Eiyu collapses back on the couch. She grabs hold of one of the cushions and pulls it to her chest, squeezing it hard, as though she means to rupture it. Ooh, maybe don't do that. Oh no.
This ticks me off.
No, I don't want to say that.
I don't get why the rest of you aren't getting more worked up. Hifumen basically confessed to Hiroki on TV. Now everybody knows how she feels. Literally everybody.
If by literally everybody, you mean all the people in Japan who are watching this Karuta match.
Hazel smiles abashed, while scratching her cheek with her index finger.
Which, judging by the fact this is Karuta and all, can't be too many people. It's not super popular. I thought all that many people would have heard her confession.
The precise figures doesn't matter. It's the principle of the thing. Isn't this way too blatant? She's obviously trying to get one up on us, that snake!
As Eiyu stabs a finger at the TV screen, while quivering in self-righteous rage. She looks so very angry, off about this series of events. Even her pigtails seem to be twitching. Ugh, oh my. I hope she's not about to blow a gasket. Whatever a gasket is. Marina's living room is very expensive looking, and scraping up bits of a distraught, overwrought Eiyu from the plush carpets sounds like a nightmare.
We're supposed to be sisters, if not through blood, then through our bonds. As fellow succubi and members of Hiroki's harem, we can't skulk about behind one another's backs. This is seriously low. I'll never forgive a woman for this. Not ever!
So you say.
Hazel grins.
But aren't you still calling her by a cute nickname?
Eiyu pulls a face, then crosses her arms. Whatever vector you could use for that. Nah, you got nothing.
Well, that should be expected. I'm cute, so of course I can talk cutely. Even when I'm angry. I'm as adorable as a gosh darned button. I'm so sweet. In fact, I sometimes scare myself.
Sure.
Hazel snickers.
I get being upset by this. I'm surprised myself. But don't you think you're being a little hypocritical? now? You and Hiroki went off alone together when we were staying at your house in the summer. I don't know what you were doing. Cosmos smiles. But I can guess. I'm not stupid. Oh, yeah?
Hey, you Harums, still scowling.
Well, what do you know about Hiroki and me, anyway? You want to be God girl? You have hairballs for brains. I don't think you could reason your way out of my paper bag. It's true. I'm not very smart.
I must say, Cosmos is taking these slights against her IQ remarkably well. I guess this must be something else she's used to.
But I am a succubus. I know what men and women get up to when they're on their own. You like Hiroki a lot, Ayo, so I'm sure you had a lot of fun together. What? No, I don't like Hiroki. Not that much, at least. But you like him a bit. Well, I think you must like him. Just a little bit. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so upset right now. That's what my detective's intuition is telling me, at least.
My, what a clever little detective you are. Marina titters. You would put a certain distinguished gentleman from 221B Baker Street to shame.
Huh?
Cosmos' nose wrinkles.
I don't know anything about Baker Street.
I live in Rapongi, I don't know. Wow. So much for Cosmos being smart, I guess. Does she really not get that? Does she really not get that reference? Well, I don't get that reference, so am I stupid? I'm sorry. Well, given Eraser Brain is her favorite movie, I guess she only knows about niche, weird forms of media.
Really, though?
Ayu turns her attention back to the TV. Her eyes narrowed.
This is beyond the pale. How dare Hifumi announce her feelings like that? She might as well have proposed. I've never made my relationship with Hiroki public. What gives her the right to go blabbing about it? Well, it's not like there's anything stopping you from talking about it. You could fess up, if you really wanna, but...
Hazel grins.
You're an idol, Ayu. And while I don't know much about your industry, I do know your fans wouldn't be happy if they knew you were freaking out over some guy other than them. That'd take your career quicker than you can say, "You sunk my battleship!"
Idols aren't allowed to fall in love, but actresses like Hifumi have no such stipulations written into their contracts. And come to think of it, neither do I. I would surely coin a few curious stares if I were to be seen wandering through the streets with my darling Hiroki. But it wouldn't spell the end of my career. Being a self-made woman is truly wonderful. I don't need to cater to the expectations of hundreds upon thousands of fans.
Ooh, samesies. I'm allowed to date whoever I want to.
Ayu grits her teeth together. She looks so very angry off. I'm afraid she really might explode.
Ayu?
Cosmos looks at Ayu anxiously, her brow furrowed.
Are you alright? No, I'm not alright. I've never been less alright in my life. I feel like I'm this close to going complete postal. Oh dear.
Cosmos sighs.
It looks like this has upset you, but please don't worry, I'm here. You can talk to me. You aren't the only one who has to hide your feelings for Hiroki. I'm not? No.
Cosmos shakes her head.
I can't tell any of my fans about him either. We're in the same situation, so I understand how you must feel. Keeping my love a secret is painful. But that makes the time I can spend with Hiroki even more precious. Just don't lose sight of your love for Hiroki. Love will always save the day. Oh, shut up!
Hey looks away, her face on fire.
It's not like I love Hiroki or anything. Really, I couldn't care less what he does, or where he goes, or who he goes out with. I just didn't expect for men to talk about him, is all. Much less invite him out on a trip. I want to go on a trip too, but I can't. I've been too busy working. It's all so unfair.
All's fair in love and war, eh? The sooner you learn that, the better. You really are a child. Marina tuts. But I suppose I can't blame you. You are one of the youngest amongst us. Oops, among us. Wow. I won't scold you for your poor conduct, but I will ask you to try and compose yourself. You're not behaving in a manner befitting of a succubus.
Yeah.
Ayu rolls her eyes.
I'll try to behave, mother.
See to it that you do. Now, Hiroki. Marina looks to me while smiling genially, her lips daubed in matte makeup. Dang. Words. We've all heard what Ayu thinks about this arrangement. But one of you, are you interested in going to Astoria with Hifumin? See, you're saying Hifumin so much. I'm not getting confused with Hifumi. Alright. Now, that's quite the query. Am I interested in going away with Hifumi? I still have a bunch of work to do in Japan. And it wasn't all that long ago I went gallivanting off on holiday with my entourage of succubus babes. If I were any other employee, I bet my boss would balk at such a suggestion. I've been pretty pally with my boss lately, though, thanks to my newfound relationships with all these superstars. It's no secret in the office that I'm a buddy-buddy with Wakatsuki Marina, the famous businesswoman. It's common knowledge that I stayed at a hot spring resort with her a while back. Yeah, I remember that, yeah. And she invited me along to a plush charity ball held by the social elite. I've gotten my foot into a lot of doors, thanks to Marina. And I've had the chance to scope out all sorts of fancy events I'd otherwise never be able to even dream of glimpsing, much less participating in. The sales of the Sakura Weekly have gone through the roof since my relationship with Marina began. My boss owes much of the paper's success to me, so he's been very lenient with my time off and my holidays. I've had a pretty big pay rise recently, and I'm even thinking about moving out of my cruddy apartment. Things are really looking up for me. I'm exceedingly fortunate, though I do fear whenever I enter the office that my malcontented co-workers might band together and lynch me. They do an even worse job of hiding their jealousy than Ayu does. Oh well. I've heard it said that all successful men wind up making enemies. It's part and parcel of the whole fame and fortune thing. People get jealous, it's inevitable. I'll be certain to make even more enemies if I go to Astoria with Hifumi, but it's too late to worry about that now. I could use a break from office politics, and I do want to spend time with Hifumi. Moreover, I've never been to Astoria before. I'm pretty curious about it, and I'd like to take some photos too. Maybe some of them could be used for articles in the Sakura Weekly. I'll get to relax. I'll also be doing a bit of work on the side. It's a great bargain. I feel pretty bad for Ayu. I know she's been angling to spend more time with me herself. But yeah, I think I will. If Hifumi's offering, it'd be rude to turn her down. I don't know if everything will pan out just yet, but I'd like to go. I thought you might say that. You sounded like a true gentleman.
Gentleman? Ha!
Ayu snorts.
Gentleman, my cute blush butt. I know what you're really after. You're so transparent. Why don't you go jump into an open fire?
Okay. Ayu's obviously in a bad mood, so I'll ignore her. That's kind of tricky, given how much space her voluminous pigtails take up, but I'll do my best. Fortunately, Marina's next comment makes this a lot easier. Speaking of Astoria, I myself have been planning a trip there for the last several months.
Oh yeah?
I didn't know about that.
Yes, indeed. I'm looking into opening 2 shops in the country's capital, and I've been attending any number of online conferences to turn this into a reality. There's only so much one can do online, however. To cinch this deal, I will need to venture to Astoria in person. It is easier to move money while standing face to face with your investors. It inspires more confidence, and, above all else, shows sincerity. Perhaps we can go to Astoria together, Hiroki. You and I, and Hifumi, too? That would be lovely.
Hey, don't forget about me. I'm actually meant to go to Astoria too, at the start of next month.
You are?
Yep. There's a tennis championship happening there that I, just couldn't pass up. I've been entered into it since, early June. I've been sweating buckets, getting ready, practicing my swings and all. I'm on pretty good form, or so my trainer reckons, and I should be able to smash it. But I'll do an even better job on the court, I'm sure, if you're there with me, Hiroki, to cheer me on. Doesn't that sound great? We can all go to Astoria together. Well, now, isn't this a charming string of coincidences?
Marina beams. I had no idea about your plans, Sarah Hazel.
But I see no need why you should not travel with us. We are all friends, after all.
I would be more than happy for you to join our entourage. Although,
here Marina's expression darkens.
If you cause any complications, Hazel, I will not hesitate to punish you. Am I making myself plain?
Very. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
While toying with her hair.
I still remember how crazy your punishments can be. I don't want to get on your bad side, so I'll behave. I promise.
Good.
See to it that you do, and nothing will go awry.
Words.
Now,
Heaving anew, Marina claps her manicured hands together.
I am quite looking forward to this trip. This should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I bet it will be. For you guys, at least. I'm so happy you all get to go and have fun with Hiroki, while I'll be stuck in Japan, getting ready for my upcoming tour. It must be nice having so much free time. We won't be free, though. I've got a tournament, like I said, and Marina's doing some business deal or another. I know, I get it. I heard you. I don't doubt you'll be working, but it's not like you'll be busy all the time, right? You'll have some time off, and when you do, you'll get to cuddle up with Hiroki and whisper sweet nothings in his ear. You'll get to go on dates and eat sweets and watch the sunset, and at night...
A's expression twists, and angrily, she clenches her hand at her front.
Oh, it's not fair! I want in on the action, too. Why do I always get left out? The universe must be playing some kind of mean joke on me! Was I born under an unlucky star? Why do things have to turn out like this?
And we get another illustration. Hello. Why we gotta get this again? Ugh. The signs are already starting to show this game is a little erotic. I mean, the last video I made for a series of games is anything to go by. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's keep going.
It's alright, AU, don't be sad.
Smiling angelically, Cosmos takes hold of A's hands, then peers into her face. Yes, right there, you see that.
I won't be going to Astoria either. I can't. I'm supposed to be appearing in a variety show at the end of next week. I have a few commercials lined up that need filming too. I'd like to ignore my responsibilities and spend time with Hiroki, but... Cosmos sighs. I can't do that. I don't want to disappoint my fans. We're all very excited about the job opportunities I have lined up. I've received lots and lots of supportive fan mail from people. They want me to fail in the quiz show segment, so I'll get covered in slime. They sound very excited about it. Not that I really get it.
Cosmos wrinkles her nose.
I don't see what's so appealing about slime. It's sticky and it smells bad. That's what people want, though, so I will do my best to make them happy. I'll miss Hiroki when he's gone, but it isn't the end of the world. We'll see him again, Ayu. Don't worry. Everything will be just fine. And even if you feel down, I'll be here to console you. No matter what happens, we'll always have each other.
Ayu glances away from Cosmos, her face flushed.
Well, whatever. I guess you're right. There's no point getting worked up about this. I'm the amazing, incredible, extremely beautiful Iko Ayu. There's no way Hiroki will get tired of me, no matter what wild tricksmen Marina and Fumin and Hazel employ. I'll still come out on top in his heart. I'm not #1 in the charts for nothing. Huh? But, Ayu...
Cosmos' brow wrinkles.
I thought your latest song was #2 in the charts? Mihama's Shizuru is actually even more popular.
Oh, shut your mouth.
Not.
Ayu grabs hold of Cosmos' head.
Another.
She squeezes her skull.
Word. Oh dear.
Marina sighs.
The children are fighting again. I do wish they could be more mature. Aren't you too old to figure like that? Oh, you know a lot about being old, wouldn't you, Marina? You might call yourself a sophisticated lady, but that's just a nice way of saying you're past it. Past it? Why, I never. And as for you, Cosmos, I don't want you mentioning Shizuru about me. She's as good as dead to me. Sure, her latest single might have sold a little more than mine, but that doesn't mean anything. She has an unfair advantage. She debuted 15 years ago, then fell off the face of the planet. How could I have known she'd release a brand new single after all this time, a day before my newest release? Of course, all her old fans ate it up. Old being the operative word. Shizuru's in her mid-30s now. She's even older than Marina. She had no business being an idol. She ought to be ashamed of herself. I am not old. How dare you?
Hazel observes the carnage, an impartial observer for once, and laughs.
This is awesome. It's really funny.
Awesome.
Sorry, funny.
Elbowing me in the ribs, she then says in a conspiratorial tone,
There's not a dull moment when you're surrounded by a harem of loving succubi, huh?
oh yes, it's all fun and games. Oh, Marina's saying something? I didn't even see her, and I was like, huh? Until Marina scalps Ayu, while Ayu chokes Cosmos, I suppose. I sigh. At least Ayu won't be accompanying me on my upcoming trip to Astoria. That's something to be grateful for. I do like her. Her indigence can be kind of adorable when it's not so incendiary. Diary. These freaking words. But her temper is as volatile as a volcano. Spending too much time with her can be exhausting. In Astoria, however, I should be able to kick back and relax. I can hardly wait. First, however, it'd be nice if I could have a talk with Hifumi to confirm the particulars of our upcoming trip. Maybe I've not torn Ayu away from Cosmos. Our resident cat girl is starting to look alarmingly blue in the face. And I'm not just talking about her hair. Would it kill Ayu to chill out every once in a while? If it doesn't, I'm afraid it'll seriously kill Cosmos. Yeah. You gonna do something about that? Why did you go to this? Oh man. Maybe that was going on for longer than it needed to. I don't know. But what would I know, right? Anyway, to my relief, it doesn't take me all that long before I'm able to talk to Ifumi, like I was hoping. Wait. So did you travel? I wanted to maybe hear something along like the trip. Maybe it was kind of boring. I don't know. Sometimes when you travel, maybe it's a little boring. I mean, at the time of recording this video, I'm gonna be like traveling in like a month to San Francisco, or yeah, California. So yeah, Hifumi winds up visiting me the following night at my small, run-down apartment of her own volition. I wasn't expecting any guests, and Hifumi's sudden arrival comes as quite the surprise, though it is, of course, a pleasant one. Hifumi greets me elegantly, as per usual, and apologizes for stopping by unannounced. An apology I wave aside as being unnecessary. I offered to serve Hifumi some tea. If my mother's taught me anything, it's that offering guests green tea is the only polite thing to do. But Hifumi reversed my offer on me, and instead asked if she could prepare the tea for me. Yes, Hifumi. Yeah, right. She's the one who does that. She's gotta think for that.
I'm the one imposing upon you, Hiroki dear, by visiting you at such advanced an hour. This being the case, it would only be fitting for me to prepare the tea. I do not wish for you to go to any extra trouble. Not for my sake. Moreover, I enjoy doting upon you. I find it most satisfying.
That was what Hifumi said. I wasn't able to stop her, so instead schlepped over to the tatami in the kitchen living room. I do not like those 3 letters there. I don't even care if the hyphens are surrounding it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Just kind of popped up suddenly. It's okay though. I sat there for a while, cross-legged, upon the floor while Hifumi worked. Get another sip here. Hifumi, being elegant and dexterous, wasted no motions preparing the tea. She had a pot brewed in only a few minutes, and 2 cups poured. Cups which she then carried to me on a tray, with more grace and poise than any waitress.
Here you go, dear.
Hifumi now says, handing me a cup.
Please drink up, but do be careful, it's hot. In fact,
Hifumi smiles.
Perhaps I ought to blow on your tea for you first, so you don't burn your tongue. I wouldn't want you to scald yourself.
Oh, it's alright. You don't need to baby me. Really.
I know I don't need to, but I would like to. And, in any event, I do not regard you as a baby. You are more akin to a husband to me. Any devoted wife would wish to ease their husband's burdens in whatever small manners they're able. Would you not allow me this privilege, dear?
Well, I glance away, abashed. Hifumi might dress and act in a traditionally Japanese manner, but she's no shy wallflower. She can be quite assertive when she wants. To such a degree, it's a little disconcerting. I wonder if that's because she's a succubus? If you really want to, then I won't stop you. Go right ahead.
Wonderful! You are too kind, dear. But then again, that is precisely the reason why I like you so.
Pleased by this victory, minor though it might be, Hifumi blows atop the surface of my green tea. She blows and blows with soft flue sounds until she's satisfied whatever loving wife quota she's desperate to fulfill. This task thus carried out, Hifumi hands the cup back to me.
Now you may drink it. I hope you enjoy it.
I'm sure I will. You brewed it after all. I offer Hifumi a smile, which makes her laugh.
My, You certainly know how to ensnare a woman's heart. I liked you a good deal already, dear, but with every moment I spend in your company, I find myself growing more and more enamored.
Hifumi and I sit for a few moments in silence, sipping at our tea, while I observe her. Ooh, Hifumi's dark hair cascades about her slender shoulders like a waterfall, and her face is carefully made up. There's not a single wrinkle in Hifumi's attire, though it's comprised of many parts and looks tedious to put on. Her obi is tied to perfection. Obai, and her long sleeves are draped gracefully upon her lap. Hifumi is so enchanting, in fact, she looks quite out of place in my cruddy apartment. Oh, I can maybe see, yeah. I'm acutely aware of the stains on the tatami, left by this place's previous residents, not by me, and the discoloration of the blinds. Hifumi doesn't belong any place like this. She's far too good for it. It's crazy, really, that a famous actress like Yamamoto Hifumi wants anything at all to do with me, much less to spend time in my less than luxurious home. I've had several months to grow accustomed to Hifumi's affections. Almost a year, in fact, but I'm still reeling. I swallow down my tea, then look at Hifumi askance. I like that word askance. I've been looking that up ever since I came across it. Well, I think like last month. I like that word askance. Yeah. So, to what do I owe the pleasure? I suppose there's a reason why you came over so late, beyond wanting to brew me tea.
Ah, yes, of course. I wanted too to partake in viewing your face, which is so very dear to me. But more than that, I thought I owed you an apology.
An apology?
Yes, indeed. I said many things about you on television last night. Things you might perhaps have preferred to keep private. I did not intend, before participating in that Karuta competition, to make my feelings towards you known. It was not my intention to boast of our relationship. Truly, it was not. I would hate to put you in an awkward situation, dear, and I would hate to make my sisters jealous too.
Ah, so that's what this is all about. I had wondered. I guess that's one mystery solved. It's a good thing Hifumi thought to bring this subject up of her own volition. That saves me the trouble. I wanted to talk to her about it too, and about her intentions.
It's just...
Sighing, Hifumi dips her head and traces the tip of her index finger about the rim of her teacup.
I care for you so much. I find it hard to suppress these feelings of mine. I saw a perfect opportunity to confess to the nation, and I could not help but seize it. I am not as young as I used to be, you see. Certainly I'm not so young as AU or Cosmos. And now that I'm in a relationship with a man I love, I wish to speak of it. I can no longer continue to keep affairs between us a secret, as though it is something I ought to be ashamed of. I am not ashamed of my feelings for you, not in the slightest, and I wish for the world to know them. Keeping it quiet about you has been weighing so heavily upon my heart, I cannot take it.
Oh, I see. I survey Hifumi from across the table, impressed at her candor. Probably candor. He's reading it because vowels, I like vowels, I emphasize the vowels. She's breathing pretty heavily, and her shoulders are shaking. It's an unusual sight coming from a woman as composed as Hifumi so often is. Her authenticity in her tone rings true, and it makes my heart flutter. She really must like me a lot for her feelings to override her common sense. I'm very flattered you feel that way, I reply after a pause, once I've had a moment to gather my errant thoughts. I love you a lot, too, Hifumi.
Do you truly?
Of course. I smile at her. I thought it better to keep our relationship a secret, it's true, but that's not because I'm ashamed of you. I thought it'd be easier to manage, given you're a celebrity. I don't want our affairs being splashed all over the pages of magazines. Especially not when said magazines would have a field day if they dug a little into my relationships, and has earned I'm also going out with Cosmos Moretti, Iku Ayu, Watsuki Marina, and Hazel Williams. Holy frick, yeah, that'd be terrible. But it's too late for regrets now. You've already talked about our relationship on TV. It's not possible to take back what you said, but I don't think I'd want you to. I'm happy to let people know about us. Though, now that I think about it, I'll have to break this news to my mother too.
Self-voicing enabled.
Oops.
Self-voicing disabled.
I just pressed V. Is that what that was? No, I don't want to do that. Self-voicing. Nah. Now, that'll be fun. Seriously, what the frick was that?
Self-voicing enabled. I wonder how I should even go about it.
Oh,
Self-voicing disabled.
I don't want that. Oh no. I wonder how I should even go about it. I've not had a serious partner in years and years. I've been too focused on my job. And now all of a sudden I have 6 of them. And one of them lives in the succubus realm. For starters, I'll probably have to tell my mother what succubi are. Will she even believe me? My situation is so blatantly unbelievable. I'm not sure I fully accept it myself. Ooh, illustrations. Oh yeah. Let's go. Put that in the gallery, maybe. Yeah. How's her hair like flowing like that? You know what I mean? I get it. It's like your composition. It's supposed to look nice. You ever think about that? There's just probably some fan off to the side. Probably just blowing some air like this, probably. Yeah. But anyway, she looks good though.
Oh, Roki, thank you very much.
Ifumi exhales. Relieved, a gentle smile upon her lips.
Does that mean does that mean that we are officially a couple then?
I suppose so. Yeah.
And will you take me to meet your parents? I would so love to introduce myself to your mother. And your father too. I want to make miso soup for them, and help your mother go grocery shopping, and give your father back rubs. It is my most ardent wish.
Nice word, I like that. I want to look that up.
Do they know how dutiful a daughter-in-law I shall be?
Ardent. Dang. Yeah, about my folks. I smile awkwardly. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Let me speak to them first, okay?
But of course, I shall leave it in your capable hands, darling. Oh, I am so excited. I can hardly wait.
Ifumi's excitement must be catching, because when I look at her, my own smile begins to relax. I'm starting to feel pretty positive about this whole thing too. But there's something else I think we need to discuss. I'm glad you're excited, but we might have to put your visiting my parents on hold for a while. Haven't you been extended an invitation to Astoria? By its princess, no less?
Oh, yes. You are quite correct. I was so taken by the thought of introducing myself to your family, it slipped my mind.
You forgot that a princess wants to put you in her own palace? I raise an eyebrow. I think that'd stick in most people's minds.
Perhaps it would, but I am not most people. You are more important to me than any princess here.
I'm glad to hear it, though the devotion evident in Ifumi's voice and face is kind of intense. But I'd hate for you to make an enemy of Stephania. I think you ought to accept her invitation. She's too important to risk upsetting.
Yes, indeed, I concur. I shall postpone my visit to your family's abode. Then until after my trip to Astoria. Stephanie was quite eager that I teach her how to play Karuta. I'm not at all opposed to the idea. She is quite a dear thing. I do think it would be lonely, though, for me to travel to Astoria on my own. I wish not to be parted from you, darling, so...
Winsomely, Hifumi examines me from beneath her eyelashes.
Would you care to accompany me? I would be more appreciative if you could. Stephania has already given you her blessing. I believe all should be well if you are able to secure the time away from work.
I think that should be doable enough. My boss has been pretty lenient with me lately, and knowing him, I'm sure he'll regard this as a wonderful business opportunity. Maybe I can take some photos of Stephania while I'm there, or maybe I can take some photos of you while I'm there. Honestly, I'm gonna take some photos of Stephania. I want to see what she's kind of doing while she's there. Yeah. If you'll be spending time with the princess... The princess?
We gotta find the princess!
And take pictures.
We gotta find the princess!
This is it, Luigi. Oh, I can make that joke later. I might even be able to take some photos of her. Perhaps I could get a few snapshots of the pair of you playing Karuta together. That'd make for quite the story.
We will have to discuss it with Stephania. I'm sure she would be willing to help, though. She is a dear thing, like I said.
Here's what happens if I choose Hifumi photos instead. Maybe I can take some photos of you while I'm there. I'm sure the public would love to see a few candid snapshots of you playing Karuta, particularly against a princess like Stephania. They'll eat it up for sure.
You flatter me.
Hifumi giggles while elegantly pressing one hand to her mouth.
I think the general public would be rather more interested in seeing photographs of Stephania than they would me. She is more visually striking than I, given her lovely fair hair and her soulful eyes.
Stephania's cute, sure, but I think you're even cuter, Hifumi. I'm not planning to introduce Stephania to my parents, after all.
Goodness me! You really do know how to charm a woman.
Beaming, Hifumi presses one hand upon her chest. Yes, I guess. She was already doing that, but yeah.
I am looking forward to meeting your parents. It is true, but this upcoming trip to Astoria should prove to be just as enjoyable in its own right. Why, it feels almost as though we are going on a honeymoon. I will have to choose my very best lingerie for the occasion, so as to not disappoint you. Granted, we are able to get some private time together. Now then.
Hifumi surveys me from beneath half-lidded eyes, a somewhat mischievous smile playing about her lips. Kind of like maybe this one? I don't know, like this one?
Perhaps we ought to celebrate our good fortune.
A celebration, huh? A celebration, huh? I return Hifumi's smile with one of my own. And what would that entail exactly?
Oh, I think you understand what I'm getting at, dear. My true intentions should be obvious enough. The night is still young. I think we ought to enjoy ourselves to the fullest while we have the opportunity.
Uh-oh, here it comes. Oh god.
There is nothing I wish for more, after all, than your happiness. My beloved husband.
Time for the pixels to show them. Oh yeah, here we go. Here it freaking comes. Yep. Later that night. Oh, yep. Here come the pixels. Hope you like them. Also later that night. Ah, that animation. Homestar Runner. Yeah, good stuff. Anyway. Ugh. Oh my god. Gosh freaking dang it. It's good though, right? a mess.
How is this, dear? Do you like what you see? I hope I will prove to be enough to satisfy you tonight.
Gotta make sure I'm recording.
As you can see, my body is all yours for the taking.
Hifumi giggles seductively while observing me through half-lidded eyes. She's lying on the tabletop in my tiny kitchen, attired not in her typical kimono, nor even her succubus attire, but the demure Japanese-style maid outfit she once wore while visiting me earlier in our relationship. I wouldn't remember. Yeah. Sounds very specific, so yeah. I hadn't known Hifumi had brought this outfit with her when she came to visit me, but I have no complaints about it. I think the outfit suits her well, especially now, wrinkled though it is. The front of Hifumi's kimono gapes open to reveal her bared breasts. Oh god. Oh my. About to go into detail about some of these things. What was I saying in the last game? Like, their strawberries are already hard. They'll have yet to touch her, and I can see her chest heaving up and down with every inhalation. The short hem of Hifumi's pleated skirt, meanwhile, is rolled back, and her legs are inelegantly spread. Oh. Yeah. Gosh darn it. Hifumi has her... Oh yeah, I noticed this next thing, as it says here. Gosh darn it. Hifumi has her panties slid halfway down her leg, which affords me an uninterrupted view of the fact that she was also having chips in the cupboard. Yeah, cupboard. In the cupboard. Hifumi's lower... Frick. I don't think I can read that. Nah. I can't read some of this. The sight of Hifumi lying in so subservient a manner, helpless before my roving gaze, is incredibly enticing. Yeah, I know. I can't... Some of these I just can't, like, read. It's too much... There's too much detail. You know? She looks so good. I can't keep my eyes off her. Not that I much want to. I'd be content to do nothing but stare at her, if I'm being honest. Like a critic drinking in a work of art, but...
Is there something on your mind, dear?
I don't think Hifumi would appreciate that. I can see she's starting to get worked up. I smile at her, and letting my fingers run along the inside of her thigh, or covered rather, I murmur hotly. There's nothing on my mind right now, other than you, and that can of spaghetti sauce.
Oh, Hiroki.
Hifumi sighs. Her hips... Why? Why are your hips twitching? Are you itching to get some food ready for the dinner, for the table? Or what, are you at the dinner or something? No, I'm not eating that. That wouldn't be great. That'd be like cannibalism, right? Yeah.
I'm most gratified to hear that. You have no idea how much it pleases me to bring you such pleasure. I just would want nothing more to serve you, as any good wife should. So please.
Tommy looks at me imploringly, a carmine blush upon her cheeks.
We mightn't be married just yet, but I'm sure that will happen one day. When we are betrothed, I must do my all as your wife to service you. I will look after your every need. If I am to be good at my role, however, I need to practice. I want to learn how best I might satisfy you. So you won't help me with my training? I cannot become a perfect wife for you on my own. But if you aid me, I am sure I will learn.
Of course. I replied to Hifumi's sweet entreaties with a smile, while reaching for the zipper of the bag. Because the bag, like the Ziploc bag? Yeah. Reaching for the zipper of the bag. Yes, I'll make a good, obedient wife out of you, Hifumi, so don't worry. I'll be sure to train you long and hard, until your thoughts in your mind, until you've no thoughts in your mind other than making me happy.
Oh, but I already have no thoughts other than that. You are the only man I care for. My heart is yours, and my body, so please, use me however you wish. I want only to feel this food enter my system.
And you will. I'll just get the fries that were put in this bag and put them in your mouth. That's basically the way I could say this sentence that's here. I don't know. You say you want to be an obedient wife, but really you're quite willful. Begging for these fries I put in the microwave a little while ago. Like this is very bold.
Is that a bother?
No, it's not. I like how assertive you can be. Though it is pretty funny when you try to pull this whole submissive act. You're no blushing virgin. What? You know exactly what you want. Hey, actually, Hiroki, I do too. And I think you wouldn't mind putting a plate on the table too, you know. Get a nice little meal sorted out there, right? But luckily for you, I'm more than happy to provide. It's coming to me like right now. If only, you know. See, this is why we as humans wish that, you know, it could really be like this, right? Just, hey, well, I'm happy to provide for you. I'm able to cook for you. Happy to clean for you. I don't have any complaints, but you know what? It's not like that, you know.
Oh yes, please punish me for being so naughty.
Why? Why would I want to punish you? What? I'll make you cook the food for me. Yes.
I am shameless. It's true, but I cannot help myself when we are together.
I love cooking alongside you as well, yeah.
I love you so much, Hero.
Yes, consume your fries. And this particularly large, much larger fry. I think you'll like that one. Probably. I think you'll like that one a little bit. Yeah, certainly. Ugh, my gosh. Hifumi yelps cutely. I don't know if I can start reading some of that one. She just yelped cutely. I'll just end it at that one. Oh no. Hey, why'd you spill water on her, bro? Hifumi, watch it, man. You're making the cup fall over. And it's hitting that particular area of her body, too. That's not good. Ugh. Hifumi's... Oh, nope, can't. This food? How about that, how about some of that pizza over there? Oh. I mean, do they even eat pizza over in Japan? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't look it up like that. Whatever food's going on over there, you know. Some of that miso soup, yeah. You're about to spill some of the miso soup on her. You're lucky it's not too hot now. I mean, you took so long to get ready and get into this, right? This is some good food, man. Good food, Hifumi. Intense, white hot pleasure courses through me. It's electrifying. Yeah, maybe watch out, man. Maybe watch out. Is it that lemon that you somehow got in your mouth now? It's like kind of, I don't know, like electric lemon. Yeah. Ugh. Feeding Hifumi never fails to feel good, and fortunately, it doesn't look like I'm the only one enjoying myself.
This is very tasty. These fries.
This is very tasty. These fries that I'm consuming.
Oh, sounds escape of Fumi's lips, but they're all broken syllables. She isn't saying anything intelligible. Okay. I mean, maybe she's talking with her mouth full, right? I guess she feels too good to formulate proper sentences. It's funny to see the composed, refined Fumi reduced to such a state after I've started feeding her with fries. I might even get a hot dog in there somehow. Look, yeah. I don't even know, man. I've not even begun to chew it for her yet. In fact, I decide to impart the butter. Sorry. For all we've had this intimate act that it seems like it's becoming, you're awfully sensitive. I'm just giving you food, you know. You're just making it lewd for some reason, you know. If you want to be a good wife to me, you'd best learn how to handle consuming food in this way, which I don't mind giving it a lewd feeling. I like it for some reason, yes. I can't have you going to pieces already. Oh no, yeah, no, don't break it into pieces yet. I'm doing that for you.
Oh, yes. My apologies, my dearest husband. Maybe I'll get, like, that napkin over there and clean myself up a little bit. I will try to behave myself. Your hot dog tastes so good. I feel like I'm already going crazy.
Craving the hot dog, you know, instead of crazy. It says crazy there, but yeah.
You're so deep inside me, the hot dog, that it is. That you are putting in my mouth. That I can chew with the bun that's also there with it.
Yeah, gosh darn it.
This feels amazing!
Oh yeah? I grin while leaning in, to further sink myself inside the drink of straw. Yeah, this straw. Sink myself inside the straw. To put my mouth on the straw. Yeah, frig. Well, I think you feel pretty amazing too.
Oh,
Ifumi sighs in response, while trembling helplessly against me, for reasons I couldn't fathom. I couldn't fathom anyway.
I'm very glad to hear that. I could hope for no better compliment, not from you, my wonderful husband.
Well, I'm glad you're so easy to please. Especially with some of that popcorn over there, too. I have, like, the whole package. I just really got you ready. Really got this stuff ready. As far as women go, you're definitely not high maintenance. Now, let me start thrusting. I want to take my time to enjoy you properly. You know, thrusting the food out of the fridge. Yeah. Like some of those tangerines in there? Yeah. Get some of that out.
Yes! Please do! Thrust all that food out of the fridge as much as you want, until you are fully satisfied. My throat is for your exclusive use. Or maybe it's just mine. I like getting the food in here, maybe it's not just yours. You may use it as you like, for you are my husband. I won't let anybody else touch me like this. I want no other man but you to continue to feed me like I'm a baby, like just on the table.
It obviously doesn't say that much, but now that's a funny thing for a succubus to say.
Maybe so, but it's true. But I do not want to be a succubus when I'm with you. I want only to be your dutiful wife.
Oh, you're definitely dutiful. This freezer is doing a great job of servicing me some very good food that I warm up in the oven. Yes. You feel so good. I thrust everything out of the fridge wildly. And I can't probably talk about any of the rest of that stuff. Jeez, man. And somehow it is landing all on the table, too. That is some talent.
Ah, yes!
This is gonna be a great feast, isn't it? Oh my god.
That feels amazing. You're so good at this.
See? Even she agrees. This is so talented. You're just thrusting all this food out. Somehow, like, even like the 2-liter thingies are just kind of, like they're kind of rolling, like, right into the spots.
This is why I love you so much, my dear husband. Your talent really is the best. Nobody else.
Your providing is the best. There you go.
Nobody else now can stir up my food like you.
Yeah, because like it's on the stove. You got like the pots. Yeah.
I'm melting.
Hey, that is an option on some of those, right? I feel like I'm melting too. I'm melting with the food. Oh no, sorry. You're melting the food. I don't know what you're talking about, Hiroki. My breath escapes me in short gasps. Yeah, no. Her cupboards are still spread apart, right? Yeah.
But please, my dearest husband, please take the seeds out of the apples.
It's talking about seed.
If you could get a good bite out of the apple, I would consider myself so fortunate indeed. I want to be your wife, and I want to be the mother of your children. I want to be your everything. I just want to get the juice out of these fruits.
Fumi, I'm getting to the drinks. The milk. I'm getting to the milk. It's one of the last items in the fridge. Here we go. Yeah. Oh! Here, Fumi's... Oh. Yeah. Open the lid. The lid's opening. I can't keep going. Not when it feels so incredibly good. Yeah. I slump forwards, then give in to my mounting urges. Yes. Open the freaking carton of milk. Yes! There it is. And I think the fridge might be about cleared out. I don't know. I feed her the milk long and hard, filling her stomach up with milk. Very good stuff. And it's definitely not expired either. That is some very, very, very fresh milk. Yeah. A handful of days pass, following my impromptu meet-up with Fumi, during which it's confirmed that Marina and Hazel will be coming along with us for the trip. With the tickets of our flight all booked, I only need to pack my things for my upcoming trip. I was in the process of getting everything prepared when an errant thought makes me pause. It's been a while since I last spoke to my parents, and I really should update them as to the goings-on in my life. I thought my mother might call me, actually, after Ifumi declared she was dating an Ogasawara Hiroki on TV, but apparently not. Maybe she didn't see the news? Said the news has been exploding all across social media since then. I know because I've seen it. But my mother's pretty old-fashioned. She hardly ever goes on the internet. All she knows about the world news, she gleans either from the TV or from the newspapers. I don't want my mother learning about my engagements, as it were, secondhand, so I figure it's best to break the news myself. I did tell Ifumi, moreover, that I'd one day let her meet my parents. I can hardly do that if my parents don't even know that I'm dating her. Turning up on their doorstep, unannounced, with the famous actress Yamamoto Hifumi in tow, would be quite a flex, but I've no desire to give my father a heart attack. He's getting on in years, and he's pretty frail. After some consideration, I seize my packing, it can wait for later, and take a seat in the kitchen. I pull my phone out of my pants pocket and quickly dial my parents' landline. My mother picks up after only 3 rings. Punctual as per usual. I think she must have been in the middle of washing up the dishes after dinner, because I can hear the faint sound of running water in the background.
I'm okay, dear.
I don't know. Voice. My mother greets me, her voice congenial.
How are you? Has something happened?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Oh, dear.
I hear my mother shuffle about through the other end of the line, and then the sound of water ceases. She must have shut the faucet off. Now her attention is no longer taken through household chores. My mother then settles herself down and says,
That doesn't sound promising. You've not gotten yourself into any trouble, have you? I hope you're not in a fix at your job.
Oh, no, Mom. You don't need to worry about that. My job's going just fine. As fine as it can go, at least I append, when my co-workers all despise me thanks to my newfound popularity. Oh, yeah. I didn't even consider that. Oh, man, yeah, they're gonna not like you very much, are they?
What is the issue, then? Is it with your love life? It's been a long, long time since you last told me you'd met somebody.
Yeah, that is what I wanted to talk to you about, actually.
I thought as much. We mothers can always tell these things. I have a sixth sense. I have a sixth sense for it.
What is the issue, dear? Are you lamenting your inability to land a nice woman?
No,
Or a nice man?
My mother prompts before I have the chance to reply.
I did think it strange, you know, that you only had one girlfriend back in high school. Most young boys will play the field much more.
Tell you what, I never had one. No, I never had one in high school.
I'd always expected, given your seeming lack of interest in the fairer sex, your tastes might be elsewhere. If that is the case, I won't judge. We all have our own interests. I'd rather you be upfront with me about it, though, instead of trying to hide it. You've nothing to be ashamed of. No matter what happens, you'll always be my son.
What? No, Mom, please. I sigh. I knew there was a reason why I didn't call my parents more often. This is precisely why. My mother's always jumping to conclusions like this. I know she means well, but her overbearing nature can be quite the pain. I'm not gay, if that's what you're implying. I have no interest in men whatsoever.
Really?
Oops. I went in fully for a second.
Really? Are you sure about that, dear?
I'm quite sure. Jeez. I lean back in my chair, then roll my eyes. Don't sound so disappointed, please. You're making me feel like I should apologize here.
I'm sorry, dear. I only assumed...
Wrongly.
Yes, well, now I can see I might have been mistaken. You'll have to forgive your mother for jumping to conclusions. I'd already prepared my acceptance speech, you see, for when you did decide to come out. But now it looks like that won't happen.
Not on your life. Now listen here. I wanted to call you because I have, contrary to your expectations, found myself in a relationship. Or, suddenly awkward, I scratch my cheek. A few relationships, in fact.
A few?
Though I can't see my mother's face, I can hear the incredulity in her voice. I bet her eyebrows have shot right up her forehead to hide beneath her hairline.
Why, Hiroki, it doesn't seem like that long ago you were complaining about your inability to land one pretty woman. Now, do you mean to tell me you're seeing several?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how things worked out, but that's about the size of it.
And do these women know about this? Don't tell me you're two-timing them.
No, it's a mutual arrangement. We've all agreed on it. I've been keeping this from you for a while now, because I wasn't sure how to break the news, but this has been going on for several months. I know this might sound crazy, but please hear me out. I inhaled and say, I'm dating the famous actress Yamamoto Hifumi.
Yamamoto Hifumi!
Once more, I hear the blatant disbelief in my mother's tone.
Not the Yamamoto Hifumi, surely. Surely. The one your father's such a big fan of?
Yes, that Yamamoto Hifumi.
The Hifumi who played the part of the blind princess in Ominous Inheritance? That Hifumi?
Yes, that's Hifumi. I don't think there are many, or any, other actresses working with that name right now.
My. Well, I never. So, you say you're dating her?
Yes, I am, and that's not all. I'm also dating the famous businesswoman Wakatsuki Marina, the rapid pound model Cosmos Moretti, the popular idol Iku Ayu, and the tennis star Hazel Williams. I'm also dating the queen of the Succubus realm, you. But I don't mention this to my mother. I think that really would be too much to take in. I don't want to overwhelm my mother with info right away. I've hit her with so many bombshells in the last minute, I'm worried she mightn't be able to endure it. The seconds trickle by, during which neither of us speak. I think I must have stunned my mother into silence. Is she busy trying to process everything I've told her? If so, I wouldn't be surprised. She could probably use a bit of time. A few more seconds pass, and then...
Hey, okay?
Yes, Mom? I'm a little afraid as to how she might reply, but as it transpires...
I'm sorry I fell silent, but I have to go check the calendar. You've made me wonder whether I had mixed the dates up, and it wasn't April's Fool's Day already.
What? Wait, what? Sorry. What? Wait. Mom, this isn't a joke.
Ha!
My mother guffaws from the other end of the line.
I thought you might say that. Your sense of humor is so deadpan. I find it hard to tell why you're being serious, but this...
I bet my mother's shaking in her head, though, of course, I can't see her. My mother's too old-fashioned to understand the appeal of video calls, and she doesn't have a phone modern enough to support them either. I think she's afraid if she uses a phone camera, it might steal her soul.
Why, this is one of the tallest tales you've ever told me. There's no way it can be true. I've not heard of Iku Ayu or this Cosmos girl before, but I've read about Marina and Hazel in the papers. They're both very talented and very pretty. I mean, no offense, dear, but I can't fathom why women such as these would take an interest in you. This must be a joke. It's simply unfeasible. Why, the very idea.
My mother chuckles.
It's more than I can take. My sides are going to split. You naughty boy, Hiroki. You're going to send me into convulsions. I was almost prepared to believe you when you mentioned Hifumi, but this, you can take a joke too far.
I grit my teeth together, my fingers curling tight about my cell phone. I thought this might happen, but my mother's blatant disbelief still stings. Please, Mom, listen to me. I'm not kidding around. Don't write this off as a prank. I'm trying to tell you something important. If things keep going as they are, then I entreat my mother through my cell phone, but I'm soon stopped short by a dull thud, which echoes out in the hallway. Was that the front door? Is somebody here? But who? I'm left pondering what the source of this ominous thud could be for all of 2 seconds before... How? Why? Never mind. The cave makes sense to me.
Hey, Hiroki!
Ayu storms into my natty living room in all her glory, clad in the same cute sweater she was at Marina's, which, given that keyhole cutout, can't do all that much to keep the wintry air at bay. She stabs one finger in my direction, as she's prone to doing. I just did the finger. Probably stabbing, as she's prone to doing, then cries,
I can't believe you! When were you going to tell me you'd finalize that ship to Astoria, huh? Were you planning to jet off on your own, with the crewman and the others in tow, without telling me first? Don't you care about my feelings? You're the worst!
Hey, Hiroki. It's good to see you.
Cosmos slinks into my living room behind Ayu, a bashful smile on her face. She's wearing the same cheerleader garb she wore back at Marina's place, for whatever reason. Her lilac cat's tail poking out from beneath the short hem of the skirt. She looks pretty cute, I guess, though I do wonder whether she wore that on the way here. Isn't she cold? It's only about 6 degrees out there, and it's pretty windy. Maybe succubi don't feel the cold. There's a lot about them that I still don't understand.
I wanted to see you before your trip, so Ayu and I decided we would come over. It looks like you're busy, though.
Cosmos' eyes flicker to my cell phone, which is still clutched in my hand.
I don't want to bother you when you're on your phone. Should I sit here and wait until you're finished?
No, it's fine. I'm glad to see you, Cosmos. Though I wish she'd learn to knock on the door first. This isn't the first time she's broken in unannounced, using her succubus magic. With powers like those, Cosmos would make a pretty good phantom thief. She's already stolen my heart.
And me?
Ayu glowers at me, her hands planted on her hips. Oh yeah, she does likes doing that a lot.
Aren't you glad to see me too, Hiroki?
Oh yeah, I guess I'm glad about that. Despite my better judgment, a little voice appends in my head.
Well, of course you are. I'm Iku Ayu, after all. Japan's #1 idol. Who wouldn't be overjoyed at a visit from yours, truly?
Nice. Haven't seen that picture in a while, I think. If ever. I can't recall.
But Ayu, I thought Mihama Shizui was more pop.
Shut up!
Ayu directs a glower at Cosmos, even colder than liquid nitrogen. Nice. To which Cosmos squeaks, alarmed. I just like the comparison. Cosmos looks terrified, quailing as she is beneath Ayu's gaze. But at least she's all in one piece. Maybe I should thank my lucky stars Ayu didn't try to choke her this time.
Hiroki?
Ah, my mother's still on the phone. I forgot about that in the cacophony of Ayu and Cosmos' unexpected arrivals. What's happening, Hiroki dear? I can hear a lot of noise in the background. Do you have guests over? Oh, sorry about that, Mom. A couple of my friends stopped by. It was pretty unexpected. I think I might have to hang up now.
Mom?
Cosmos' ears prick up at this. But not the fake cat ears attached to her head. They aren't real, and she can't hear through them. At least I don't think she can.
Are you talking to your mother, Hiroki?
That's right. I was just telling her about...
Your mother?
Ayu's eyes flash, then quicker than lightning, she stalks forward. Uh-oh.
Give me that!
Hey, Ayu! I cry in protest, but Ayu soon cuts me short. She wrenches my cell phone from my hand with no small amount of force, and then steps back. Holding my phone to her ear, she then says, in tones so sugary sweet my teeth start to hurt. Ooh.
Why, hello, Mrs. Ogasawara. It is very, very nice to meet you.
I can't hear my mother anymore, but I've no doubt she'll be sounding as confused as a headless chicken right about now. And for good reason. Who's this crazy girl who's addressing me so suddenly in so familiar a manner? Is what I'm sure she'll be thinking. Jeez, what a pain. Hey, you, give that back! I cross the room, needing to take my phone back from Ayu, but she's too quick for me. Too slow. You missed it. Almost. Not quite. She darts away, ducking under my arm, and continues her address, as though nothing at all is amiss.
I know we haven't been formally introduced, but I am very much looking forward to meeting you in person one of these days. My name is Iku Ayu. Perhaps you've heard of me. I'm Japan's #1 idol, and I'm beloved all across the world.
You're Japan's #2 idol now.
Cosmos murmurs, but she speaks softly this time, so A doesn't catch on. A is so busy talking to my mother, and in any event, she doesn't seem to be paying Cosmos any attention.
This might be news to you, but your son and I have quite the intimate relationship.
Uh-oh. She's letting that tsundere thingy slip. Is that what it is? Yeah.
He is my loyal cameraman, and he has taken many photos of me in the past for the newspaper he is indentured in. I felt sorry for your poor son. Seeing him work so hard for so meager a pittance, so I extended the olive branch of friendship unto him, which is not something I bequeath easily, mind you. As Japan's #1 idol,
#2 idol.
I am a very busy woman. I don't have the time to care for all the down-in-the-mouth plebeians which populate this country.
Hey, you! Knock it off!
Your son won me over, however, with his determination and his focus, and later, his kindness. I have grown rather fond of him over the last few months, and I have good reason to believe he shares my feelings. If women might believe she has this in the bag, now she's convinced to Hiroki on my TV, but don't go counting me out of this race just yet.
Hey, you!
I have plans to get Hiroki down the aisle before she can. Then the pair of us will be married. And you shall be my future mother-in-law. I look forward to seeing you at our wedding, which will definitely be happening. I'm in the process of picking out a white dress as we speak. Oh, me too. I'd also like to marry Hiroki one day.
I already own a lot of wedding dresses, but, well,
They aren't normal dresses. They show off a lot of skin.
I guess they're more like lingerie. Some of them have veils, though, and garters.
I don't look into what lingerie is, but gosh darn it. Come on now.
I wonder if getting married in an outfit like that would be bad. They aren't very traditional. Maybe I should get something less revealing. But that wouldn't be as sexy. I want to look my best on wedding day, and my fans say my thighs are my best feature. A long dress would hide them. What should I do? What it matters? You won't be the one to marry Hiroki. I will. Can't we both marry him? We both love him after all. I wouldn't go quite that far. I just appreciate him, is all, and I don't want the rest of you taking him away from me. I'm going to win this competition in any case, so you best back off. Polygamy isn't even legal in Japan, Cosmos. You dummy! It isn't? Of course it isn't! What bizarre land do you live in? It certainly isn't Earth. Hiroki can date all of us, but he can't marry all of us. He'll need to choose, and naturally he'll choose me. That's not up for debate. Now goodbye. Oops. Now goodbye, Mrs. Ogasawara. When will we next meet? I hope it will be under better circumstances. As your daughter-in-law, I promise I will do you proud.
So saying, Ayu disconnects the call, then tosses my cell phone back at me.
Here you go. I'm done now.
Are you now? I sigh. That's funny. I feel pretty done right about now, too.
Done? Done? With what?
I guess a bit of drink there. Oh, I don't know. Life, maybe? Hey, why is everything gotta be so complicated? Groaning, I look at my cell phone, Hey, you only cut the call with my mother a little while ago. I wish she'd asked before doing that. But my mother's already sent me a message. This message from my mother, obviously typed in a hurry. The typos attest to as much. States simply, Hiroki, what is going on? 6 question marks. Goodness. It's a fair question, I guess, but it's not one I have an immediate answer for. Or any immediate answer for. Well, I did try to tell you. Sighing. I turned my phone off. Now's not the time to explain everything to my mother. Then slide it into my pocket. I'll have to contact her about all this insanity later, and try to get it sorted out. For the present, however, I've a bone I need to pick with AU. I wish you hadn't said all that stuff to my mother. This is going to lead to a very awkward conversation.
And why shouldn't I talk to her, huh? Doesn't she have a right to know about our relationship? We've been dating for almost a year. Don't tell me you want to keep me a secret.
AU takes a step back, their expression contorting.
Any normal guy would be happy to be dating a cat like me. You're Jack. You've no right to act ashamed of me. You're punching in way above your weight as it is. Well, why aren't I allowed to make things official?
AU, please. I tried to adopt my best soothing tones. Probably should have said it like, AU, please. To contrast to AU's shrill ones. Getting mad at her won't do anything to help the situation. And I can understand where AU's coming from. I'd feel pretty rotten if my partner was trying to keep my existence hush-hush, too. It's not the best feeling in the world. I'm not upset that you contacted my mother. I'm upset that you contacted her like you did, without asking me if it was alright beforehand. I was actually trying to tell her about you and Cosmos and Marina and the others before you interrupted.
Huh?
AU's eyes widen at this. She presses a hand to her chest, as an overwrought maiden might, and blushing, says,
You were?
Yeah, I figured I've kept things a secret for long enough. Is this like the climax of the series? I know there's probably going to be like a 10th game out, right? 10th game in the series, right? So it's, I don't know, it feels like it's probably what's going on here. This is like the climax of like the series of games that this is. I don't know, it's just feeling like that now because it's like everyone's like admitting that, or like Hiroki is now just admitting this now. He's dating all these popular people that are actually succubi, and you know, it's just, yeah, I'm seeing that. I know my dating situation's pretty complicated, which is why I didn't tell her about it, but I figured I owed it to you and all the others to be upfront. I'm not ashamed of you. In fact, it's the exact opposite. I'm proud to be dating so many attractive, incredible women. I want to introduce all of you to my parents, not hide you away, but, well, I smile wryly. It's complicated.
Did your mother take it badly, Hiroki?
I wouldn't say that exactly. It's more like she didn't believe me at all.
She thought you were joking?
I nod. I was doing my best to convince her before you barged in, AU.
How rude.
AU harumps.
I don't barge. I'm much too polite for such rough conduct. Such a word would better be used to describe Hazel.
Alright then. Unexpectedly interrupted. Does that sound better?
Not really, but...
AU pouts.
Just wanted to show you how much I like you, Hiroki. I was upset that Fumin got the better of me, so I thought I'd at least seize the opportunity to announce my intentions to your mother.
I'm serious about marrying you one of these days. This is more than just a competition. I want us to be a real couple, but, to make things difficult for you.
Maybe just a bit. But I suppose it's fine. My mother has to believe my claims now, at the very least. Yeah, hopefully by this point, you know. Yeah, I would have liked to ease her into it, and give her more time to accept the situation. But I guess it's too late to fuss. She would have found out sooner or later, anyway. Yeah, that's kinda true. I smile at Ayu, who now looks uncommonly abashed, and pat the top of her head. There. Don't worry. I'm not angry.
You're not?
Nah. It's nice knowing you're this serious about me. Just try to keep that temper of yours in check, okay? I don't like having to scold you. I'm not a sadist. Not like Marina.
Oh, her.
Ayu pulls a face.
I can't stand having to share you with that woman. She might act classy, but deep down she's an utter brute. There's no softness in her heart whatsoever. She's even wickeder than human. She does have a cute side, though. Don't you remember how scared she looked when we were telling ghost stories at your beach? The way she clung to Hiroki was pretty cute. Sure, maybe she was a bit appealing then, but that's only one time out of 100. No, 1,000! Most of the time she's unbearable.
Well, let's just agree to disagree. So, I look between my unexpected guests, some of my distemper already drained. I think I've already got the gist of it, but I'll ask just to be certain. What are you two doing here?
It's like I said, I wanted to stop by and see you before you go to Astoria. I'll miss you, quite a lot, actually. I'm sad I can't come along with you, but I thought,
Shyly, Ayu toys with one of her pigtails.
I know you don't leave until the weekend, but I have a pretty packed schedule. I don't think I'll have a chance to see you off on the day, so I thought I'd come here now. I want to say goodbye to you, and I want to give you something to remember me by.
You're worried I'll forget you?
You have so many beautiful women hanging off you, I wouldn't be surprised. I know I'm the cutest of the bunch, but you have a pretty poor attention span. That's why I want you to listen up.
Ayu stabs a finger in my direction. Stab.
Keep me in your heart always, or I'll tear it out. Have you got that?
I've got it. And don't worry. I could never forget you, Ayu.
You promise?
Sure do. I'll cross my heart, too, if it makes you feel better. It's not like I could forget Ayu, even if I wanted to. She's so loud and shrill. She makes quite the impression. I don't say this, however. I don't want to cause Ayu any unnecessary upset. Really, when she's not carrying on like a deranged harpy, she can be quite cute. I just wish she'd be honest more often.
And I came with Ayu to offer moral support. She was too shy to come over on her own. She was worrying that she might look too clingy, so I offered to tag along.
Huh? Is that true?
It's true. Ayu kept saying,
Cosmos clears her throat, then does her best impression of our resident idol.
What if he thinks I'm too demanding? What if he starts to hate me? If I come on too strong, he might never want to see me again. This is so embarrassing. Why do I have to like him so much?
Cosmos squeaks as a red-faced Ayu elbows her in the side. Yep.
I did not say that. Not a single word. Stop making things up, you stupid wannabe cat girl. You must have been huffing up too much catnip. Huh? How do you meow that? You weren't really huffing catnip, were you? Now me, I'm a woman of meowstery. Meowstery.
Whatever. Cosmos giggles, then looks back to me.
And you might be acting all prickly right now. I am not prickly. But I know how to be honest about my own feelings. I wanted to see you off too, Naruki. I'll miss you a lot myself. You're the best boyfriend in all the world. Stay safe during your journey, and please, be careful. I'll cheer you on, so you've got nothing to worry about.
Hi! Illustrations! Get a good look. Also, yeah. Where'd you get those though? Where'd you get those things that are now on her hands though? No, nothing was mentioned about that. You know, I'm just saying. You know, the peekaboo palms on her hands she's holding. I don't even know that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know.
Go, Hiroki! You can do it, Hiroki! Let's get married, Hiroki!
I think Cosmo might have sneaked something a little strange into her cheerleaders chanting. But I appreciate the sentiment. It's nice to know that she cares about me so much. And, I think, and with a wry smile, it's doubly nice that she's chosen to make a show of her caring by putting on a little cheerleading performance for my sake. Probably had those palms in Hammer's face, probably. I don't know. They were not brought up once before this point. Gotta love it. Her shirt has a high cut, and when she raises her arms, it exposes an awful lot of her smooth, flat tummy. Her skirt too is short, that its pleats are fluttering around her thighs. Oh yeah? Darn, she looks good in that outfit. Cosmos always looks cute in everything she wears, but I'm accustomed to seeing her in her favorite white tank top and shorts. The skirt changes things up a little. Cosmos dresses in a lot of cosplay outfits, but this might be one of my favorites. Although, now that I think about it, her bunny get-up was pretty nice too. Oh yeah, she used to wear that. I guess Cosmos looks cute in almost everything she wears.
You can do it, I believe in you. I'll always be cheering for you. You're my #1 boyfriend. No, wait, are you my only boyfriend? No, wait, aren't you my only boyfriend?
You're asking me? I laugh, amused at my Cosmos airhead antics. I don't know. Am I? Am I?
You were the last time I checked, at least.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
There's nobody I like as much as you, after all. You really are the best, Hiroki. That's why we need to stay together. Yay!
Cosmos sure is jumping around a lot. I wonder if she keeps bobbing around, whether I'll be able to see her underwear. What the f***? Okay, mate.
Alright, mister, that's enough gawping.
Ayu reaches out, then takes hold of my hand. Also, new composition. I like it. Ayu reaches out, then takes hold of my hand.
I'm here too, remember? I want you to look at me as well. And I want you to hold me and comfort me. It'll be a while until we get to see one another again. So please.
Ayu looks at me from beneath her eyelashes. Her pink lips pursed like a fallen cherry blossom petal.
Let's spend some time together while we can. Then I think I'll be able to say goodbye to you with a smile.
Ah, but of course. Yeah. Weird, I thought that she was talking about him comforting her. What? Also, yeah, another freaking scene. Ugh. Yeah. Let's get on to it though. They are indeed in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 position here. Yeah.
Here you go, Hiroki. What do you think? Will this be enough to satisfy you?
Oh, yeah. I'm plenty satisfied. And I've not even done anything yet. Yeah, man, you're right. What are you doing? Thanks, you for giving me such a good view. You really are the best. Yes. Somehow you have that view in your apartment, too. What, are they... Did they install windows and we don't know? A good view. You can really just see out there. A few trees. If the current situation weren't so sultry, Cosmo's lying, legs spread like the blinds. Cosmo's lying. Cosmo's spreading the blinds open on the floor while AU straddles her. Odd. Her fingers digging into Cosmo's flushed inner thigh. I'd give AU a thumbs up for her ingenuity. While AU can be irritating at times, largely owing to her ego, she's being pretty sweet right now. No, you're kinda right. As far as send-offs go, I couldn't ask for anything better. This is a sight I'll remember for quite some time. Of that, I'm certain.
Ah, Hiroki's looking at me.
Like, from the mirror? Yeah, that's right, I'm putting a mirror in here. Yeah, the view, you know, because the mirror is showing that. Yeah, Hiroki's just kind of just looking at the mirror, looking at a mirror, just, he's not, like, actually looking at them, he's looking at the reflection of them in the mirror. There you go, because they're talking about views. Cosmo's sighs, her hips shifting, despite being pinned beneath AU's weight. Yeah, AU, let her keep the blinds spread. I think we like what we're seeing out there, you know? We like seeing, like, just the horizon, you know? Maybe the sun's kind of set in there.
He's, looking at the most intimate part of nature.
What? What am I saying? What's that? That's actually a good question, though. What's the most intimate part of nature?
This is kind of embarrassing, but it feels really good, too.
Why is it embarrassing?
AU raises an eyebrow.
You should be used to this by now, silly Cosmos. This is hardly the first time Hiroki's seen you in a pose like this. Don't try and act all innocent now. It's way too late for the nice girl to act. For the nice girl act.
Are you saying I'm not a nice girl, AU?
No, you're not. You're incredibly dirty. Nice girls don't flash their, lights out like this, Cosmos.
Do you see someone in the distance over there, Cosmos? I mean, you have the blinds open, right? So the blinds are open, maybe you see... maybe some animals going over there, yeah. Oh my god.
Hey, that's mean. I might be a little lewd, but that doesn't mean I'm not nice. That's what I think, at least.
Peering at me from behind AU's butt, Cosmos says, her voice plaintive.
Am I nice, Hiroki?
Of course. You're the best girlfriend a guy could ask for.
But AU said I wasn't.
AU says a lot of things. You shouldn't listen to her. She's probably jealous of how cute you are.
Hey!
AU scowls.
How dare you take that tone with me, when I'm doing you such an omega favor? This was all my idea, mister. You'd better remember to thank me when you're
all that over
inside Cosmos here.
And you said I'm not dirty.
Ooh, sorry.
And you said I'm dirty.
Cosmos pouts.
I think you're much litter than I am, AU.
I agree. Idols shouldn't use such crude phrases. Your fans would be very disappointed, AU, if they could hear you now. Oh no, do you see maybe you see a fan of yours outside the window? That's probably not likely though, let's be honest. But it could happen.
Well, it's a good thing they're not here then, is it?
I don't know, take a gander out the window. Again, Cosmos has the blinds open. It wouldn't hurt to look, would it?
They're all idiots anyway for fawning over me so much when they don't know what I really like. We're basically strangers. It's not like I want their love.
And what about mine? Would you be prepared to accept my feelings?
That's different.
AU glances aside. Her face flushed.
You're different. You're not my fan. You're my
cameraman, right? Camera man, right?
That's right. You're still beneath me, of course.
Of course.
I wouldn't mind giving you a bit of a reward for always being with me. Would you like that?
Like I even need to think about it. Yeah, I would. Thanks, AU. You open the window. And try to yell outside. Hey! I'm about to have a good time! Clearly that's not what it says, but I can't even read it with whatever the heck it's saying. AU cultivates such a cutesy image on stage. I sometimes forget. Beneath the pastel outfits she favors so much, she's actually incredibly stacked. Buddy, you should chill out. We're over here sightseeing out of a window. Calm down. You know what I mean? Her bosom can't rival Marina's or Fufumi's, but it's definitely appealing. I don't know. You tell me. Oh my god. Do you want to make good on that offer then?
Sure. I don't know when I'll next be able to see you, so let's make some good memories together. Not that I'm getting sentimental about this or anything. Tell me.
Yo. You still have that flashlight out, Cosmos? I think it just kind of got into her face. I think you're blinding AU now. Or blinding whoever that is, you know, whatever. Oh my god. So saying, AU dips her head. Yeah, I told you, man. Why are you blinding her, Cosmos? Let her also look out the window. I don't know. Do you see a person walking over there? No, that's not a person. That's like... Oh, you hear them birds chirping? No, I don't think you do. That's okay. Oh my god, I cannot read any of that. Oh, stop. Nope, can't read it. Yo, I can't read it. You're having a really good time out there, which... How does the breeze feel, huh? I bet you it feels pretty good, you know. The breeze that this is, kinda... Yeah. Yeah, pretty good. I think the wind check, or the wind speed is like... I don't know, like... 11 miles per hour. You know? Desperate for more, I shift back. And then... Sorry, AU. But I'm going to have to ask you to... look out the window even more. You can handle it, right? You're a top idol, so there's nothing you can't do. Not when it comes to showing guys a good time. Oh yeah, you're right. Just get your eyes readjusted there. I think your pupils will get back into shape, and yeah, then you'll see, I don't know, maybe there's some animals out there looking at you. Show them what's what, maybe. Oh, but don't... Okay, well, maybe don't do that. Don't put the leaves in your mouth. I think some leaves entered through the window. I don't know. Yeah, gosh darn it. It's pretty cold, right? Didn't it say something about that? Is this... Yeah, gosh darn it. Okay, mate. Oh, yeah, the warm cavern. Ooh, is there a cavern in the distance? Oh. Well, I guess in this weather, which is supposedly kind of cold, probably not the best idea. Yeah, probably not the best idea to go over that cavern. I mean, they had to walk all the way over here, right? Just to meet up with Hiroki here, right? Yeah. Ooh, soon her eyelids fall shut, and dutifully she resumes her ministrations. Ooh. Stop! No! Ugh. Yeah, maybe get those leaves out of your mouth, honestly. At this point. Ah! Seriously. Yeah, Cosmos. I think you're doing alright. Did you turn off the flashlight? Yeah, she turned off the flashlight. Yeah, she realized this isn't that really great idea. Ooh, did she get her phone out? Why'd you get your phone out, though? Ooh. Yo. She is taking photos of whatever the heck's going on out there. Did that bird just fall out of the nest? Whoa. Ooh, and I think the caretaker of that bird picked up on that. Nice. Yeah, we're seeing things out there. Hey, Cosmos? I posit this question to my cat-eared paramour, who's still situated beneath AU. Does AU look like she's enjoying herself?
I think so. Yes. Her view of the atmosphere at the moment is so clear. Ugh.
Yeah. Oh my god. Stop.
It smells kind of bad, actually.
Ooh. Yeah, sometimes that air quality ain't the greatest, you know. It's...
But I think it's pretty cute. AU is so sensitive.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, the air quality, I mean, even like as I'm recording this, you know, the air quality's not quite the greatest it could be. I mean, it still is rather warm, but, you know, yeah. Or words to that effect. AU's pretty easy to read. Are you gonna show some people out there a book? Out there out the window? I don't think they could probably read words from that far away, I don't know. I'm glad you're having so much fun. I ruffled the top of AU's head affectionately, as one might a cat. Okay. It seems your body can be honest, at least, even if your mouth can't. But I think Cosmos is getting a bit left out. I want to make her feel good, too. Yeah, let Cosmos look out the window, too. Let's stop with this foreplay and move on to the main event. Uh-oh. I can only imagine there's going to be a shift of the... Yep. Hello. That's a difference. Gosh, freaking dang it. So... Right. It might be raining by this point. You might want to close that window, but you are leaving it open. Yeah. It might just be raining now. I can't even lie. Yeah, something's like raining right now. Yeah, it's kind of raining. Suddenly, the clouds got dark, and now it's kind of rainy. Maybe some like lights just reflecting as you... Did you turn the flashlight back on again, too? The flashlight is back on. Wow. Ugh, no, I can't read that. I'm so stiff. Yeah, it's cold, man. And now is... Yeah. Like, it's just cold, man. Very cold, dude. Because it's raining. As if it wasn't bad enough. Now it's raining, right? Because... Yeah. Yo. Ooh. Yeah, just look at those trees kind of swaying there. I don't know. Maybe the wind speed picked up by like 3 miles per hour. I don't know. See, maybe a few cars out there. Ooh, nearing my limits. But first I want to show Cosmos a good time. Yeah, let's take her out for a ride. Look out that window. Maybe we gotta go to the car. Yeah, you know, this apartment doesn't really have air conditioning. Let's go to the car. We don't have a car, but let's just imagine we have a car. Let's get some air conditioning going in there. It's a very enclosed space. We can get real warm and up in there. The air is not coming in, the cold air, and we'll still be protected by the rain. You know?
Oh, yes, that feels so good, Hiroki.
Yeah, getting all warmed up and everything, right? Yeah.
You're so good at this. I can't think anymore.
I wonder if you're also just letting human radiation do that work for you, too. Yeah. You still looking out that window, AU? Good job. You're letting her a little look out, too. I don't know what I'm freaking saying, man.
Ugh, I can taste your musty, nasty, everywhere thingy-ness in my mouth. Hiroki, it's gross.
Are you tasting the rain or something? Why are you tasting the rain? You know, the rain doesn't... no? So gross tasting, it was enough to make you feel like you need an umbrella. That made you close your umbrella. Made you get that... yeah, made you just get that thing.
I didn't mean to get that umbrella. Don't spread unfounded rumors like that, dummy.
Yeah, oh my god. You didn't? My mistake. Yeah, I think you kind of came unprepared for the rain, you know? So, when you were... oh my god, no, I can't freaking read that.
I just, well...
AU looks away, obviously embarrassed.
I was just playing along. Since you weren't obviously having so much fun, I wouldn't want to ruin the mood.
Oh, trust me, you are not ruining the mood. You were play acting for the sake of my ego then? That's very sweet of you, AU, but now I feel guilty. If you really didn't like it, maybe we should stop looking out this window from now on. I'd rather sightsee with a girl who's actually into it, like Cosmos in here. She's kind of liking the rain. It's something like that. I don't know.
Yes, give me more.
She's obviously enjoying herself, so maybe I'll keep sightseeing through the windows for with her from now on. Ugh. Don't feel obliged to join in. You can always watch on the sidelines. Like I said, I think AU took a bit of a break from looking out there. I think that's what it is. Yeah. You can always watch on the sidelines. Oh yeah. You don't want to get yourself involved? Hey, get in here. You want to have fun too, right? Go sightsee with Cosmos, bro.
That's not fair. You have to treat us equally, Hiroki.
So you say. But we all have different tastes. If you don't like being by this window with me, then...
That's not a problem. I do like being by this window with you. I like it so much. I even joined a little bit back then when I was originally here, maybe. Well, I can't say with the rest of that.
Ah. I grin. So the truth comes out. AU blushes. I guess she didn't mean to let that slide. Trust me, that playground over there is not worth going to now. It is way too wet over there. All the equipment over there, it's just too wet now, you know? You know, we could drive over there, you know, still in the car, right? But no, it's not worth it. Oh my god, I cannot read this stuff. We're getting there, though.
Hiroki!
Cosmos whimpers while wriggling beneath me. What? You want to go to bed or something? You know, because it's getting a little late, maybe?
I'm starting to feel awful funny. I think I'm getting sleepy.
Or at least...
About to faint because it feels so good to look out here with the window with you. Oh my god.
What the frick? With the big rigs. Right? I don't know what I'm saying. That's alright, Cosmos. You can go back inside. I want you to. Don't hold yourself back. Not like Ayu.
Hey!
Ayu pouts.
Don't bring me into this!
That, I think, might be a little hard with Ayu's trying to also go back inside. But I don't say that. That's not what it said. I'm too close to my own entering of the premises. Again. Ugh.
Woo!
It's great to be back inside of the building, the apartment. Oh yeah. Yes. Whew, how refreshing. Probably could have went with that jacket, but we never could have guessed the clouds would have just decided they'd just rain on us, you know? Ugh. Yeah, yeah. Oh, but now it's clearing up. Right when we get inside, now the clouds are more white. Okay. Yeah, see, that's what's kind of going on here? Yeah. You finally succumb. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, gracious me. I don't know what the heck. Yeah, you had to run for that and you had to run to the door, didn't you? Kinda tired, you out there? It was a bit of a walk. It was a bit of a run there. You know, you had to like park somewhere pretty kind of far away from the actual place you live at. You know? Yeah, you've had a lot of intense outside time in the rain, in the cold, thanks to my succubus companions, but tonight's encounter was on another level. It felt amazing. Like, adventurous, even. Like a journey. Yeah. Alright, moving on to this. A couple of days pass, and eventually the date of my scheduled flight to Astoria arrives. I travel to the airport on my own, lugging my suitcase behind me. I packed pretty lightly, knowing I'd only be there for a fortnight. I didn't see the need to take much more than a few changes of clothes, some toiletries, and my trusty cell phone. I did briefly consider hauling my expensive camera along for the ride, but decided against it. The camera on my phone, though not nearly as powerful, should be good enough for taking touristy snapshots, should I feel the need. Plus, I'm a little antsy about my expensive camera, after I broke my last one all those months prior, back at Ayu's concert. I don't want a repeat of that incident. The sickening crunch the camera made when I dropped it shaved at least 5 years of off my lifespan. That was back before I had friends in high places like Marina and Fumi, and without their financial backing, I was afraid I'd be ruined. Speaking of Marina and Fumi, oh man, they're both waiting for me when I arrive at the airport, as is Hazel. More sip. The four of us check in, then wait out the hour until we're allowed to board. Dang. This looks really good. Oh my god. You even got a clock in the middle there. Nice. The airport's quite sleek and modern. There are digital screens displayed about the waiting room, and the floor is made of shiny, reflective tiles. I plug my phone in, letting it charge, and lean back in my seat. I get the feeling might be what I might have to do a little bit going to California to see some family. Gosh darn it. You know. Kind of coincidental. But, nah, I don't know. I didn't get much sleep last night on account of nerves. I'm not the best flyer. So I'm hoping to get some R&R in before the flight proper. Okay, so I was a bit confused. I thought he did indeed leave before that. But apparently Hifumi was indeed actually still around where Hiroki was. Okay. I was a little confused. I thought the game like skipped like this traveling part. My bad. I can't say I'm a big fan of airplanes. Since I have long legs, they always end up getting cramped. And for some reason, I seem to be a magnet for whiny babies. Yeah. Fortunately, Marina booked our tickets, and she splurged for first-class seating. Wow. I should have expected nothing less, really, from Wakatsuki Marina. Ugh. I should have a bit more legroom than per usual, and with some luck, traveling in style ought to reduce the chances of my running into any screaming kids. I mean, personally, I haven't experienced that yet. I'm doubtful, however, that I'll be able to get any shut-eye during the flight. The journey to Astoria is over 10 hours long, which is quite a while to spend shut up in a stuffy airplane. That is a long time. Almost as long as the previous video. Previous Succubus video. Oh my god. Yeah, you played that in your sleep. I'm not looking forward to the prospect. I need a bit of time to mentally prepare. I tried to practice my breathing, hoping to steady myself for the trial which awaits me. But alas... Hey! Look over there! Is that Hazel Williams?
Hazel Williams? No way, not the famous tennis player.
Yes, it's her. I'm sure of it. And there, sitting with her. That looks like...
Wakatsuki Marina. Wakatsuki Marina? She's here.
Did somebody just mention Hazel Williams?
Hey, is that Yamamoto who told me to?
Dang, man number 2. Wow! What's going on? What's with all these celebs?
Oh my gosh, I'm a huge fan of yours, Hazel. Can I get an autograph?
Look over here, Miss Wakatsuki. Say Wakatsuki. Say cheese. Miss Yamamoto, would you mind if I took a photo with you?
Uh-oh. We got the jazz music coming in. Let's go. Yay. I like it. My. Marina, who was sitting beside me, her legs folded, sighs.
This is what we get, I suppose, for traveling on a commercial airline. I might have paid for first-class tickets, but that isn't enough to keep the rabble away. I knew we ought to have flown in my private jet instead.
You have a private jet?
Of course. What do you take me for? I am incredibly wealthy, after all.
Marina rises to her feet, then dismissively runs a hand through her white tresses. I guess she has a point. It makes sense she'd own a private jet, given all the expensive clothes she owns and her exceedingly plush mansion. I guess Marina really does live in a different sphere to me. She talks to me like an equal, so sometimes I forget how vast the gulf in our social standing is.
Goodness.
Marina exhales.
All this attention is tedious. Come along, Hiroki. Hazel, Hifumi. I do not wish to be surrounded by gawpers. I am not an animal in a zoo.
Marina links an arm through mine, meaning to pull me away. I'm content enough to follow her. I don't want to get caught up in among a curious crowd. But Hazel, it seems has other ideas.
Ha!
Hazel pouts, then scuffs the floor with her sneaker.
Do we really have to leave?
I would vastly prefer it, yes. Why?
Marina presses her lips together.
Please don't tell me you enjoy being at the center of all this commotion.
I don't mind, really. I'm happy I have so many fans, in fact. That means I'm getting more and more popular. I'm always up for signing a few autographs.
Goodness, how very magnanimous.
Magnanimous of you.
Big words, guys, big words.
I know. I'm so considerate.
Of your fans, maybe, but what of the rest of us? What of the rest of us?
Marina sighs.
Fine. You can play the court gesture if you wish. But I have no desire to linger. Hiroki, Hifumi, and I shall leave, and you can remain here.
Huh? What? Wait, that ain't fair. Don't leave me.
But I thought you liked the attention?
I do like the attention. But I don't want to be away from Hiroki. We're supposed to be traveling in a group.
And we have an illustration. Awesome. My attention was very quickly brought to whatever this was here, which is indeed supposed to be indicating like there's motion. Pat of the shoulder here. Yeah, that's what that is. I like that. Also, once again, Marina is indeed holding onto Hiroki's arm. Interesting. Yeah. Remember the last game she was doing that? Yeah. Yeah, remember the last game she was doing that? Yeah. Yeah, Hiroki, you look like you'd have some long legs, yeah. Anyway, yeah, here we go. Hazel presses her body against my other side, while resting a hand on my shoulder. Oh yeah. Now, both of them are sidled up to me, sandwiching me between their voluptuous bosoms. Hoo 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 hoo. Yeah, of course, yeah, of course.
You want to stick with me, don't you, Hiroki?
No. Oh, no. I think my darling would rather stay with me.
No, he wants to stay with me. Goodness, my future husband is so popular. Perhaps I ought to feel jealous. But as your adoring wife, I feel nothing but happiness for you, my beloved.
I'm glad, I guess, that Hifumi seems so amused by this whole production. What's going on? Who's that guy Hazel and Mrs. Wakatsuki are clinging to?
Is he an acquaintance of theirs? A boring, ordinary-looking man like that?
There's no way. They look like they're on friendly terms, though. I've never seen Miss Wakatsuki cling to a man like that. I thought she was supposed to be the strong, independent type.
They look very cozy.
No, wait. Don't tell me. A member of the crowd gasps, then jabs a finger in my direction. That can't be the man Miss Yamamoto spoke of during the National Karuta Championships, can it? Huh? What are you talking about? Mrs. Yamamoto said there was a man she was fond of, one she loved above all else. Could it be him? Are you saying this boring man, is dating Yamamoto Hifumi? There's no way! I refuse to believe it. No, I can't get the voices. Whatever. Man, figure's supposed to sound like that. I refuse to believe it. Ugh. It seems I've caused quite the disturbance. I'd like to try and clear matters up. Not that the crowd that's formed about us is laboring under a misunderstanding, per se. But before I can...
Yes, that is correct.
Wow. Hifumi announces, one hand upon her breast, a gentle smile upon her face.
Hiroki is, indeed, very precious to me, but I am not the only one blessed to be his beloved. He is also intimately familiar with my dear friends, Marina and Hazel. We all love one another very much, and we are exceedingly close. Do you not think that is wonderful?
I grit my teeth together. It'll be impossible to talk my way out of this now. Hifumi's as good as sealed my fate. Now, all these guys are glaring at me like they want to dismember me. In more ways than one. My limbs aren't my only body parts in immediate danger here. Oh yeah? So this is all... Oh. So, this is Ogasawara Hiroki. He's more plain looking than I thought. Why is he so popular? It's not fair.
Some people get all the look.
The crowd are, for the most part, bemoaning my popularity, but others More opportunistic members of the peanut gallery seem to be regarding this as a chance to make a quick buck. Quick buck. Ooh, yeah. A couple of people whip out phones, and before I can say, no photos, they start snapping. Ugh.
This'll be a huge scoop. I bet the magazines will pay a lot for this. A candid photo like this must be worth a prince's ransom. I'll be rich.
Thank you, Hiroki, for generating so much drama.
I groan. I groan. Yeah, I remember doing that every time. I groan. Yeah. I suppose I should have foreseen that this would happen, given my close relations with so many famous women. In fact, it's a bit surprising all my affairs haven't been leaked to the press yet. I've been doing a good job of keeping my relationships under wraps, but it looks like the cat's out of the bag now. In time, everybody will know about me, and my relationship with Hifumi, Marina, and Hazel. As if my life wasn't difficult enough already. My co-workers already hate me, and they don't have concrete proof of all my relationships just yet. This photo, however, of Marina and Hazel clinging to me will change everything. Yeah, this image. I think one of them might have taken that. Nah, I'm just kidding. Jeez. I sigh. Forget sleeping on the flight. I'll be too busy worrying about this to get a moment's rest. Why must my life be so very difficult? Gracious me. 16 hours later. Dang, 16? Gracious me. Are we on the other side? Maybe. Well, that was miserable. I stumble through the airport, which for some reason looks an awful lot like the airport back in Japan. My luggage in tow. I mean, who would want to draw yet another image of an airport? Like, this looks like it already took a lot of time. Why draw another one that has like a different design, yeah? Like, what kind of sense would that make, right? Whatever. I can understand, The flight from Japan to Astoria took about 13 hours, but the flight wasn't a direct one. And we had to wait in Germany for 2 hours for a connecting flight. I don't like flying much in general, and I've never been so far afield from Japan before in my life. I feel uncomfortably sticky, despite it being rather chilly, and there's a foul taste in my mouth that won't go away. I wasn't able to get any sleep at all on the flight. Dang, despite being booked into first-class seats, and I feel like death walking. The food they served on the flight wasn't much to write home about either. Airline food. Whatever. If I wasn't tired as I was, I'd probably be starving. Food's the last thing on my mind, however. My stomach feels all jumbled up after a fairly rough landing, and my head is pounding. I want to find my hotel stat, and then go to sleep. The sun hasn't set yet, though I think it should be sinking in an hour or so. But I don't care about petty things like societal norms or even keeping a healthy schedule. I can't think of anything except going to bed and getting some shut-eye, darn it. I feel tired, sullen, and sulky. Therefore, as I drag my way through the sleek, shiny airport, Hifumi, Marina, and Hazel in tow. Who? Also, new composition in musical composition. Well, geez, who is this person? I believe this is Elizabeth, right? I'll figure it out. Also, nice plane. I like that. I like that detail right there, because we got. Sorry, the recording just kind of stops there. But yeah, as I was saying, like it kind of maybe represents we just got off the airport. No, I don't think the angle wouldn't make sense. Like they're kind of facing this way, yet the plane is being shown up here. Looking good though. Looking very good though. Very good though. Can't admit to that. All right, Stephania. All right.
Greetings, everybody! It is most wonderful to see you once more! I am most gratified to see you again, mistress. Thank you very much for accepting my invitation. This truly is a happy day. I am so blessed, I can bow before you in thanks.
But fate, it would seem, has other ideas. No sooner have I stumbled out of the airport's entrance, my succubus retinue in tow, then I find myself set upon by a cheerful blonde girl, attired in a luxurious blue dress. I recognize this blonde girl, though I've never met her before. Let me check my microphone's on here. She is none other than the Princess of Astoria herself, Stephania Sophia Maria Isabella of Astoria. Jeez, try saying that 5 times in a row. I'm not doing that. I didn't think, as I hauled my sorry carcass through the airport, that I'd be greeted by this country's princess, of all people. This really is the royal reception. Stephania isn't alone either. She's flanked by several men in dark suits and sunglasses. Bodyguards, I guess. And behind her, to her left, is a young woman clad in black and white frilly attire. Could she be a maid? Oh, there's like construction going on. I meet the mystery woman's eyes, and she courtesies neatly before me. Ooh, voice for Elizabeth. Voice for Elizabeth. Okay. Greetings. My name is Elizabeth, and I am Princess Stephania's top maid. Wherever she goes, I follow. She was determined to welcome your party to Astoria in person, for it was at her request that you have found yourself hence. I look forward to serving you, Miss Yamamoto. Elizabeth's eyes meet Hifumi's. And you too, Miss Wakatsugi. Charmed. And you, Miss Williams. Being called Miss is kind of funny. I don't know if it really suits me. And you, Mr. Ogasawara. The way this maid speaks is awfully polite. I'm starting to feel like royalty myself. She and Stephania make for quite the pleasing pair, superimposed as they are against the sunset sky. Yeah. I wonder which of the two is the more attractive. You're gonna really make me choose. Ugh. Honestly, I really don't care. So I guess I'll just pick Stephania since it's the first option. It's gotta be Stephania. As a Japanese guy, I'm a sucker for blonde hair. I don't see it very often, and the novelty's appealing. Stephania doesn't have blue eyes, which would really cap off her appeal as a beguiling foreigner, but her green irises aren't half bad either. Let's see, volume. Her smile's pretty cute too. Really? She's just cute all over. Here's what happens if I choose Elizabeth instead. Yeah, it's gotta be Elizabeth. I mean, she's a maid. What's not to love? Something about that black and white dress of hers really gets me going. Maids are truth, justice, and love. I'm sorry, Stephania, but princess though you might be, you can never hope to compare to a genuine maid. May I help you with your cases? What? Oh, no. I shake my head, somewhat abashed. Don't put yourself out for me. You can help Hifumi and the others if you want, but I'm a guy, so I should really take care of my own luggage.
Oh, do not worry about that. You are guests, like Lizzie said. Your comfort is of paramount importance.
As a maid, it is my duty to help you with your belongings. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than working for the sake of others. Please, allow me. Elizabeth reaches forth to take my suitcase before I can protest. My case isn't particularly heavy. I didn't pack all that much, and she has no issue with it, despite my gentlemanly grandstanding. I guess I needn't have fussed. Elizabeth takes Hifumi's suitcase next, then Hazel's, then Marina's, Okay. Marina in particular has brought quite a lot with her, yet Elizabeth's grip upon the handles of these myriad cases doesn't falter. She doesn't look at all perturbed either, by the burden she's now carrying. Is she some sort of super maid? Maybe she hits the gym every night. Okay. After completing her household duties, I have to wonder now whether she's secretly ripped beneath the puffy sleeves of her outfit.
Now, once more.
Still smiling, Stephania extends her arm towards us. Oh yeah, like she was kind of already kind of doing this. Okay.
Welcome to Astoria! I hope your stay is a pleasant one. Naturally, you all shall be residing in Astoria's palace during your stay, on the outskirts of Rosenberg. You deserve nothing less than the best.
The palace? I gawp at the princess, my eyes agog. But that's much too fancy for the likes of me. I'm just a peon. I already had a room in a hotel booked.
Oh, pish posh! How could I let you stay in a hotel when the palace has dozens upon dozens of rooms which are left unused? There is more than enough space for you. Please do not be shy. If you are indeed my mistress's partner, then you must be a special sort of man indeed. Nobody could be more worthy of my hospitality. I have already talked things through with my mother and father, and they did not pose any objections. They seemed happy, in fact, that the many empty wings of the palace could finally be put to good use. Now, let us depart. You must be exhausted. Before that, however...
Her green eyes twinkling, Stephania darts forward, and, like a little rabbit, presses her lips first to Hifumi's cheek, then Marina's, then Hazel's, and finally...
This is a classic Astorian greeting,
Stephania says, by way of explanation, after drawing her lips away from me.
It is a basic gesture of courtesy, and as a princess, it would be remiss of me not to offer it unto you. I would hate to be rude, particularly during our first meeting. I hope you will find me an agreeable hostess.
And oh god.
And do remember,
Stephania beams.
Any friend of my mistress is a friend of my own. I am very much looking forward to spending time with you all.
Man. Alright then. The palace, as Stephania said, isn't located too far away from Rosenberg. It's built on the city's outskirts, about an hour or so away from it proper. I'm ferried right to the palace in style and luxury, in a black limousine that must have cost an extortionate amount of money. I can't help but gasp as the car pulls up outside the palace's walls at how grand and imposing a building it is. I looked up pictures of the palace online before my trip to Astoria, so I had a pretty good approximation of its appearance, but seeing it in reality is different to seeing it on grainy photos uploaded on the net. Astoria's palace is a grand building which looks like something straight from a fairy tale. The palace's entrance is supported by marble columns, and there's an impressive series of stone steps leading up to the vast front doors. The palace is inlaid with windows, all decorated with window boxes full of verdant flowers, and a quick glance shows that the building, all told, has 4 impressively stacked floors. It's such a large structure, I have to tip my head back to take it all in. I can scarcely believe I'll be staying here, of all places. I was all prepared to kip in a hotel during the 2 weeks of my holiday, but Princess Stephania evidently had other ideas. Let me try to say a bit. Stephania said her parents approved all this, but I have to wonder how she was able to talk them around. Do they often let members of the rabble stay in their expansive home? I feel distinctly unworthy, but I'm not stupid enough, or ungrateful enough, to look this particular gift horse in the mouth. If Stephania wants me to stay here, then I've no choice but to indulge in her hospitality. She is a princess, after all. I'm helped out of the limo upon arriving at the palace by Elizabeth, who similarly handles my luggage. Feeling a bit like a celebrity, I'm buoyed through the palace's expansive gardens and up the stone steps to its entrance. Once arriving indoors, Elizabeth then guides me through the palace. She leads me through a veritable rabbit warren of twisting, turning corridors, until we eventually arrive at the chamber in which I am to spend the night. By the time we reach my new lodgings, it's already dark outside. The sun sank beneath the horizon during my journey through Astoria, and now the velveteen sky is sprinkled with stars. I can see the stars winking beyond the panes of glass, but only for a few moments. Elizabeth, in the brisk, no-nonsense manner of any skilled maid, crosses the room, then draws the curtains closed.
I hope this room is to your liking. You shall be residing here throughout the duration of your stay in Astoria. This room has its own bathroom, which ought to possess all the amenities you should wish for. Should you find this room lacking in any regard, however, do not hesitate to summon a servant to tell them. There is a bell you may ring by your bedside, which is connected to the servants' quarters, which should summon one of us to your side immediately if aught is amiss. Please, do not hesitate to ask us for help. No issue too small, be it a desire for another pillow or a midnight snack. As a guest, your comfort is of our highest priority, and I shall do all I can to make you feel at home.
Elizabeth accompanies these words with a polite curtsy before resuming her speech. She informs me of when meal times will be, though, she appends, you needn't eat with us if you are feeling unwell or are too tired.
You may ring the servants' quarters and ask that your food be delivered to your bedroom instead.
And gives me a brief rundown of common Astorian etiquette. Is that how that was structured? I don't know. What's going on with it, kind of. With this information thus dispensed, she looks at me demurely, her hands folded at her front, kind of like the vector shows here. Yeah. The image, yeah.
I believe that is all the information I have to impart upon you. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Ogasawara, regarding your stay?
No. I think that ought to be good. Yes. Yawn. I pause, with my words punctuated with a yawn, as I press my palm to my mouth. For now. I finish, my eyes beating with weary tears. Thank you for showing me to my room, Eliza?
Elizabeth.
Yes, that's right, Elizabeth. Sorry. I find it hard to remember Western names at the best of times, and now is most definitely not that. I feel exhausted after my flight, and given the lateness of the hour, I want nothing more to do than to curl up in bed. Thank you for showing me around, and for being so hospitable. It's appreciated, really. I assume that was a yawn.
Do not mention it. As a maid, it is my duty to ensure that all who reside within this palace's walls are quite comfortable. I am sure that is what Princess Stephania would want. You are one of her esteemed guests, after all. I only hope that the princess's effusive greeting at the airport did not perturb you. I know she can be boisterous in her affections, but she is still rather young, sheltered too. You do not think of any less of her, do you?
I'm gonna say maybe she was a bit too forward. I don't know why, yeah. I mean, like, smooches on the cheek, right? Everybody, by the way? Like, pretty much everyone, like, you know, bit too forward. Maybe it's just her thing, but to me, to Hiroki anyway, probably felt that way, so I'm gonna choose that. Maybe she was a bit too forward. I was kind of surprised. I didn't know princesses were so touchy-feely with the hoi polloi.
Please.
Elizabeth pulls a face.
Do not put yourself down like that. It is not an appealing trait in a man. I find it quite tiresome.
I'm telling the truth, though. Compared to Stephania, I'm nothing more than a lowly pleb.
There is great disparity between your social statuses. It is true, but I do not think milady would ever look down on you for that. She is a good, kind girl, and she wishes only to be your friend. I hope you will shed your own silly prejudices and come, one day, to regard her as an equal.
Here's what happens if I say, oh no, it's fine. Oh, no, it's fine.
Are you quite certain?
Sure, don't worry about me, Ellie. Sorry, Elizabeth. I offer Elizabeth a smile. I've got to admit, that kiss on the cheek over at the airport did surprise me, but I didn't dislike it. I've heard such displays of skinship are fairly common in European countries. As such, I didn't presume, not for a second, that Stephania meant anything seedy by it. I think she was just being friendly. I've not known the princess for all that long, but I think she seems a nice person. I'm sure I can get along with her. If I can be Polly with the queen of the succubus realm, who's to say I can't befriend a blue-blooded princess of a small European nation like Astoria? Stephania, for all her forwardness, isn't half as difficult to deal with as you. At least, I don't think she'll be. Stephania only kissed me upon the cheek when we met, whilst you went straight for my mouth. Now, that's something that'll stay with me.
I am very happy to hear that. I hope you will be able to spend time with her during your stay. I am certain that she would enjoy your company.
Now. Elizabeth glances me over, no doubt taking in my sallow complexion and my flyaway hair. Here.
I believe a good night's rest is just what the doctor ordered. Shall I leave you be?
If you wouldn't mind, I'm sorry. Again, I yawn. I'm exhausted.
I thought you might be. You have had quite the busy day. Then, if you will excuse me.
Elizabeth drops a neat curtsy, then turns on her heel. She exits my luxurious, extravagant bedchamber, then closes the door behind her with a thud. I listen to the sound of Elizabeth's heels. Isn't it difficult for her to work in those? As they strike the marble floor, until they fade altogether. Now I'm all alone. In Elizabeth's absence, I yawn once more, and throw myself down upon the bed. I can't remember the last time I felt this tired. I don't particularly like flying, does anybody? And I've never endured so many hours on a plane before. I have a bit of a headache, and there's an unpleasant taste in my mouth. I want nothing more than to go to sleep, but I'm so weary I can't even summon the energy to take off my clothes. Idly, I scan my bedchamber. Not for the first time, I'm struck by how huge it is, and how elaborate. The wardrobe across the room, or what a member of the nobility call it an armoire, is like an object of fine art, expertly carved, with golden handles. The chandelier which hangs from the ceiling is gold, too, as are the bedposts on my four-poster. This room is mostly comprised of whites and creams, with some pale blues and golds for accents. It's an understated kind of color scheme, which lends to the regality of it all. For how expensive all the individual items of furniture which adorn this room must be, not to mention the rugs and the paintings on the wall and the fine sheets upon the bed, it doesn't look gaudy at all. Whoever's in charge of the interior decor around here sure knows their stuff. But that, I suppose, is to be expected. I am staying in a palace. This isn't the first time I've stayed in a palace. I still remember the stint I had in the succubus realm, entrapped at the jealous youth's behest. The rooms there were large too, and just as splendid as those in Stephania's palace. But while Yu's dominion was dark and imposing, Stephania's is sweet and light. It almost feels like I've stepped into a small slice of heaven. Now, I feel like I can finally relax. I lie back in bed, my eyelids fluttering shut, when... Oh, something's vibrating here, I guess. A shrill noise from my pocket makes me start. Somebody must be calling me, but who? Is it my mother? That's always a possibility, but it seems more likely to be AU and or Cosmos. They were both pretty insistent, AU in particular, before I left. What time is it in Japan right now anyway? Would they just be waking up? Alright, calm down. I'm coming. I fish my phone out of my pocket, then take a look at who's calling. But to my surprise, it's not any of my existing contacts. This number apparently is unknown. I guess it's not my mom after all. Or AU or Cosmos, for that matter. Is this some kind of prank? Curiouser and curiouser. Hesitantly, I answer the call, and then... Okay. You was calling. I imagine the fact you were thinking about you. YUE, of course, is why this happened. What the... Oh, okay. Wow. You ever see one of these phones, like, before? Yeah, imagine that, yeah. You see one of these phones before. Anyway, look at all this. You even got, like, the Emanata here. Why she... I think she might have found out about what Hifumi was talking about on TV. I don't know. I'm just making assumptions here, but this is quite surprising. This is not what I was expecting. Yeah. Okay. Well, you. If I remember the voice, which one? First, I just put my... Yeah. Hold on.
Well, thank goodness for that. I was beginning to worry you would never pick up.
I'm greeted by an exasperated voice, coupled with an exasperated face, which appears on the screen of my cell phone. Wait, what? Wait, the screen of your cell phone? What? There's no cell... How's this working then? I mean, this is like... Because the phone would be like the transmitter for the screen. This isn't making... You know what? I don't want to think about it too hard. How about that?
I hate being kept waiting, you know. That's absolutely no way to treat a lady, particularly not a lady such as myself. I know you have a lot of girlfriends now, but I was your first. Don't forget that, mister, unless you want me to march over there and impress that knowledge upon your body by force.
Oh, hey, you. I greet my ex-first girlfriend, and the present ruler of the Succubus realm, with an awkward smile. Talk about unexpected. Yeah, no kid. I didn't think you, of all people, would be calling me. I didn't even know she could. I didn't know you had an internet connection in the Succubus realm. Why is that like a question? I feel like it'd be like a period. I've never understood that sometimes. I don't know. People are like kind of selective with where they put question marks there sometimes. Some sentences like that. I never understood that sometimes. Okay, whatever. Or that said connection would be potent enough to manage video calls without disconnecting. Video calling my parents is difficult enough, and they only live a couple of hours away. The video always breaks up when we attempt it, which is why we rarely bother. Yu's image looks very crisp, however, on my phone screen. I can see her long dark hair as it cascades about her shoulders, and the smooth curve of her shoulders. I can see the swelling of her chest beneath her skin-tight outfit too, and the displeased purse of her lips. Boy, does she look very angried. Yeah.
There's a lot of things you don't know, Hiroki. It could fill a book.
She sounds very angried too. Did she just roll her eyes at me? Oh my god. You doesn't look like a happy camper. Well, this is how she often is. I'm used to it. Wait, really? At least she's never tried to grind the sole of her foot against my skull, like she did to Marina that one time. Oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. Yeah. She looks pretty dignified right now, actually, reclining in her throne in the darkened succubus realm. She's clad in her succubus attire. That tracks, given she is in the succubus realm, which clings to her every curve. It does little to mask how shapely her body is, which I suppose is the point of her outfit. If you've got it, I guess you might as well flaunt it. And you has it in spades. Yu's arms are folded beneath her impressive chest, and behind her, one of her adoring succubus acolytes is holding the receiver of an old-fashioned rotary telephone to her ear. Yeah, one of those rotary telephones, yeah. I guess this is what she's using to contact me. There's no way an old-timey phone like that should have video functionality, and even if it did, surely you would have to hold it away from herself so I could see her. The precise physics behind our little video call aren't quite adding up. Have to catch on to that. Yeah. But, well, I doubt this call was functioning via ordinary methods. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yu is a succubus after all. She must be using magic to speak to me as she is. I shouldn't question it too much. That'll only give me a headache. And in any event, I'm tired. I should have fallen asleep, like a good half hour ago. So, you... I shift in my bed, trying to get comfortable, and offer her what I hope is a consolatory smile. Is there any particular reason why you're calling?
Do I need a reason? I think the fact that I am your partner ought to be the reason enough. To be reason enough to speak to you. It has been rather too long, and I have missed you. I wish we could spend more time together.
Yu sighs.
But work must... Oh, right. But work must always come first, and I am hopelessly busy. I have been thinking of contacting you for several weeks, but only now that I find the time to sit down and call. Being a ruler is very stressful. There's no end to the naughty succubi I am obliged to discipline. It is the little wonder Hifumi abdicated when she did. At the time, I thought becoming queen was a wonderful opportunity, but now I have to wonder whether I have been played for a fool. My cousin is as devious as a fox.
It sounds like you've a bone to pick with Hifumi, then.
You don't know the half of it.
Yu's eyes narrow.
Do not think I am not aware, Heiroki, of everything Hifumi said on television. I heard it all. Every last word.
Were you watching Hifumi's Karuta competition too? Yu nods.
Hifumi is a member of my own family, after all. She told me of the competition. She was very excited about it, in fact, and I felt obliged to cheer her on. I was able to snatch some time between my regal duties to watch her as she slapped about all those prettily printed cards in that kimono of hers, though for what reason I cannot fathom. I don't particularly understand the appeal of Karuta. It seems awfully tedious.
You think? I grin. But Karuta's all about classic poetry. I figured you'd be into that kind of thing. You got really good grades back in school, particularly in literature class. Our teacher couldn't stop singing your praises. He thought you were a genius.
I do have a fondness for the literature of you humans, I will admit. But gamifying your most meaningful works of poetry does not appeal to me. I have heard it said Karuta is about appreciating the arts, but I doubt the participants give it all that much thought. They are too focused upon their own reflexes to reflect upon the meanings in the poems they are playing with. That is no way to show one's respect towards the poets of ages past.
Wow, I didn't know you were so passionate about Karuta.
I am not passionate about it. As I said, I do not care for it.
Maybe so, but your manner of not caring is awfully in-depth. It sounds like you've given it a lot of thought.
Well, I did participate in the Karuta Club myself for a brief spell during high school.
Oh, yeah. I blink, momentarily taken aback by this memory. I'd forgotten about that. How did you get on? How did you get on?
I went only the one time, before I quit in despair. It was obvious that the members of that failing club only wished to recruit me because they hoped I might be able to pull them out of their slump. They did not care for me beyond my memorization skills and my fast reflexes. They did not care for the poetry printed on the cards either. At least, I do not think they did. They only cared for themselves. Their pursuits were wholly selfish.
I guess that's humans for you. But I don't think it's true that all of the players of Karuta across the country do it for the fame and glory. It's not a particularly popular sport. You have to have some passion for the poems themselves, I think, to get into in the first place. Ifumi's really into that kind of stuff, isn't she? Isn't she? Yeah.
I suppose you have a point. I think Hifumi's style of playing is rather considerate. All things considered. Considered, gotcha. She, at least, seems to care about more than accruing points.
I think so, too. She's pretty big on Japanese poetry. I don't think she'd bother playing otherwise.
I must concur.
Yu says, with a nod of her head.
I could help but marvel at Fumi as she played. Her movements were awfully elegant, tempered down though she was by her kimono's trailing sleeves. They did not seem to bother her at all. While I do not see the point of the sport, I am glad Hifumi is Japan's reigning champion. I can think of none more worthy of the position than she.
Hifumi's pretty dedicated in all she does.
Indeed, she is.
Yu scowls.
But I fear she may be too dedicated.
How do you mean? I look at Yu curiously. Is this about her confession?
Yes, it is. What else would it be about? I might respect Hifumi as a Karuta player, but I have little respect for her now after her unheaded machinations. I can scarcely believe she confessed her feelings to you so brazenly after the competition. Did she not pause to think how that would make the rest of us feel? It does not seem at all considerate.
I figured. The moment I clapped eyes on you, that this would be the reason behind her call. She must be jealous, just like AU was. It's understandable, I suppose, that she'd be upset given the circumstances, but jeez. Dating you back when she was called Yuki was difficult enough, and at the time she was my only girlfriend. Now I'm trying to satisfy 6 of them, and they're all succubi to boot. It's hard divvying my time and attention equally between all 6 of my partners, and while I do try, it can get pretty exhausting. I'm happy that Hifumi likes me enough to inform the nation of her feelings, or, well, the portion of the nation that actually watches Karuta competitions. But her forthrightness has caused a bunch of complications.
And, as if that was not bad enough...
Oh? There's even more Yu wants to gripe about? I shudder to think of what the rest of her complaints might entail.
I have seen it reported in the daily newspaper that you were spotted in the airport with Marina and Hazel.
Huh? Okay, now this I wasn't expecting. Oh, come on, man. Really? Yeah, get the photos. Yeah, people are fast, you know. It's true enough that we had our photos taken at the airport, but I didn't think the story would get out this quickly. Yeah, don't underestimate the speed of the social media, man. People are quick to act, you know. They certainly can be. Aren't there more important things to report on other than my love life? Is it really all over the news, Yu?
Indeed it is. It was in the papers, and soon it will be in the magazines. And the internet is crawling with speculation about who you could be, too. Everybody is determined, or so it seems, to solve the mystery of who this suave, dapper young man is, who has managed to woo not only Yamamoto Hifumi, but Wakatsuki Marina and Hazel Williams, too.
You've become almost iconic. You're such a Lothario, a regular Romeo. At least, I would liken you as such, but Romeo only ever dated 2 women.
Hey, I would know about that. I acted in a Romeo and Juliet play, yeah. Yeah, I would know about that, yeah, she did. He did only ever date 2 women. Yeah.
You, meanwhile, have 6 notches on your belt. And I wouldn't be surprised during your stay in Astoria if you ensnared a few more hearts, too.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself, you. I try to soothe my girlfriend, who's starting to look pretty perturbed. I've no interest in pursuing more women. I'm more than content enough with my lot in life as it is. Asking for any more would be selfish, particularly when I have so many fine women who've expressed an interest in me already. You're more than enough to satisfy me.
Well, we'll just see about that.
Yu purses her lips together.
I know you, Hiroki. Or, rather, I know what your scent is like. There's something enticing about it. For some reason, we succubi cannot keep away. You're awfully appealing.
For a succubi, maybe, but I don't think there are any succubi in Astoria's palace. You don't have anything to worry about on that front.
So you say, but looks can be deceiving. We succubi are attracted to fame and glory, after all, and several of our kinds carry exalted titles in the human realm. A handful of us have married into royal families across Europe and have sired children with kings and princesses. Even if Astoria's princess is not a full-blooded succubus, she might very well be descended from one. If I cannot resist you, I doubt she will be able to either.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. I didn't know you succubi had so much influence.
But of course we do. We need humans to revere us if we are to maintain our powers. Without continued love and respect, we begin to weaken. It makes sense, really, that we would gravitate to the rich and the powerful.
So you say. I frown. But I'm not rich or powerful. I'm just an ordinary guy. Beyond my scent, which, as you termed it, is enticing, I don't think I've got all that much going for me.
Please, Hiroki, don't say that.
That I'm ordinary? Yu nods. Oh god, emotional music. Alright then. Hey, I don't mind it actually.
You might think of yourself as such, but you are not so to me. You are very, very special to me, in fact. To question your own merits is akin to questioning my tastes and my love, and as the queen of the succubi, I cannot stand that. Do not dare to presume that my judgment might be misguided. If I love you, it is because you deserve it.
Alright, I get it. I'd hate to pour cold water on your feelings, so I smile at you, flattered by her praise. I can accept them. I'm happy you like me, and I, in turn, like you an awful lot. You're still important to me. That'll never change, no matter what happens. You were my first girlfriend, after all.
Yes, I know. I realize I am being foolish, yet sometimes I get so trapped in my own thoughts, I cannot think rationally. It is a bad habit for a queen.
Yu sighs.
But I shall endeavor to swallow my jealousy. I am speaking to you now. That is the truly important thing, and I do not wish for us to argue. Your immense popularity does concern me, but no matter how many women you woo, I do not think I would ever wish to leave your side. I like you more than I ought, more than might be healthy. It is hard for me, though, to be consigned to the succubus realm while you are busy enjoying your life to the fullest. I wish we could spend more time together. I want to go on dates with you, and I want to cling to you, and I want to confess my love to you, too. I want everybody to know how much you mean to me.
Telling everybody might be a bit of a tall order. There's a lot of people on planet Earth. After all, I reflect, while smiling. But your feelings have reached me, at least. They're loud and clear. I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. It sucks we don't have more time together. I think about you a lot too, though. You
do?
Of course. I love you, after all, and I want to lavish you with attention. You, of course. If you were here, I'd be sure to pat your head, and I'd give you a kiss, too. Would that cheer you up?
Perhaps.
You demurs, her face flushed, while coiling a strand of dark hair about her finger.
I'll hold you to that, then. I fully expect, during our next meeting, for you to embrace me, and to shower me with praise.
Sure, I can do that. It'll be easy. I have no shortage of nice things to say about you. I love how hardworking you are, and how determined. No matter how disheartened you get, you always pick yourself up and keep on going. You're loving and affectionate, and you're intelligent, and...
Alright, that's enough.
You cuts me off, her face redder than the apple that didn't Snow White. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't really know.
You have to save some of these compliments for when we can next see one another face to face, so they don't grow stale. Please, give me something to look forward to.
Sure thing. I'll use the next week to think of plenty more kind words to say to you too. I can't imagine I'll have much else to do. Relaxing in the palace. I don't have any meetings to attend to like Marina, or tennis matches to prep for like Hazel. I came along at Hifumi's behest, but I'm feeling a bit extraneous. I've no real plans lined up, so I might as well use my time to think of ways to cheer you up. Let me check if I'm recording. Oh yeah, I am. Does it get my microphone too? Oh yeah, it is. Good job. Okay. That seems plenty productive enough to me.
I will look forward to it, then.
You surveys me from beneath her dark eyelashes, suddenly shy.
Thank you for being so understanding, Hiroki. And I'm sorry for bothering you when it is so very late. You must be tired after your flight. I just wish to speak to you so much I could not help myself.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I am your boyfriend, after all. You don't need to hold back around me. It'd be pretty sad if you didn't feel comfortable speaking to me.
Yes, I suppose that is true. Thank you again. I should probably be going now, but...
You exhales. It might be my imagination, but her face is starting to look a little red.
It has been such a long time since I last saw you, Hiroki. I cannot help but crave you. Though we can speak only through the phone, I was wondering, could we indulge in a more intimate manner of conversation? I might not be able to hold you, but I can always imagine that I am, and I care for you so greatly. Your words alone would be enough to make me happy.
I know what you's getting at, of course. Her sultry voices make it apparent enough, even if her bedroom eyes don't, and her plaintive entrees can't fail to move me. She's so cute, how could I possibly refuse? Grinning, I observe her and say, "Of course I wouldn't mind. It's funny you feel the need to ask, really, given you are my girlfriend. You ought to know how attractive I find you by now. I'm hardly about to turn you down. I couldn't, even if I wanted to, which I don't. I'm completely in your thrall." Wait, seriously? Oh my god. And so, in the end, I thought we were gonna wait on stuff. They say like next week, maybe I'd find some things to say. Okay, whatever. Oh my god. Oh well. Interesting. So, her servants were just kind of just sitting there the whole time, yeah? Yeah, sitting there the whole time. Yeah. Still holding that phone up. Ugh. Oh, I can't even imagine, like, when these phones actually were more, like, you know, used back then. Like, were people doing things like, like genuinely like this over the phone? Ugh. I don't even want to imagine that that is something someone did, but I wouldn't doubt it was a possibility. At least someone did it around the time these were at least regularly made and were in regular use before these screens kind of took over, you know. Anyway, yeah. All right then. Ugh.
How is this, Hiroki? You can see all of me, can't you?
Sure. Yes, that's right. Yeah, you like put the phone in landscape mode. I put the phone in landscape mode, so yeah, I can definitely see a lot of you. Yeah. Oh my god. I sigh. My fingers curled about. Oh my god. How about remote? How about remote? Yeah, let's watch TV. Yeah, they're watching an erotic movie, maybe. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, surveying you on the screen. Yeah, on the screen of my phone. You know, you can sometimes watch movies. Maybe they're. Oh god, I'm about to say this. Maybe they're Netflix and chilling. Oh my god. If it isn't apparent enough, I don't talk in slang, so it feels weird to hear you say it. But I'm going along with what I'm going with here, which is like watching a movie kind of. Alright. Yui's still sitting on her throne, clad in her succubus attire, but it looks pretty rumpled. Oh, now it does? Yeah. I mean, geez, look what's going on. You're just watching a movie. You're kind of over the bed sheets even. Yeah, they're sitting in like a. No, they're sitting in that chair. I don't know. Okay, I can't talk about that. One of Yu's gloved hands sinks into the screen. There you go. I'll say the screen. Somehow she's entering the TV screen. Maybe she's about to be in the experience of what is on display. Maybe they've reached like this a particular point in the movie. Maybe it's like the raunchy areas of the movie. Maybe. Yeah, there. She looks incredible. No, amazing. What? Like, she looks like she's. Did she fully go through the screen or something? I mean, sure, I guess. She's putting on. Oh yeah, it says here. She's putting on quite the show for my benefit, and I'm an avid member of the audience. Oh really? Who's this demographic of the movie catered to? Pretty sure the rating was probably mature, right? R-rated, some stuff like that, right? I mean, yeah.
Hiroki. Oh, Hiroki.
You moaned my name. Oh yeah. Really giving you a show there, huh? Sheesh. When's the scene gonna end, right? Yeah, I cannot talk about what's going on here. Oh my god, no. I can hear Yu's plaintive sighs through the speakers of my TV screen and or phone. I don't know. I'm trying to go with the TV idea here too. So they're talking through the TV with the slick. No, okay, nope. She must be aroused if her audio is audible even through the TV screen. I don't know. Crap. There's something so amazingly erotic about you. I have to resist the urge to turn off the TV then and there. There you go. With the remote controller in my hand here. Like my thumb is literally on the power button. I wouldn't want to switch the movie here. You know. I modulate my movements. Ugh, nope, can't talk about it. I don't want to end the movie just yet. I don't want to go to sleep just yet. How about that? You know? Maybe we gotta get some food for the occasion, maybe some cereal for the morning. I don't know. I don't freaking know. I usually have more stamina than this. I guess I must be tired is all, after the long flight. Well, that makes sense. That's why that's why I'm saying, like, get some cereal. Maybe the milk is on its way. Maybe from that refrigerator from earlier. Maybe you brought that along with you on the plane right here. Hopefully it's not expired.
Yes.
You sigh seductively while surveying me through half-lidded eyes. Yeah, you're really enjoying the viewing experience there, Hiroki, yes.
Please, Hiroki, keep watching this movie for me. Stare upon the video's length and let yourself fall victim to your own mounting lust
For your eye candy. I don't know. It's not, I don't know.
I know you must want to end this this presentation of the movie. I am irresistible after all, am I not?
I sigh in response. Okay, I can't read any of that. Oh yeah, you sighing. It's like, wow. Thank gosh, this character didn't die. Whew. Thank goodness. Wait a minute, what'd that say? Why am I so turned on? Probably because you have the TV on right now. Maybe that's why you're... Yeah, it says, why am I so turned on right here, so... I can't even touch you. This shouldn't be anywhere near as intense as an experience as it is. Yeah, because he's on the other side of the screen. How can you touch her? You know? Because he has the TV on, that's why.
Yes, keep moaning, just like a pig in heat.
What, are they showing that on the screen or something?
Your lust is so apparent. I can feel it despite the distance which separates us. You look so very desperate right now, my darling Hiroki. Do you crave my time management here? That badly? Are you truly that depraved?
I don't know, time management. I don't know. Oh, yeah, because you have to call Hiroki. Hey. I pout while still continuing to increase the volume of the video. Little bit by little bit. Eventually we'll reach the maximum volume. And then it will go mute because the speakers break probably. Anyway. Don't call me depraved. But wasn't this all your idea? You're the one who was so lonely. You called me up out of the blue. And you're the one who started tripping on... I don't know, tripping with S at the start. Two. If anybody's shameless here, it's you.
Shameless, am I?
Yeah, I mean, you went through the screen. You just left Hiroki all alone, man. Why'd you leave Hiroki so alone?
But of course I am. I am a succubus. It goes with the territory. If I wish to speak with you, I am... well, within my right. You are my plaything, to do with as I wish. You really have no choice in the matter, not when it comes to my desires. Now, be a good boy and... Don't change the channel. Press the home button. Tell me how much you want me. Your mistress demands it.
What? But... I sigh as your remote seems to jump in my palm. I think it's trying to tell you to switch it, to go to the home menu. Maybe pick a much more erotic experience somewhere there. I don't know. What I'm saying. It's kind of gross, but you look so enchanting. It soon wipes such thoughts from my mind. Really? Okay. So the sight... Oh, no, I can't read this. Nope. If I make too much noise, somebody might hear me. That would be embarrassing.
So, you, moved by my plight, raises an eyebrow. Why should I care if you feel embarrassed? Your emotions are irrelevant to me. You are my toy, after all, and you exist for no sake save my own amusement. Now, moan.
Yeah, go get your cereal, because I'm sure that's going to make you really appreciate the experience. Like, maybe some chemicals or the ways, you know.
But you,
Is what it said there.
Do you want me to end the call?
No!
Then do it. Tell me how much you want me. Beg for me to let you change the channel. After you're going back to the antenna input, because I think remotes usually have that. Yeah.
Darn it. I moan, my eyes rolling back in my head. Yeah, oh my god, this is torture, man. This movie sucks now. Is this really all the movie is, man? Ugh. Or something like that. I'm not sure how things progressed to this point. Yu was acting very sweet when she called me earlier. Shy, almost. Until she started tripping. Doing some trippings. You know, yeah. She seems to turn into a different person when she gets, I'll say, aroused by the fact that she is indeed talking through the screen, the TV screen. I don't know. A sadistic princess who's accustomed to getting her own way. Yeah. I would think, like, I don't know, the person on the other side of the screen, not in a work of fiction, would be the toy. Would usually be the toy, but apparently it's the other way around right now. No, I don't get it. She's been pushing me around since this conversation took a turn for the lewd. Yeah, why is that? I don't get it. But if I'm being honest, I don't dislike it. If I had an issue with the course of this conversation, I wouldn't be as difficult as I am. There's a synonym that can be used for that word. Yeah. You. Yes? You surveys me through half-lidded eyes, all while smiling amusedly. I think I want to change this channel. Give me something better than this. I don't know.
What is it that you wish to say, my darling slave?
I just wanted to say wanted you to know that you really do look gorgeous. You know, it's like how terrible the movie is. This is the only good part of the movie, and that's what's really great. I'm not worthy to gaze upon your unclothed body. I consider myself very lucky. Oh my god. And if you could let me turn the TV off, I would be very grateful.
Grateful, is it?
Ugh, how's that volume doing for you, huh? Not you guys, the Hiroki, of course. The TV's speakers might just break at some point. You titters. Yeah.
You want me so badly you would beg for it?
Yes, I want you a lot. My body's starting to burn up. How's the circuitry in the TV's doing, you know? Is it starting to get hot?
Oh no! That doesn't sound very healthy. I've no desire for you to suffer. Slave though you are nothing if not good and loyal. So...
You smiles while rubbing the buttons on this room on her own, I don't know, like her antenna. How about that? Her antenna. How about antenna? I don't freaking know. Ugh.
Maybe I should let you turn the TV off. You deserve at least that much.
Oh yes, please. Just say the word. I can't hold back much longer. I must turn the volume up to the max. You're so great on the screen. You're doing so well. People need to give you more praise, but you're not well known around here, maybe. I don't know what I'm saying.
Really, now? Well, that is funny. Upon hearing that, part of me wishes to make you abstain, just to see the look of misery that will doubtless cross your face. But, cruel though I am not heartless. You're making me feel very good, too, my darling Hiroki.
Yeah, this is a very interactive experience. You know what I mean? Remember Netflix? You know, I think Netflix used to have like some of those, right? Some of those interactive experiences. You gotta like choose an option or whatever. Kind of like this game. Perhaps I should reward you for that. Hey, oh, yeah, no, I can't read that, bro. I cannot read that, man. Nope, can't read that either. Nope. She looks so good. If she was with me, I'd pin her down and tinker with a few... Ooh, I'd insert the HDMI cable. How about that? Yeah, insert the HDMI cable into the TV and we could play with each other a little bit more in better ways. Maybe get some of that virtual reality stuff going. I don't freaking know. I can't touch her, but that only makes this torment sweeter still. Crap. I really am enjoying this. Do I want to be subjugated? Yes, subjugated that badly? It's a bit of a disconcerting thought. I never knew I had a kink for being abused. Dang. Yeah, TVs have feelings too, you know. But all this feels so good. I don't have the mental bandwidth to question it too much. Yeah, TVs have like bandwidth, right? Yeah. I don't look in the bandwidth, but yeah. All I can do instead is stare at you, quite in her thrall.
Very well. You may put the volume to the max.
And then turn off the TV afterwards.
I will give you permission, but only if you promise to give me a show. I want to hear you moan during your analysis of the movie.
Yeah.
I want to hear you moan during the top of the falling action, rising action, exposition, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
And I want to see you spattering yourself with the drinks the milk. Remember the cereal? Yeah, don't forget about that. Can you do that for me, my darling Hiroki? Do you promise to be a good boy?
Oh, yes. I'll do whatever you want, you. So, oh, crap.
Oh, yeah, you curse loudly. Yeah, I'm not saying that. My voice echoing throughout my high-ceilinged bedchamber as my passion finally overwhelms me. Whew! That is just gonna be hurting my ears right now. What is the decibel level right now? Remember I said max volume? Ugh. And how's that cereal doing? It's probably about to spill on top of you too. Oh no. My eyes squeezed shut. Yeah, man. Did you turn up the brightness too, man? Bro, chill out. Man, you need to chill out. I thought the volume was enough, but now the brightness is all the way up and now the screen's white. Oh my god. What if... Oh no. You got everything all wet and stuff. Oh no. Oh no. And you's now coming back through the screen too. Maybe that's something that happened as a result of you turning the brightness all the way up. What am I saying? Oh my god, what am I freaking coming up? Oh my god, I don't know, man. I don't know. But gosh darn it. Go finish your cereal, man. Just go get over there and get it. As I finally, inevitably succumb to my own desires. Yes. You got your milk ready for the cereal. Now go pour that up when you wake up tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, I can't read that. I feel rumpled and sweaty and exhausted with it. But at the same time, I'm happy I was able to enjoy such an intense experience with you. Oh yeah? Yeah, that was intense, man. The movie was so intense. I'm so glad it came to an ending like that. Woo! Credit sequence commence, I guess, or whatever. Not here, though. That was probably the most satisfying content I've had in a long time. Content watch, you know. Woo! Woo, man! Okay, that was... that was going up. Anyway, that's over with. I wake up early the following morning to the sound of birdsong filtering in through the window. mingled with the distinctive striking of heeled shoes against the wooden floor. Yawning, I crack both eyes open, then sit up in bed. Ah, yes. Elizabeth. You know, Elizabeth. Yeah. She's got like a little broom there. What is her... What's that grip with the right hand? Like, can you kind of see that? Yeah, look at that. What's this index finger doing? That's interesting. And much like in many of these illustrations, their hair is just kind of flowing. I understand it. It makes it look kind of more interesting. Yeah. Looking pretty good. Although, what the... I'm only now just starting to realize, really? I mean, really? You think a maid would really dress up like this? I don't know, man. What the heck, right? Whoever designed this... Come on now. I'm not alone in my room, as I surmised by the sounds of high heels. Let me plug this in. It's telling me to plug it in. The charger. Yeah. Stephanie's maid, the one who greeted me at the airport, is busy sweeping up a broom in one hand. A broom in one hand, though she still turns politely to greet me.
Good morning, Mr. Ogasawara. I hope I did not disturb you while I was tidying.
Why is it maid? Oh no, don't tell me he forgot the name already. And he was talking about like Eliza. Yeah. Oh no. Okay then.
If I awoke you, I must apologize. You may return to your slumber if so desired.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's pretty late as it is. Did you not eat your cereal, Hiroki? Come on, man. Come on, man. I glance at my phone, which I left charging on the bedside table, and take a look. It's about 8:43. I guess it's not as late as I feared, but if I were back in Japan, I'd be panicking right about now. It's not uncommon for me to wake up at 6:30, so I can get ready, grab some breakfast, oh come on, and take the train to work. I'm used to getting up way earlier than this. I had quite the lie-in, all things considered.
Maybe so, but you did have a busy day yesterday. I hope you don't feel too weary from your flight.
A little, I guess. But getting some exercise and some fresh air would be better than lying in bed. I think it'd be a shame to come to this beautiful country only to waste my days indoors. I won't be here very long. I want to make the most of things while I can.
Why, thank you. I am gratified to hear you say that. It is always nice to hear one praise one's own home country.
The maid, what was her name again? I'm sure she told me it, smiles faintly. She's not a very expressive woman. Her pale face looks, like the rest of her body, to be carved from marble, but that smile, though small, serves to light up her eyes. Framed by one of the windows as she is, bathed in the early morning sunlight, she looks almost radiant. If it weren't for the black and white maid's garb she is attired in, I'd be tempted to mistake her for the princess. This is it, Luigi. No, it's not. Very bad. And I made the joke again, whatever. Whatever. She's certainly regal enough.
I do so hope you enjoy your stay in Astoria, Mr. Ogasawara. As you said, it is a very pleasant country indeed. I myself am very fond of it.
I can see why. I've not seen much of it yet, but it really does look like something from a fairy tale. I only caught a glimpse of the streets yesterday, on my journey to the palace, but the bits of Rosenberg I caught through the windows looked enticing. I think it'd be nice to go for a stroll through its charming streets, alongside Hifumi, or Marina, or Hazel. Speaking of which... Oh, cool, I get to choose. Okay, do you know where Hifumi is? Do you know where Hazel is? Or do you know where Marina is? Do you know where Stephanie is? Stephanie, okay. You know, I want to know more about Stephanie. I want to see more of her, honestly. I want to see more of the new characters, you know what I mean? Yeah.
You wish to know about milady?
The maid, what was her name? I can't keep calling her by her title. Smiles. For some reason, she looks especially pleased by my inquiry. Though why, I don't know. Maybe she just likes talking about Stephania, in the same way pet owners like gushing about their dogs and cats. Would that make Stephania her maid's pet? Maybe she wouldn't look too bad in a collar.
She is in a parlor. She is in the parlor, taking breakfast with Miss Yamamoto. The two appear to be very close, much to my gratification. It is nice to see milady interacting with others, particularly those close to her in age. Miss Williams, meanwhile, has gone to the tennis courts to practice, and Miss Wakatsuki is currently attending some business meeting or another.
Here's what happens if I choose about knowing where Hifumi is. Do you know where Hifumi is? But of course. The maid, what was her name again? I think it started with an E. Maybe it was Eliza? Bows her head in assent.
If it is Miss Yamamoto you are after, she is taking breakfast in the parlor with milady. Miss Wakatsuki, meanwhile, has left to attend a business meeting, and Miss Williams has gone to the tennis courts to practice.
Here's what happens if I choose where Hazel is instead.
Indeed, I do.
The maid, what's her name again? Nods her head in assent.
Miss Williams has gone to the tennis courts to practice. Miss Yamamoto, meanwhile, is taking breakfast in the parlor with milady, and Miss Wakatsuki has gone to attend a business meeting.
Here's what happens if I choose Marina, if I know where Marina is, instead.
Naturally.
The maid, I can't remember her name for the life of me, nods briskly.
Miss Wakatsuki departed earlier this morning so that she might attend a business meeting. Miss Yamamoto, meanwhile, is taking breakfast in the parlor with milady, while Miss Williams has already departed to the tennis courts.
Ah, I see. I nod. That's about as I expected, really. I'm not surprised by my companion's whereabouts, but I am a little surprised this maid is so very on top of things. Is it your job to know everything that's going on in the palace?
Naturally.
The maid nods, and setting down her brush, approaches my bedside. You call that a brush? It looks like a broom. Alright. Her brushing utensil thingy. Whatever.
As milady's #1 maid, I cannot let any detail, no matter how subtle, escape my attention. I must be fully abreast of all that is occurring, so I might properly serve her. Part of being a maid is preempting milady's wants, so I can satisfy her needs before she feels the need to voice her commands. I would so hate for her to waste her breath when she has so many matters of import to attend.
Is that so? I grin. You sound pretty devoted. Talk about being a super maid.
Oh, I am not so special, really. I simply try to remain focused at any and all time for milady's sake. One never knows, after all, when she might summon me.
Does Her Highness, rely on you a lot, then?
Indeed, she does. I do not mind that, though. I like being relied on. It is nice feeling useful, and it is not hard to work for milady's sake, either. She is a sweet, kind girl, and she always makes her appreciation well known. I am honored to serve her.
Yeah, I get that. I didn't get along well with my boss before, so I had, no motivation to work. It was pretty cruddy. His attitude's shifted recently, though, and he's been more complimentary about my work. That makes me feel more inclined to put in an honest effort.
Indeed, one's efficiency in the workplace can often be attributed to one's superiors. Nobody likes to feel that their time is not being respected.
The maid, is her name Elise? Eleanor? It was definitely something Western. Nods.
Fortunately for me, I can ask for no better employer than milady. She truly is a credit to the royal family and to our kingdom. Her heart is of the great, gentlest, noblest sort. I have never met any woman like her.
Wow. I whistle. She sounds pretty remarkable. I always imagined the nobility as being stuck up and selfish. Let them eat cake, you know? But I guess Stephanie is different.
Indeed, she is. She is a treasure, as I hope you will soon uncover, should you get to know her.
Do you think I could? Do you think I could? I frowned. The princess didn't invite me to the palace, per se. That invitation was extended to Hifumi. I'm tagging along as her +1. Wouldn't it be a bit, I don't know, presumptuous for a commoner like me to try and speak to a princess?
I do not think so, no. The lady is open to conversing with anybody from all walks of life, if only they remember their manners. You seem a polite young man, oh Mr. Ogasawara, so I doubt milady will take umbrage with you.
Haha, well, thanks for the compliment. I'm not sure if I'm all that worthy of it, though. My manners leave a lot to be desired. I can't be all that polite, given I can't remember the maid's name, despite my attempts. But to be fair, I was pretty tired last night. Yeah, certainly. It is a bit awkward, though, conversing with a woman who knows my name, while I can't remember hers. Is there a subtle way I can ask her about it, without looking too rude?
It is true your manner of speaking is unpolished, shall we say.
Ouch. Is that a polite way of saying I talk like a thug?
But I do not think there is anything wrong with it. It is quite amusing, in fact, to hear you speak so within the walls of the palace. It is rare for us to receive guests such as you, Mr. Ogasawara. I am sure the princess will find your company most intriguing.
You think?
I am certain of it. As affable as milady is, it is rare she has the chance to make friends. Being a princess can be quite isolated.
Oh, I can imagine that. Yu has a lot of duties to contend with herself, as the queen of the succubus realm. It's rare she's ever afforded the chance to leave her domain. I bet Stephania's situation is similar. I wonder whether she's even allowed to leave the palace, without an entourage of armed guards keeping her safe. It sounds stifling.
I would be happy if you would make milady's acquaintance, as I am sure would she. I would not wish to impinge upon your schedule, but it would be nice if you could speak to her.
Oh, sure. I guess I'll head down to the parlor, then. I glanced down at myself. I'm still wearing my pajamas, then scratched my cheek. I should probably get dressed first, though.
Perhaps you should, yes. As charming as your nightwear is, it would behoove you to freshen up.
The maid smiles sardonically. Interesting word. Then bows her head.
I shall leave you to it. Farewell for now, Mr. Ogasawara. And if you were in any doubts...
The maid pauses by my bedside and looks to me from over her shoulder.
My name is Elizabeth. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance once more.
Huh? I look at the maid, Elizabeth, blankly. I was doing my best to hide my confusion, re her name, but I guess I must have let it slip. Though, how exactly, I don't know. Is this woman psychic? All of a sudden, her amber-eyed gaze is looking pretty intense. How'd you know I'd forgotten your name? You think? You think? I don't know.
Let us just say I had a feeling.
Elizabeth laughs softly.
I flatter myself. I have a talent when it comes to divvying the thoughts of men. Diving, I don't know.
Is that another one of your duties as the princess's top maid?
No.
These instincts of mine are quite divorced from my knightly duties. A maid though I may be, I am a woman too. Please, do not forget it. I have desires of my own, and I'm not afraid to act upon them. Okay then. Ooh, piano. I like that piano. Someone ought to use that. Yeah, someone ought to use that, you know. After dressing, Elizabeth leads me downstairs to the parlor, where Stephania and Hifumi are waiting for me, both seated at a fancy-looking coffee table. Yeah, look at the coffee. It's already, yeah, like right there. Yeah, look at that. Get out of here. Stephanie is wearing the same regal blue gown she wore when greeting us at the airport yesterday, while Hifumi is, as always, in her kimono. Hifumi must be wearing contact lenses because she isn't wearing her thick-rimmed glasses. It's been a while, come to think of it, since I saw Hifumi in her spectacles. She looks more like a traditional Japanese beauty when she forgoes them, but I think Hifumi looks very charming in glasses too. It's kind of a waste. Hifumi greets me with a smile upon my entry, and says, while waving,
Hello, dear. I hope you had a good night's rest.
"Oh, yes, it was very..." I begin, but I'm promptly cut off by Stephania.
Lizzie! This is wonderful timing! I was talking through matters with my mistress, and we both thought it would be nice if we could engage in yet another Karuta contest this morning. But alas, it is not possible for us to play on our own, not without a reader to recite the poems for us. We have both been waiting in eager anticipation for you, so that we might begin our game. You wouldn't mind acting as our reciter, would you? For an hour or two? Or so?
No. Of course. Nothing brings me more joy, milady, than aiding you. I would be more than happy to help.
Wonderful!
Beaming, Stephanie claps her hands together.
You're so reliable, Lizzie! I knew I could depend on you. Alright, mistress!
Stephanie looks back at Hifumi, her eyes blazing with determination.
Let us get this show on the road! I cannot wait to challenge you again! You might have bested me during the championship finals, but I've been practicing every day since then. I'm willing to go all out. May the best woman win! Yes indeed. I am looking forward to it. Win or lose, this should prove to be a lot of fun.
Stephanie and Hifumi relocate upon the floor, where they begin to preparing their makeshift area for their impromptu game of Karuta. I, meanwhile, watch them, feeling more and more like an interloper with every passing second. What am I even doing here? Elizabeth seemed pretty intent on getting me and Stephania on friendly terms, but Astoria's princess didn't so much as react when I entered the parlor. She's so fixated upon her rematch with Hifumi, she's not paying me any attention at all. Now, how do I feel about this? Oh, really? Well, actually, yeah, I would consider Hifumi to console me, but nah, I don't think I want to be ignored by such a cute girl. I'm gonna try this one. I don't want to be ignored by Stephania. Not when she's so cute. It's not like I don't have a surplus of pretty women already gunning for my attention, but being so brazenly overlooked stings just a little. Maybe I've gotten too used to women fawning over me. Sigh. Here's what happens if I choose Hifumi to be consoled instead. Being blanked, more or less, by Stephania's smarts. But it isn't, I tell myself, the end of the world. I have a whole harem of succubi, who will be willing to give me attention, should I ask for it. After Stephania and Hifumi have finished up, I should just ask Hifumi to let me use her lap as a pillow. That ought to cheer me up. I'm feeling better, in fact, just thinking about it. Since when did I become so spoiled? And I guess that's it. Yeah, because they were playing for like an hour, right? Yeah. The Karuta match between Stephania and Hifumi rages on for a good hour, but eventually, Hifumi emerges as the uncontested victor. Hifumi's motions are so dexterous, despite the trailing sleeves of her kimono. She soon sweeps the proverbial board. She beats Stephania with a healthy 10-card lead, a fact which Stephania, rather than sobbing over, seems to derive no shortage of enjoyment.
That was a good deal of fun,
Stephania exclaims in the wake of her loss.
Thank you very much for agreeing to play with me, mistress. Though it's so very early in the morning. I remember now why I thought to call you mistress in the first place. Surely, when it comes to Karuta, there is nobody more talented than you.
Why, thank you very much.
Hifumi giggles, while cupping her cheek with one hand.
I am glad our game proved edifying, though you've no need to call me mistress. Your social status is much higher than my own, given you are a genuine princess. I would be flattered if you could, instead, refer to me as Hifumi.
Oh no! I would never dare to be so presumptuous. Not when your skills in Karuta so far eclipse my own. I cannot even begin to countenance addressing you in so familiar a manner. Not while I am still but a lowly pupil. Perhaps if I'm ever to play at a level akin to your own, I might regard you as an equal. But until then, I'm so far beneath you, it does not bear consideration. I will call you mistress, else I shall address you as nothing at all. That is the only fitting title a woman such as you deserve.
My.
Hifumi giggles once more amused. Yeah.
I cannot say I'm accustomed to being called mistress. It is quite curious. I wonder if this is how Marina often feels.
True. Being called mistress is way more Marina's forte. You're more of a wifely type, Hifumi. Or maybe a big sister type.
I quite concur. If you could one day call me Big Sis, dear Stephania, my heart would overflow with happiness.
Big sis? Banish the thought. I could never.
But I see, at the present, that would not be advisable.
Hifumi smiles somewhat forlornly. The mere prospect of calling Hifumi Big Sis has Stephania so worked up, her face has flooded crimson. She's stumbling over her words just like a reluctant pony with a broken leg. As friendly as Hifumi and Stephania seem to be, there's a real barrier between them. And surprisingly enough, said barrier isn't Stephania's lofty status as a princess. Rather, Stephania seems so very starstruck. When it comes to Hifumi, she can only regard her as some sort of exalted being. Knowing Hifumi as I do, I'm fully aware that Hifumi doesn't like being revered. She takes pleasure from doting upon others, and nothing makes her happier than performing household chores or preparing cups of green tea. All this verbal kowtowing, courtesy of Stephania, must be making her uncomfortable. Still, Hifumi bears with it as best she can. Hifumi, being conscious of other people's feelings, isn't one to press an issue, not when it will obviously make the other party uncomfortable. She's very considerate. I think that's why I like her so much. That and her miso soup, which really is to die for.
If you wish to address me as mistress, then I suppose you may. It is doing nobody any harm. I am still unaccustomed to being regarded thus, but I should ease into it due course. Now, I take it you wish for me to school you even more intensely in the art of Karuta. Karuta?
Oh yes!
That was loud.
If you would care to play even more games with me, I would be overjoyed. I want to get even better at Karuta. And to do so, I must learn from the best. I am passionate about the game, so I shall give it my all. In time, perhaps even I will be able to stand against you, mistress, without embarrassing myself. Then I shall no longer be your hapless pupil, but your worthy adversary. Oh!
Oh my god.
I will look forward to that.
Hifumi bows her head while smiling serenely.
I have faith in you, dear Stephania. I will teach you all I know until you, too, will become a fine challenger. Why, you are halfway there already. It was most impressive you were able to challenge me in the finals of the National Karuta Championship. With just a touch more instruction, you could become a truly formidable foe indeed. Whilst you mightn't be the best Karuta player in Japan, you are assuredly the best in Astoria.
While I am certain that is true, it's not so very impressive an accolade.
Smiling shyly, Stephania begins to toy with her blonde hair.
I believe I am one of the only Karuta players in Astoria. The game is not at all well known here. To become a proper player, one must first be familiar with the Japanese language. That is quite the high barrier of entry already. Fortunately, I have been interested in Japan for many years, and already had a firm knowledge of your native tongue before I commenced in my training. Japanese is such a lovely, lyrical language. You can imagine my intrigue when I learned of Karuta. The game itself is a celebration of your poetic accomplishments. It is truly elegant. I wish more people in Astoria, no, across Europe in general, would grow to love Karuta as I have. But, alas,
Stephania shakes her head.
it might be a bit of a difficult sell. Oh well, my love for the game is unassailable, and I am sure I will grow to love it all the more. Now you are here to instruct me, mistress.
I do hope so. Karuta is a lovely game. It is not so very popular in Japan either. But with foreign players such as yourself, you may begin to see more worldwide recognition. If you could contribute to its increased popularity, I would be truly pleased.
Then I'll have to do my very best.
Stephania beams, her face aglow with happiness. But then, upon seeing me, her smile falters. Her fervor for Karuta spent, she looks to me shyly and says,
Oh, but where are my manners? I forget you are also here, Mr. Ogasawara, and I doubt your fondness for Karuta runs as deep as my own. I apologize for talking at such great length about a subject you may not find interesting. I was just so excited to play against my mistress again. I forgot myself. I have a bad habit of doing that. I tend to get carried away at the smallest of provocations.
Stephania clears her throat, then resting her hand upon her chest, says,
Let me introduce myself to you anew. My name is Stephania Sophia Maria Isabella of Astoria. I am the Crown Princess of Astoria, and I am in my 21st year. I love Japanese culture, Karuta in particular, and I have been studying your language since I was a small child. It is very pleasant to meet you. I hope you had a good night's rest.
Oh, yes. It was wonderful. You don't need to worry on that score. I smile at Stephania in an attempt to reassure her. I can't remember the last time I had such a restful sleep.
Wonderful! I am most relieved. I would hate to be a poor hostess, particularly when it is at my behest that you came to Astoria thus. Well, while you are residing in the palace, you may, of course, venture anywhere you like. No rooms are out of bounds, not even my own bedchamber. You may promenade in the garden, enjoy our library, or visit the stables, if you so desire. You may also venture to Rosenberg, if you wish to do some shopping and sightseeing. Just ask one of my chauffeurs, and shall be only too happy to escort you wherever it is you wish to go. As for my mistress, meanwhile...
Stephanie looks to Hifumi.
While I do not wish to deprive you of her company, I will in all likelihood be spending a lot of time with her, honing my Karuta skills. I hope this does not cause you too much inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's alright. I knew before I came here that you and Hifumi would be playing a lot of Karuta. I know how important this game is to you. Stephanie has only made that blindingly obvious, and I wouldn't wish to pull you away from it. If Hifumi's otherwise engaged, I can always wander around on my own, or spend time with Marina and Hazel whenever they are free. Besides, it's not like you'll be eating up all of Hifumi's time. We should still be able to snatch a few hours alone together. Presuming you want to spend time together, Hifumi?
But of course! You are my darling, Hiroki, after all. As much as I enjoy Karuta, no other occupation makes me happier than being by your side.
I know that the pair of you have a special relationship, so you needn't worry about that. I am not so very thoughtless that I would keep my mistress to myself throughout her whole trip. Given you are both on holiday, you ought to enjoy yourselves. I would hate to keep you away from your fiancé for too long, mistress.
Fiancé? Hey, Hifumi, you didn't... I begin, but Hifumi soon cuts me off. She shifts closer to me, winding an arm through mine, and laughingly says,
Why, thank you. You are most considerate.
But of course, as a princess, consideration is one of my middle names. At least, it would be if I didn't have so many middle names already. Adding an extra might be a bit too much to keep track of. Honestly, I have so many names I sometimes forget them myself.
Stephanie and Hifumi exchange further pleasantries, while Hifumi continues to press her voluptuous chest against my arm. I can't say I'm displeased about this arrangement, but I'm beginning to feel somewhat perturbed. Since when was I Hifumi's fiancé? This is certainly the first I've heard about it. Despite appearing so demure, Hifumi can be awfully aggressive when she wants. Perhaps mistress wouldn't be too ill-fitting of a title for her, after all. Yeah, I see. Okay. Hifumi and Stephania have another Karuta match following their first, which, again, Hifumi wins with ease. Impressed by her mistress's peerless skill, Stephania thanks Hifumi anew for her instruction, then permits her to take a break. Oh, I guess they're talking here.
Oh, I would not wish to push you too hard, and it is quite a lovely day for January. It isn't overly cold, and the sun is shining. You should seek to enjoy yourself while you can. Only a selfish woman would want to part a happy couple such as you.
That's what Stephania says, and who am I to disagree with her? I've not gotten a good look at the palace or its gardens yet, given the sun had already set when I arrived here yesterday. I think it'd be interesting even, to see the palace during the morning, and I have a few words I'd like to exchange with Hifumi. Oh yeah. More arms looping. Awesome. That is a very nice looking garden, by the way. Yeah, that looks really good. Yeah. Props to the artist, guys. Yeah, this stuff looks great. Absolutely. Also, you realize, yeah, you know, in the fourth game, Marina was holding the Hiroki's left arm. Now Fumi's holding the right arm here. It's kind of, and they're walking through a botanist environment. Is that right? Like botanist? Yeah, I guess it's plants. Yeah. Cool. This being the case, Hifumi and I soon find ourselves strolling arm in arm through the palace's expansive gardens. Hifumi's head is resting upon my shoulder, and her arm is looped through my own. There's a bit of a breeze, but it's quite gentle. Said breeze stirs the leaves of the nearby trees, and it makes the decorations in Hifumi's hair clink together like wind chimes. The weak, wintry sunlight plays upon the contours of Hifumi's face, and illuminates her irises, so they seem to glow. Huh. Interesting. She really does look beautiful. She's so beautiful, in fact, I almost forget what I wanted to ask her. Almost, but not quite. Hey, Hifumi?
Yes?
Hifumi peers at me, her head tilted curiously to one side.
What is it, dear? Is something the matter?
I guess you could say that. I was just wondering, you didn't tell the princess we were engaged, did you?
Oh, that! Oh, that!
Hifumi giggles, amused, her purple eyes winking.
I did not say it, no, not in so many words. I had no desire, you understand, to further fan the flames of discord after my announcement on national television.
So, is this something Stephania assumed?
It would appear so, yes. She did ask me about the nature of our relationship before you entered the parlor, which put me in quite a tricky situation. I was unsure what exactly to say in response to her innocent queries. I did not wish to cause her undue shock by informing her of your harem. Were she to discover you were seeing multiple women, I fear she might be quite perturbed. As a princess, she is very sheltered, and she knows precious little of the outside world. Wishing to be considerate, I stressed only that you and I had been in a loving relationship for almost a year, and we were very close. I told her that you were my beloved, that I could not countenance life without you, and, well...
Hifumi smiles bashfully.
She must have surmised from my praises that you are my fiancé. I did not care to correct her on the matter, not when she sounded so very pleased for us, so I chose instead to humor her in her misunderstanding. I only hope I have not caused any offense.
No, it's fine. I'd never be offended by the thought of marrying you, Hifumi. I'd consider it an honor, in fact, if we were engaged.
Truly?
Of course. I smile, then turn to press a quick, fleeting kiss against Hifumi's cheek. I used to be self-conscious about public displays of affection, but since spending so much time with my harem of succubi, I've become more open to the idea. I've been kissed and embraced in public so often, engaging in such acts myself shouldn't hurt. Not from time to time. Besides, it's not like there's anybody else in the garden to see my closeness with Hifumi. We are quite alone. I wouldn't discount the idea of one day being your fiancé, but that would cause all sorts of complications. I can't marry you on the sly, behind the others' backs. It wouldn't be fair on them. I'd need to announce my intentions beforehand. I know they'd be jealous, though. If possible, I'd like to marry all of you. Here I sigh. But polygamous marriages aren't legal in Japan. Our relationship wouldn't be recognized, which would kind of defeat the point.
A traditional wedding service would be nice. I agree. Yet it is not a necessity. We can always marry in spirit. Symbols can have just as much meaning, if not more, than the inflexible, old-fashioned letter of the law. Japan is not the only country in the world, however, where marriages can be officiated. Such weddings may not be legal where we live, but in other, more open-minded countries.
Ifumi presses her body closer to mine, a pensive smile playing about her pretty face.
Well, it is something to consider in any case. Perhaps we shall cross that bridge when we get to it?
Yeah, I suppose we will. For starters, I still need to properly tell my mother about all my relationships.
You mean to say you have yet to do so, despite my proclamation?
I gave it an honest shot, but she didn't believe me. She seemed to find the idea of me being so popular hilarious. She laughed right in my face, or my ear, rather. I think it's kind of lagging a little bit. Okay. She stopped laughing pretty sharpish, though, after AU broke into my apartment, and had some stern words with her.
So, AU has spoken to your mother already?
Ifumi pouts.
I was not aware of that. Now I'm beginning to feel quite left out. I had hoped that I might meet your mother first. I flatter myself I would make a much better daughter-in-law than AU. As cute as AU is, her culinary skills pale in comparison to mine, and she cannot even beat a futon. She does not have the temperament of a wife. Not at all.
I'd have to agree with you there. She's too much of a diva to settle down. That's the impression I get, at least, but maybe she'll surprise me. There's more to AU than meets the eye. She can be pretty affectionate when she wants to be.
Indeed, she can be, but so too can I.
Ifumi smiles, then gives my arm an affectionate squeeze.
You are my beloved fiancé, and I would be prepared to sacrifice anything for you. You only need to ask. In my heart, at least, you will always be my #1 concern.
Oh yeah. Making moves, I guess. I don't know. Even though we already have made so many. Later that evening, once the sun has already set, I find myself seated in the luxurious dining room of Astoria's place. Oops, palace. I've not yet been in the dining room, given last night. I was so weary I went straight to bed without eating. Then, earlier in the day, I took lunch with both Ifumi and Stephania in the parlor, with its pale blue decor. Oh. Oh no, the game's lagging. Uh-oh. Oh, frick. Oh god, the game. Oh man, got through the whole scrolling bit. No. Ah, well. Oh, now I didn't. Whatever. The dining room, as I soon discover, is every bit as wait a minute. Let me just check. Okay. You ever really know sometimes when that happens. The dining room, as I soon discover, is every bit as extravagant as the rest of the palace. Its walls, like those of the parlor, and my bedroom, are blue. The floor, hard, creamy marble. A large table sits in the center of the room, upon which a large vase full of purple flowers I can't name stands. Yeah, those over there. Every inch of the room has been cleaned to perfection. The marble floor, so well swept, it practically seems to shimmer. I'm in awe of this room, as it seems is Hazel.
Wowee.
My succubus companion, who's sitting across from me at the table, looks around, her eyes agog. This is the first time I've seen Hazel since my arrival in Astoria, and I'm glad of her company. Her familiar face makes the newness of my surroundings feel less imposing. I'm glad I'm not the only one stunned by all the splendor.
This place is, like, incredible. It's even grander than I thought it'd be. It feels almost too good for a gal like me. I'm afraid all this finery is wasted on my uncultured self. I mean, jeez.
Hazel picks up one of the forks for further inspection, her eyes wide like goose eggs.
Are these, like, solid gold?
Don't be silly.
Marina, who's sitting beside Hazel, rolls her eyes.
That would not be at all practical. Solid gold is heavy and can easily tarnish. It is more likely the cutlery is plated instead in gold leaf.
Gold leaf, is it? I guess that makes sense. Sorry for being a dope. I'm just, not used to all this finery. You know, I'm so not a showy girl, even if you are. I feel way more at home in the gym or in the pool than I do in posh places like this. I'm starting to get the shivers.
Oh dear.
Stephanie, who is, of course, sitting at the head of the table, frowns.
You aren't cold, are you, Miss Williams? I know it can be quite chilly during this time of the year, and your clothes are, well...
Stephanie glances at Hazel's exposed stomach and the muscles which ripple beneath it, and flushes.
They do not seem the warmest. Would you like Lizzie to fetch you a blanket? That might help alleviate your chills.
What? Oh, no.
Hazel smiles, abashed, and shakes one hand in Stephanie's direction.
That's alright, Steffi.
Steffi? Is she that familiar with the princess already? It's very Hazel, I guess, to give people silly nicknames, even princesses, but it seems a bit too informal. I wonder how Elizabeth will take that. She seems pretty serious. I glance over to Elizabeth, Stephanie's indefatigable maid, who's standing at her mistress's side, but to my surprise, she doesn't react to Hazel's over-familiarity. Maybe she's less stuffy than she appears.
I'm not actually cold. It was more of a figure of speech. If I'm shivering, that's because this place is so incredible. I'm in awe.
Oh, I see. That is a relief, I suppose?
Stephanie smiles hesitantly.
I would hate for you to be uncomfortable, as I value a treasured guest in my home. I want your stay to be a pleasant one.
I'm sure it'll be pleasant enough. How can it not be when you're so attentive? This is a lot to wrap my head around. I'm not used to fine dining like Fumin and Marina here, but I'm sure I'll get the swing of things eventually. That's the spirit. I am certain, with a bit of practice, you will be quite at home, even in an elegant setting such as this.
Do you really think so?
Marina arches one neatly plucked eyebrow.
I have a few doubts myself. There is nothing about Hazel here I would call elegant. But no matter, if she makes too much of a nuisance out of herself, I will not hesitate to set her straight. Marina shoots a warning look in Hazel's direction.
Oops. Marina shoots a warning look in Hazel's direction, which makes her flush.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I'll be as good as gold. You see? You see?
I'll hold you to that. Now,
Marina bows her head before Stephania.
please forgive us, Your Highness, for talking at such length at your dinner table. Our entrees will get cold. Shall we commence with our meal?
Oh, yes, please. Help yourselves. And do let me know if you want seconds. The cook always makes too much food, and I can never finish it myself. I am most gratified to have guests over.
There, you see, Marina? Steffi's happy to have guests over, me included. You're getting your panties in a bunch for about nothing.
Please.
Marina rolls her eyes.
I am no little girl, and I do not wear panties. I only ever wear thongs.
Okay. Stephania, who had a spoonful of soup halfway to her lips, sputters at this. Hazel, however, seems quite unconcerned by Stephania's discomfort, and triumphantly retorts.
Ha! You like to think you're so mature, Marina, but I'm even more of an adult than you are. I know where I know it all.
Again, yeah. Stephanie, who bravely attempted to take another mouthful of her soup, sputters again, this time spraying a fine film of soup across the tabletop.
Dang. Oh, my lady, are you alright?
Elizabeth bends by Stephania's side, then pats her back.
Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water?
Oh no, I'm all right. So some soup must have gone down the wrong way. That's all. This is nothing for you to fuss over, Lizzie. I would rather you tend to our guests instead.
Very well. If that is what you would prefer, then...
Elizabeth gives Stephania's back a consolatory rub, then scans the table once more. Hifumi is elegantly sipping at her soup, while Hazel and Marina are engaged in a lively debate. I don't want any part in it. I don't want any part to play in it. I'd rather eat my soup silently, like Hifumi. But alas...
Hey, Hiroki! What do you think?
I look at Hazel with some trepidation, and reply, my soup spoon still pinched between my fingers.
About mine and Marina's taste in underwear, or lack of. Which of us do you think is the most appealing?
Does it matter?
Marina, who's rather too mature for such a conversation, sighs.
Remember, Hiroki is fond of the pair of us. We've no need to fight for his affections, knowing this. Clamoring for further attention is childish, and it is uncouth, moreover, to discuss one's underwear at the dinner table. Can you not see you are making the princess uncomfortable?
Oh no, I'm quite all right. Carry on as you were. I wouldn't want to come between your conversation. Besides, it is rather interesting listening to your conversation. I have been cooped up in the palace for so long, I've no idea how other women communicate.
Trust me, other women are not half so brave as Hazel. She is a law unto herself.
So you say, but
Hazel taps a finger in Marina's direction.
you're the one who started talking about underwear first, Marina. Now, Hiroki, what do you think? Which of us do you think is the hottest?
Well, talk about a loaded question. No matter what I say, I'm going to upset somebody. I doubt Hazel will let me squirm out of this direct inquiry with a mealy mouth. I think you're both attractive. She seems awfully worked up for some reason, so I guess I might as well bite the bullet. I inhale and then...
I want to choose. Stephanie, I want to choose. Yeah.
yeah. Held my breath there. So, yeah. Stephania stares at me, eyes wide, after my admittedly audacious remark.
Do you really like me, Mr. Ogasawara?
Well, why not? I smile, amused by how flustered Stephania looks. You're plenty cute. Why wouldn't I like you?
Cute? I'm not sure what to say to that. A member of the opposite sex has never addressed me thus before. I'm starting to feel embarrassed. But it wasn't sort of embarrassment.
Red-faced Stephania cups her cheeks with her palms.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Hey, Hiroki!
Hazel pouts.
That's no fair. Steffi wasn't one of your options. She is cute, I'll admit, but that's cheating.
Hazel gives me a swift kick beneath the table, and... I gasp in pain. Then double over. Here's what happens if I choose Hazel instead.
Yes, I knew it. I really am the best, aren't I? Your eyes as discerning as always, Hiroki. It's no wonder you're such a great cameraman. Thanks, buddy. I owe you one.
Hazel nudges me in the side with her elbow. I think she means this to be a congratulatory gesture, but Hey! Here's what happens if I choose Marina instead.
Huh? You like Marina the most?
Yes. Is that a problem?
Not at all. It was not to be a foregone conclusion, really. Why would you not like me? I am sophisticated, elegant, and beautiful, after all. You can learn a few lessons from me, Hazel.
Hazel pulls a face.
That's not fair. I know Marina's sexy and all, but come on. What about me?
Hazel gives me a swift kick beneath the table and... Ugh. I gasp in pain, then double over. My right hand, which is still gripping my soup, soon twitches and then... Oh no! As if in slow motion, my spoon slips from my fingers. It arcs to the floor, hitting it with a metallic clang. Kind of like this, maybe? Yeah. But not before, in the process, staining my thigh with soup. It's a good thing my soup was only lukewarm, else that might have smarted. This unpleasant, sticky situation, however, is hardly welcome. My pants are going to get ruined. What a pain. I reach for my napkin, meaning to dab myself dry, but... Whoa! Hey there! How'd you get there? Hello to you, too. Ugh. Yeah. What the heck, you know? See, this is what I'm saying. Who the frick designed this? Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on, man. Give me a freaking break. Stop with the eye candy, bro. Come on. Come on, man. You don't need to do that all the time. Seriously, who the frick made this? Seriously. Bad. Bad. Could have been better.
Not to worry, Mr. Ogasawara. I would be more than happy to aid you.
Before I'm able to do so, Elizabeth appears by my side, a damp towel in hand. Now, where did she pull that from? Ugh, whatever, man. Elizabeth kneels at my feet, as dutiful as, well, a maid, then begins to rub at my thigh with said towel. Her caress, though unexpected, certainly feels good, although... Is it just my imagination? Or are her gloved fingers straying perilously close to my crotch? I, didn't spill any soup there, though. I murmur this in a strangled voice, but Elizabeth pays me no heed. She continues to dab at my pants, her amber eyes focused, all the while upon my face. While she works, her chest sways in tandem with the repetitive motions of her arm. This, evidently, places too much strain upon her white blouse, which was already struggling to contain the full heft of her chest. Before my very eyes, one of the buttons on Elizabeth's blouse comes undone, thus revealing the valley of her soft cleavage. Oh my god. Come on, man. So this hasn't happened to her before or something? Well, I guess she hasn't said anything about it by this point, right? Oh. Yeah, she didn't say anything about it, bro. So clearly this might just be a thing that might happen. She's just like, hey, I'll fix it later.
Hey, I'll just fix it later.
I don't know. I swallow and, abashed, feel obliged to turn my head away. I fear, if I weren't making a conscious effort not to stare, my vision would be sucked in by Elizabeth's hypnotic chest. You know, I would look away too, actually. She looks so incredibly attractive, I have to wonder whether she's not doing this on purpose. Is she trying to seduce me? If so, she's doing an embarrassingly good job. I had no idea eating dinner in the royal palace would prove to be so very stimulating. Ain't that some stuff? Gracious me. With dinner finished, I decided to retreat to my bedroom, spend the rest of the evening relaxing. Let me see if it's still recording. Yeah. That was my plan, at least, but Marina, Hazel, and Hifumi decided to invite themselves into my chamber for a talk. Not that I really mind. My room is more than large enough to accommodate all three of them, and we've not had much of a chance to speak since arriving in Astoria. Hifumi has been too busy playing endless games of Karuta with Stephania, while Hazel has been practicing for her upcoming tournament, and Marina has a whole slew of business meetings to attend. Tonight, however, the three of them have some time off to finally kick back and relax. They are so relaxed, in fact, they've taken to appearing in their succubus forms, all skin-tight outfits and bat-like wings. And I guess it must get stifling having to wear their human disguises as they wander the palace. Showing up to the dining room with horns and tails would doubtlessly cause a huge scandal. During their daily lives, my succubus companions have to keep their real selves a secret. It's only when they're around each other, or I think with a wry smile when they're with me, that they can be true to themselves. I can't help but sympathize with them. At least, I would.
Ah, your bed is so soft, Hiroki. This is the best. I could roll around with it on it all day.
If Hazel didn't seem to be having the time of her life. She dove onto my bed the moment she entered my room, and she's been rolling about like an overexcited puppy for a good couple of minutes. You'd think her wings would get in the way, but apparently not. I'm kind of impressed, actually, that she's not gotten them trapped. Marina, alas, does not look at all amused. She's frowning, instead, her arms folded.
Must you act so immature? You are embarrassing yourself. I thought you were supposed to be an adult.
Now, Marina.
Hifumi places a hand upon Marina's shoulder.
Let Hazel have her fun. I can hardly fault her for being excited, given our luxurious surroundings. I feel a bit like a gay schoolgirl girl myself, if I'm being quite honest. I've filmed a lot of television dramas in old castles, but I've never stayed in a European palace before.
There, you see? Hazel sits up, then snaps a finger in Hifumi's direction.
You get me? How could I not be excited, given how crazy cool everything is? I feel just like a real member of the nobility.
You might feel like it, but you certainly aren't acting like it.
Marina sighs.
Good grief. It is a good thing nobody is around to witness your shameful behavior, other than us, else I fear you would be ejected from the palace forthwith.
If anybody was around to see us, they'd freak out. Normal humans aren't supposed to have wings and tails.
I suppose you have a point.
Oh no, it's lagging. Uh-oh. Trying to get all this in here. Why is it lagging? Oh god, it's lagging, dude. It lagged again. It's lagging. Oh, am I still recording? I'm still recording. Oh my god.
I always do. I'm not a total idiot.
Now, that is up for debate.
Marina shakes her head.
I think you spoil Hazel too much, Hifumi. You need to be hard on her. It's the only way she'll learn. I can't say I enjoy all her back chat.
She's only doing it because she's excited. Let her have some fun. Is that not why we came here?
You might have come here to goof off, but I did not. I have many, many meetings to attend to. It's all quite tedious.
That's your problem, Marina. You work too much. You've got to learn to cut loose every once in a while. Speaking of,
Hazel's eyes sparkle.
Why don't we call a maid over and order some alcohol? I'm in the mood for some fancy bubbly, and I can't get enough of all these cute maids calling me milady. I'm in paradise.
Should you really be drinking, Hazel, when you've a tennis tournament to compete in? That doesn't sound like the best idea.
Naruki is right. Do you not have to wake up early in the mornings so you can practice? Boo!
Hazel pouts.
You're not wrong, but... jeez. I guess I'll get smashed after I've won.
Are you that assured in your victory? Marina presses her lips together. Having confidence is a good thing, but you must be careful it does not cross over into arrogance. Remember, pride comes before a fall.
Now you're starting to sound kind of motherly, just like a woman. Are you worried about me, Marina?
I worry about you often. You invite it, what with your silly behavior. I fear I can't keep my eye off you, lest you'll cause all sorts of trouble.
Hey, now.
Hazel pouts.
I don't think I'm quite that bad. I do have some common sense, like I said. And to prove it, I'll forego drinking. I know it ain't good for me, no matter how much fun it might be. I'm wondering, though.
Her Hazel smiles coyly.
Could we get a maid over here anyway? I'm kinda in the mood to ogle some pretty girls, and that Elizabeth is particularly adorbs.
The mention of Elizabeth's name makes me wince. Yeah. She's been on my mind ever since dinner, though I've tried, unsuccessfully, to put her from my mind. I've more than a few doubts about her.
Dear?
Hifumi, perceptive as always, looks at me concernedly.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. Don't worry. I was just thinking, don't you think Elizabeth was getting a bit too intimately acquainted with me earlier?
You mean when she was wiping your thigh?
I nod. Ooh, wait. Sorry. Oh, yeah. I didn't bring it up. I didn't want to make a scene, but her hand was perilously close to my... Well... I clear my throat. It was a bit embarrassing.
You mean she was getting frisky with you under the table?
Hazel pouts.
That's like no fair. I want to have some fun with Lizzie too. She's too cute not to.
That's not the issue here, dummy. I grab a pillow from the bed, then hurl it in Hazel's direction. This is a futile gesture, of course, given how easily Hazel's able to catch it. Succubi have better instincts than most ordinary humans. But it does a decent job at communicating my displeasure. I'm worried she's coming on to me. Wouldn't you be jealous?
Jealous? Jealous?
Hifumi ponders, one hand beneath her chin.
I do not think it would be. No. I already knew, before I pursued this relationship with you, that you were intimate with other women. There's no reason for me to be jealous, not when you have always been upfront on this matter.
I agree. As a succubus myself, I do not get jealous as most other women do. If you wish to indulge in a relationship with Elizabeth, you may. Though I am beginning to wonder now whether you will have much of a say in the matter. Now, that sounds ominous. I'm not sure if I like that. Dubiously, I look at Marina and say, "What do you mean?" This is only an assumption upon my part, but... Marina rearranges herself upon the edge of my bed, one long leg folded across the other, then speaks anew. From the moment I laid eyes upon Elizabeth, I sensed a certain kinship, if you will, with her. Something about her scent feels awfully familiar. Have you felt it too, Hifumi, Hazel?
Now that you mention it, there is something oddly familiar about the way she comports herself. I do not believe we have ever met, but I feel as though I understand her regardless.
Same here. I feel like if I wanted, we could become real good friends. Or something. I dunno. I get along well with most people, except Marina, so I didn't pay it much heed. What do you think this means, Marina? This is all conjecture on my part. I've yet to see any proof, but... Marina frowns.
I would not be at all surprised if that Elizabeth woman was another succubus like the rest of us.
Really? I stare at Marina, my eyes wide. How sure are you about that?
Not very at the moment, but if that were the case, I would not be surprised. We succubi are everywhere, after all. It would explain, at the very least, why she seems to be so attached to you. Your scent is, as I believe I have explained before, irresistible to succubi such as us. Perhaps you ought to be careful, darling Hiroki. Marina titters. If you let your guard down, that woman might just consume you.
Dang. Scheming. The next morning. What? I groan. And soon find myself roused from my slumber by silvers of wan, washed out sunshine, which filter in through the gaps in the curtains. Yawning, I stretch myself into wakefulness, then sit up. The bed in my luxurious chamber is so soft and plush, I'm struck with the desire to lie back beneath the covers and indulge in summer, but that'd be a waste of the day. Since I'm in Astoria, I might as well go and see some of the sights. I don't want to spend another day cooped up inside the palace. I'm interested in checking out Rosenberg's streets, and to do that, I first need to get out of bed. I rise after a bit of internal deliberation and stretch again. Another forces its way from my throat, this one deep enough to induce tears, which bead in the corners of my eyes. This is no good. I might have spent the night in the lap of luxury, but I still feel weary. Maybe it's residual jet lag. There is quite the time difference between Astoria and Japan. And I thought, though I spent most of yesterday relaxing, I've not had much time to myself. My bed is looking awfully tempting right about now. But no! I can't give in to the soft, blanketing temptations! I must be the bigger man! Pull yourself together, Hiroki. You're supposed to be an adult. It's time you start acting like it. Since I feel so tired, I figure the best way to invigorate me would be to have a nice warm bath. My plan settled, I make my way over to the bathroom. My bare feet pad against the tiles, which feel comfortingly cool against my skin. I draw up a bath. This place looks nice. Wow, hold up. Yeah, this place looks really nice. Yeah. Even the reflection here looks nice. Oops, I just skipped the text somehow. I draw up a bath, then pour a liberal amount of scented oil and lavender foam into the water. If I don't come out of this bath smelling like a florist, I'll be disappointed. I used a crap load of fancy products, way more than I'd usually have a chance to, or indeed care to. As much as I like bathing, I'm not big on all of this scented oil stuff. There's something a little emasculating about it. Still, there's no shame in treating myself, and all these products are right there for me to use. Wouldn't it be rude, almost, if I didn't help myself? With this thought in mind, I strip off my clothes, then lower myself into the tub. I sigh, relieved, the moment the water pools around me. The bath is deep enough that I'm subsumed all the way up to my waist, my legs disappearing from view beneath a mound of bubbles. The water is hot, but not hot enough to be scalding. In a word, it's just right. The relaxing scent of floral oil fills the air, tickling my nostrils. Though I used a lot of product, it's not at all overwhelming. I'm not in the habit of ranking all the baths I've ever taken. I am a normal human being despite my decidedly abnormal love life, and I have better things to do with my time. But if I was, this one would definitely be up there. It feels like I'm submerged in luxury. Oops, submerged in luxury, quite literally. My cruddy apartment in Tokyo, with the tatami floors and the toilet that doesn't always flush, will be harder to endure after getting used to all the perks of living in a genuine palace. I guess I should try and make the most of it while I can. I leaned back in the tub, utterly content, when... I must beg your pardon. Okay. I guess this might be Elizabeth, so...
I must beg your pardon, Mr. Ogasawara, but may I come in? I have cleaning duties I must attend to. I hope you understand, and I do apologize for the inconvenience caused.
Huh? Well, yep, she's here. Yet another intrusion from the bathroom. Yeah, we're at, yeah. My eyelids, which were beginning to droop, snap open while my head swivels towards the doorway. Because in the last game, there was an scene with that. Yeah. In an instant, the peaceful, tranquil mood in this bathroom is shattered. Darn it, man. I thought I was going to be left alone this morning. But apparently not. There, standing in the doorway of this bathroom, she didn't even wait for my permission to enter, is Stephania's self-proclaimed #1 maid, Elizabeth. Elizabeth looks very neat and tidy, as she did the morning prior. Her silver hair cascades smoothly about her shoulders like a waterfall, and her ruffled maid's attire has nary a single wrinkle. I can't see any faults with her, appearance-wise, though I can certainly fault her behavior. What in the world is she doing?
Cleaning, like I said.
Elizabeth replies smoothly, with a curt nod of her head. And oh, that's kind of embarrassing. I hadn't realized I'd articulated my displeasure out loud. Ooh, I just said, what are you doing, right? What in the world is she doing? Yeah, there you go. This unexpected turn of events has left me pretty flustered. My heart won't stop hammering. I thought baths were supposed to be a relaxing experience, darn it! I inhale, trying to gather my thoughts and my wits. Then say, in the calmest cadences I can muster, I'm sorry to interrupt your cleaning, but as you should be able to see, I'm having a bath right now. It'd be a bit awkward if you tried to clean while I'm in the tub, so would you mind postponing it?
I suppose I could.
Elizabeth concurs, but then she pauses. Pause.
That would cause complications, though.
Complications?
It is my duty as a maid, you see, to ensure that every inch of this palace is properly maintained. A duty which extends, of course, to the guest bedrooms and the guest bathrooms. I would not be able to forgive myself if I let this bathroom too unattended to.
I get that, but if you waited...
I cannot wait. I have so many duties I must attend to. It is necessary that I follow my schedule to the minutest detail, else all will surely go awry. Altering one detail about my schedule, no matter how minute it may seem to you, would have serious repercussions. I do hope you understand.
Like the butterfly effect, you mean?
A bit like that, yeah. Yes. Though we are not talking about time travel here. If I could jump into the past, I would in a heartbeat, so that I might be able to work even more efficiently, but alas.
Elizabeth shakes her head.
I may be a milady's top maid, but there are some feats even I cannot perform. Now, will you permit me to clean the bathroom? It shall not take a minute.
Right. If you're going to be that insistent, I suppose you can. Just don't stare at me too much, please. I glanced down at my lap, abashed. The more intimate areas of my anatomy might be hidden by a sheen of bubbles, but I feel distinctly exposed here. Just don't stare at me too much, please.
Oh?
An amused smile captures Elizabeth's lips.
Are you embarrassed, Mr. Ogasawara, by being seen in the bath?
Well, of course I am. I demur, my head hanging. I demur, yeah. I think anybody would be embarrassed in this situation. It's not like we know one another particularly well. Perhaps that holds true for you in regards to me, but there is much I know of you already. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, indeed. I know, for instance, that you are in a public relationship with Miss Yamamoto, but you also seem very friendly with Miss Wakatsuki and Miss Williams. Speculation as to your character is rife all over the newspapers, even in Astoria. You have made quite a name for yourself over the last few days. Yeah. I'd known I'd become something of a celebrity, but I hadn't realized my love life had become a topic of public debate across Astoria, too. By the sounds of it, I've become something of an international celebrity. There's no way my parents can't have heard about all this, or my co-workers for that matter. Going back to work is going to be a nightmare. I just know it. Being so very well regarded by the ladies, I fail to see why you should be abashed at my presence. Surely you should be accustomed to being regarded in such a state of undress. Yeah, I guess, but this feels different somehow. How exactly? You cannot say? Well, not to worry. I do not mean to make you feel uneasy. That is the exact opposite of my intentions, in fact. I would far rather relax you, so, to that end. Here, Elizabeth's smile takes on a decidedly devilish bent. Would you allow me to wash your back, Mr. Ogasawara? Huh? I look at Elizabeth dumbly. I thought you said you had to clean the bathroom. What happened to your schedule? I would be cleaning, and I would still be in the bathroom. Your hygiene is every bit as important as keeping these tiles spotless. I guess, but that sounds like a technicality to me. Besides, I'm an adult. I can wash myself. But perhaps you can, but I doubt you can easily ease the tension in your shoulders and back as effectively as my hands can. I am confident in my capabilities and certain I can take you to paradise. You deserve nothing less as a guest of the princesses. Now, won't you let me spoil you? And so, in the end, Gotcha. Yeah. Pretty nice. Alright. I like how they drew the reflections of the windows on the bubbles. That's a really nice detail, and I really like that. That is really nice. I really like that. I really do like that. Even. Yeah, this is what's going on here. Yeah, she's kind of just kneeling. Yeah, in the water. Kind of had to simplify probably all the bubbles that were here. Maybe those popped on throughout the whole conversation. So maybe, like all over here, maybe some bubbles popped, and sometimes some bubbles seem to start popping. Sometimes like that, yeah. It's like some bubbles nearest the head as we kind of lay in the tub kind of pop first, and then the other ones kind of don't. I don't know. Anyway. Well, now, isn't this cozy? Yeah. Cozy. Right. That's one word for it, I suppose. I'm sitting in the spacious bathtub, the water pooling around my legs, while Elizabeth kneels behind me. In one hand, Elizabeth holds a sponge, which she impresses against my back in regular motions. The sponge is all lathered up with warm, soapy water, and, admittedly, it feels pretty good against the curve of my spine. I'm painfully aware, however, of Elizabeth and of her close proximity. I can feel Elizabeth's breath against the nape of my neck. Feel, too, the way her exhalations make my skin tingle. Elizabeth took off her maid's attire before stepping into the bath with me. with the very astute reasoning that she wouldn't want to get her clothes wet. I can understand her logic, but I don't see why she felt the need to join me in the bath. I figured she'd ask me to vacate the tub, then sit on a stool so she could attend me still fully dressed. That'd be easier all around, I think, and far less embarrassing. Elizabeth, however, doesn't seem to see it that way. She was pretty gung-ho about this ploy of hers, though why exactly, I don't know. Maybe I should try asking her. Hey, Elizabeth? Huh? Elizabeth pauses in her slow, methodical scrubbing to look at me as askance.
What is it, Mr. Ogasawara? Is something not to your liking? Would you prefer it if I put more power into my technique?
Oh, no, your technique is fine. It's more, my brow furrows. Is this really alright?
I apologize, but I do not understand your query. What do you mean by this?
This whole situation, I mean. Sitting with me in the bathtub like this, I mean. I know maids are meant to serve their masters, but I'm not your employer. Stephania is, unless she ordered you to do this. And I can't imagine why she would. There's no need for you to go so very far out of your way for my sake. I mean... Oh. Option. Alright. Maybe... I don't want to take up too much of your time. Yeah, how about that? I don't want to take up too much of your time. Yeah. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Not when I know you're so busy. Here's what happens if I say I don't want to steal you from Stephania instead. I don't want to steal you from Stephania, I guess. You should be tending to her needs, really, not mine. It's making me feel kind of guilty, and more than a little embarrassed. I've been in suggestive situations before, of course. I'm no stranger to them. Oops, But Elizabeth's forthrightness is enough to unsettle even me. Unlike my entourage of succubi, I really can't tell if she's actively trying to flirt with me, or if she really does regard this as part and parcel of her job. I've no idea what to think.
Oh, please.
Elizabeth, by contrast, does not seem, or indeed sound, at all perturbed by our situation. I can hear the purse of her lips, though I can't see her face. Feel, too, her warm breath against the nape of my neck.
Do not feel guilty, Mr. Ogasawara. You have no cause to. I am the one who insisted that I aid you. You have not forced my hand at all.
I know that, but this must be an inconvenience. I'm sure you've more important things to do.
More important than tending to Milady's most esteemed guest? No, I do not believe that is the case.
You're flattering me now. I'm hardly her most esteemed guest. That'd be Hifumi, surely?
And as the companion of Miss Yamamoto, you too are of important rank. Milady wishes for nothing but your comfort, which I am striving to ensure. As Milady's top maid, I must do all in my power to make her guests feel looked after. A failure to do so would reflect most poorly upon my part. In fact, as Milady's maid, I am also, by extension, your maid. I am willing to do anything to ensure your happiness, no matter how taxing it may be upon me. My feelings do not matter. Yours are of a far higher import.
I don't know about that. You might be a maid, sure, but that doesn't mean you have to put others above yourself all the time.
Perhaps not all the time, no.
I can hear a faint smile in Elizabeth's words. It sounds like she's having fun, at least, despite all her talk of servitude.
But I must behave as such while I am working, and given being a maid is a 24-hour job, which demands all of my attention, I have little room to worry about my own needs. But that's just as good as denying yourself your own happiness, isn't it? I'd hate to think Elizabeth offered to join me in the bathtub out of some twisted sense of obligation. That'd make me feel like a creep. To my relief, however, Elizabeth only laughs.
Your kindness is much appreciated, Mr. Ogasawara, but it is unnecessary. As a maid, nothing gives me greater pleasure than making Milady and her guests happy. I need nothing more in life to be content than that.
Really? That's awfully altruistic of you.
No, it is not. Not particularly. My motives in serving Milady, and now you, are rather selfish. If I did not enjoy it so much myself, I would not be able to devote myself to my tasks so tirelessly. People may think that being a maid is a tedious, thankless job, but it, like all other occupations, becomes very rewarding when one takes genuine pleasure in their work. I like to think my work can bring others joy, even if said joy is only momentary. So, how do you feel?
Elizabeth presses the sponge a bit more firmly against my back.
Are you enjoying yourself, Mr. Ogasawara?
Yeah. I sigh despite myself. That really does feel good. As Elizabeth's firm, deliberate administrations ease a knot of tension at the top of my spine. Let's see if I'm still recording. Yeah. This does feel pretty nice. You're a natural at this.
Why, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Now, let me see if I cannot do something about those stiff shoulders of yours. The lady would be sad to see you bearing such stress when she wishes only for you to relax.
Elizabeth focuses her attention upon my body once more. She runs the sponge up and down my back, soaping me up, while I try, and only partially succeed, not to squirm. The rhythm of Elizabeth's scrubbing, coupled with her warm breath against my nape, is an addictive combination. It feels so good, I can't stop myself from sighing. Elizabeth, of course, is made immediately aware of this, and doubtlessly amused, she chuckles.
Goodness me, that was quite the sigh.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It's, been a while since anybody washed my back. I forgot how good it could feel.
Then I am most gratified that I can remind you. I must say, you do have a very handsome back, and handsome shoulders too. They are so broad, and while they are not particularly muscular, I can detect a degree of power rippling beneath the surface of your skin. You are awfully masculine, Mr. Ogasawara, and your scent.
I yelp, surprised, as Elizabeth leans in, the tip of her nose skimming against my nape. She inhales, while I swallow. Yes. She's so close to me now. I can feel her chest pushed up against my spine. Talk about stimulating. This is so intense, my heart feels like it might explode.
You are indeed delectable. I must confess, I was intrigued by you the moment we first met. You exude a certain aura a woman such as myself cannot possibly ignore. It is a little wonder you are so popular.
After what seems entirely too long, Elizabeth finally draws back. I can no longer feel the softness of her chest against my back, which seems both a blessing and a curse. I almost wish I could ask her to press herself against me again. But that'd be far too shameless. I have no pride than that.
I do wonder, though.
The wistful tone of Elizabeth's voice catches me off guard. I wasn't expecting that, not after her sultry, almost seductive tones from earlier, and it makes me blink. What are you wondering exactly? Exactly. It is about milady. It is about milady. Stephania? I feel, rather than see, Elizabeth nod behind me, the sponge pressed against my back, sliding down my spine. She is a cheerful girl by nature. Rare it is to see her without a smile, but she has been lonely throughout her life. Though already 21 years of age, and an adult in every conceivable sense, she has little in the way of experience. Her parents worry for her, given she is their only heir. Perhaps they are right to do so, given, though I mean milady, no disrespect, her common sense can be somewhat wanting at times. So, Stephanie is a total airhead, is she? I had gathered as much, based on our earlier exchanges, but it's nice to have it confirmed by Elizabeth. Milady is very sweet, but she can be overly trusting. She always believes the best in people, to her own detriment, and seems not to know there exist brigands in this world who would take advantage of her. Because of Milady's inherent sweetness, her parents believe she is the safest kept within the walls of the palace, where they can look after her. They mean the best, yet I fear it is because of their protectiveness that she has grown the way she is. So innocent and naive. That and her mother and father let her travel to Japan to attend that karuta competition is a small miracle. Rarely do they let her leave the palace. She was so very excited about the trip, it quite warmed my heart. Upon returning to Astoria, much of her ebullience began to fade. She continues to smile still, but I fear she feels rather isolated, much like a princess from a fairy tale. She does not have any friends to speak of, save myself, and never before has she had the chance to speak to any members of the opposite sex. There is much she is ignorant of, particularly when it comes to matters of the heart. Oh no, the game's lagging again. Don't do this to me. Please stop doing that. Holy crap. Okay. Oh? I frown. I'm not exactly surprised by this. Princesses, as far as I'm aware, have even stricter limits placed on their love lives than idols like AU. But I feel sorry for Stephania all the same. She's such a bright, cheery girl. I never considered the hardships she might be enduring. Does she want to, learn more about the heart? I believe so, yes. My lady has confided in me before, numerous times in fact, that she would like to indulge in some of the experiences other women can. Ordinary women. While she appreciates her parents' concern, she does not like being swaddled so, like a young babe. She is a grown woman, you know. As such, she ought to be free to live her own life. That is what I believe, at least. Yeah, I'll bet. I can't really blame her for that. I'd hate it if I was always told what to do and where to go. You would not be cut out for the life of a noble, then. Or, indeed, the intendant of a noble. Elizabeth titters. I can see that you are fiercely individualistic, Mr. Ogasawara. In that sense, you are very different from both Milady and myself. But I think that may be what Milady needs. In what sense? I think I can tell where this conversation is going, but I want some affirmation. What, exactly, is Elizabeth getting at? While I try to console Milady as best I can, there is only so much I can do for her. I would like to believe we are friends, but I feel that may be presumptuous of me, given I am also her servant. In a purely social sense, I am strictly Milady's inferior, though she, of course, never treats me as such. Despite my best efforts, alas, I cannot offer Milady the rich, plentiful life I want her to have on my own. While I know full well Milady cannot live as any normal woman might, by virtue of being a princess, but I would at least like it if she could broaden her horizons. If she could learn how to talk to an ordinary man such as yourself, one who is not an immediate family member or a servant, then maybe...
Maybe?
Well, who knows? This is all baseless conjecture upon my part, but...
I hear the smile in Elizabeth's ponderous words. Hear, too, the crinkle in her eyes.
Perhaps Milady might learn in time to fall in love. Then, even she might be able to experience a taste of romance, shut away though she is in this palace. It would be a brief and fleeting kind of romance, but the same can be said of many affairs, even those of great loves as written in famous plays. As the old saying goes, I believe it is better to love and lose said love than not to love at all.
Then you want Stephania to fall in love with me?
Well, why not? You are not unattractive, and you seem like a gentleman. I have ascertained as much myself just now, for, despite our close proximity, you have not made any inappropriate overtures towards me. I doubt other men would have similar self-control.
That's because, I append inside my head, I doubt other men have the experience I do after being routinely pursued by a gaggle of attractive succubi. I don't voice this thought, however. I don't know whether Elizabeth herself is a succubus or not. Marina seemed to have some suspicions. But if she isn't mentioning the topic, it would only result in awkwardness.
I really do believe you would be a perfect match for Milady, Mr. Ogasawara. You really are a fine specimen of a man. So much so, I admit I myself am somewhat enamored with you. Being so close to you is indeed enough to make my own heart flutter.
Elizabeth exhales, her breath warm against the nape of my neck.
Your will might be strong enough to resist my advances, Mr. Ogasawara, but I am beginning to fear I am not strong enough to keep my own wits about me.
I glanced at Elizabeth, still a touch flustered by our intense closeness. What are you talking about?
You cannot guess?
Elizabeth smiled thinly.
Do not be feigning ignorance, please, Mr. Ogasawara. What I desire ought to be obvious enough.
I thought you wanted Stephania to be happy?
I do, indeed. If she is to be truly fulfilled, however, I must first see how you conduct yourself in the art of love. This would be a pure experiment, you understand, to calculate how compatible you might be with Milady. If you are to be a true partner for her, I must expect you thoroughly. Every single inch of you, in fact. Now then...
Elizabeth smiles wickedly.
Shall we begin?
Alright, I think I know where this is going. Yeah, 5 minutes later. Yeah, that's about right. How big is this tub anyway? I mean, if it's good enough to fit Hiroki in it, and Elizabeth here too, so I think it's probably pretty good. Hey, here's something to think about. Why is her hair not so wet? You know what I mean? It still seems like it's just kind of flowing a little freely here. Aren't we in a tub where there's water, and it probably could have gotten into her hair, you know? It could be like drooping down. I think that would have been a nice detail, but they didn't have to do that, whatever. Probably would have made them not look like the character it's trying to be. Still got the reflection on the bubbles. Yeah.
Goodness me, you are even more gifted than I had imagined.
Yeah, did you get that, soap? That body wash over there? Yeah, that body wash. Gifted.
Indeed.
Ugh. Elizabeth smiles in a smug, self-satisfied manner, while her white, slender fingers curl about the soap bottle over there. Yeah, definitely soap bottle. Absolutely soap bottle, guys.
When it comes to your equipment, you are rather blessed. Your soap is so lubricant and clean. Yeah. I don't freaking know. Maybe put some of that, some soaps come in. Oh, yeah.
I worry if...
Hold on, I'll go back to. I'll get back to that.
I worry if you were to sleep with Milady, you might cause her harm. She is a
hymen still there, you know, and has never before lain with a man. He will have to take things nice and slow, so as not to frighten her. I would hate it if you were to cause her pain. Do you really think I'd want to do that? I have no desire to hurt Stephania. I'm not a sadist. In fact, given my earlier liaison with you over the telephone, I'm starting to wonder whether I mightn't be a huge masochist after all. Am I into being toyed with by attractive, domineering women? I've certainly let Marina have her way with me a few times in the past. I can still recall one of our earlier encounters where she did what is being just talked about there. I actually do. Oh yeah, no, I can kind of remember that. Yeah. Foot stuff, basically. Yeah. That was pretty embarrassing, but I can't deny it felt good. Elizabeth's ministrations, too, are awfully enticing. Yeah, she's really got that 3-in-1 thing. Yeah, that's what I gotta get back to. Yeah, some products come in like 3-in-1. It's like hair, skin, hair, body, and scalp, I believe. Hair, body, and dang it, I don't remember. Like the skin, I think it's hair, body, and skin. Hair, skin. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that is a 3-in-1. Yeah, I can't talk about what's going on here. Yeah, no, I can't. Elizabeth's technique is so good, it's hard for me to keep abreast of what she's actually saying. And speaking of breasts, those. I won't lie, they are pretty big. Yeah. I mean, maybe she has to wash those too, you have to wash all parts of the body, when you're in the soap. We gotta get the soap everywhere, We want to come out of here with a nice scent, as, Elizabeth was also bringing up. I don't want to buckle completely beneath her advances. I do have some pride, even if my masochistic streak is telling me in the back of my brain. I might be happier if I could dispense with all that. Ahem. As good as this feels, something about Elizabeth's conduct is perturbing me. Like it wasn't already, right? She just literally had to take off all her clothes and go in the bathtub with you and wash your back, right? Isn't that what she did? She had decided to do that for you, Rub your back. Why are you still talking about Stephania anyway? If you want to touch me, surely you should do it for your sake? With a sponge, of course, because bathtub. For my sake? Elizabeth seems to ponder this for a few moments. Her fingers stilling about the soap bottle that she still has there. She's kind of just washing, That is quite the novel concept. You mean you don't often do things for your sake? Slowly, Elizabeth shakes her head. Not nods, shakes. We call left and right is shaking, and up and down is nodding. Yeah. I have been Milady's maid for many, many years. I have grown accustomed to putting her first, as I ought, being her faithful servant. All I do in Milady's service, even this. I wished to test you, you see, to determine whether you would be a suitable partner for her. That is what I told myself, at least. But Elizabeth pauses. A somewhat complex expression crosses her pretty face, and her brow furrows. While I have dedicated my existence to Milady's happiness, I cannot deny I have urges of my own. Well, doesn't everybody? Yeah. Especially when it comes to washing your hair, too. We have the urge to wash our hair. It gets kind of messy, bro.
you know? Just a nice wash of the hair. It never should really hurt anybody, you know?
I'm not as selfless as I would like to think, but perhaps that comes with the territory. I am no normal maid, after all.
I don't know much about Elizabeth's backstory. I don't know much about her at all, as a matter of fact. But I'm inclined to agree with her there on principle. Elizabeth's many things, but normal isn't a word I would use in conjunction with her. She's being incredibly forward, but I can't say I dislike it. Being pampered to such an extreme degree is nice, but I don't think you should feel ashamed about that. Huh? Elizabeth blinks, her pale eyelashes trembling.
What do you mean, Mr. Ogasawara?
I mean... I sigh, my words momentarily fragmenting, as she just washes his hair very well. I can't read all that. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I can't. She is indeed washing your hair very well. I don't know if even I've washed my hair all that well. You know, I'm just... Yeah. I can see even some bubbles are just kind of like flying off of it. Yeah. I was a bit hesitant about all this at the beginning, but I've since warmed to it. I mean, of course you have, right? I mean, you got your back washed a little bit. So, why else would you be warmed up to it, right? It doesn't hurt that Elizabeth's so attractive. She literally gave you this gesture to ease you into this. That's why. That was her plan all along. I think that's what she was doing, so... I don't know. Maybe that is the case. I don't... Who even knows, right? I think this feels good, at least, which is why I want to ease some of Elizabeth's concerns. Whatever they might be. You might be Stephania's maid, but you're still your own person. It's normal for you to have desires of your own that are divorced from her. If you want to touch me, or... I gasp. Yeah. If you want to lather me up in soap, even you shouldn't feel guilty about it. Let's see if I'm still recording. Yeah, I am. I'm consenting, and so are you. Stephania's opinion on the matter is irrelevant. She isn't involved.
So you say.
Elizabeth frowns.
But I fear that is not wholly accurate. Milady is always relevant, at least where I am involved, because she is always on my mind. She is my beloved mistress, and I adore her. I want only to make her happy. That is what I have always said, at least, which makes it strange.
Elizabeth's eyes might... Ooh. Yeah, I can't read that.
I wonder why I am acting hence. This sort of behavior is not at all like me. I am usually better at keeping a lid on my emotions. It is true enough that I want to find you. I find you exceedingly appealing, Mr. Ogasawara. But this seems a tad unprofessional.
So, she's finally realized it, has she? It's not like I wasn't saying the exact same thing. Yeah, exactly. Elizabeth's been overly familiar since I met her, but... well, it's too late for such concerns now. Not while she has her hands on on my hair, in my hair. Totally not any other area. Yeah. It's pretty unprofessional, yeah. But that's why you should try and distance yourself from your profession for a bit. You're not dressed in your maid outfit right now, so you should feel free to take a break. Nobody can work all the time. It's exhausting. You don't have to serve me. You just need to be yourself. Be Elizabeth.
Be myself.
Elizabeth ponders this for a few moments. Yeah, I'm not reading the rest of that.
That may be somewhat difficult for a variety of reasons, but...
Elizabeth sighs.
I will endeavor to try, if that is what you would wish, Mr. Ogasawara. It is my duty to serve, after all. Jeez, did she not listen to a single word I said? I thought I'd made some progress on tangling her eternal maid shtick, but apparently not. She's determined to remain in character, even sans the frilly outfit. Her tenacity is impressive, but it's also a little frustrating. I just said you don't need to worry about your duty. If you want me, there's no shame in it. I'd rather we enjoy ourselves, so don't... Elizabeth reaches forth and presses her index finger against my lips.
Do not worry for my behalf, Mr. Ogasawara. I promise you, I'm quite content. You mightn't like your job very much, but nothing brings me greater pleasure than serving others. I am having such a good deal of fun. Observing your flushed face, I fear I am being quite selfish.
Well, if that's what you want... I sigh, then lie back in the tub. You can do what you want. Just so long as it is what you want.
It is indeed. I want you badly, as I have said.
Oops.
So much so, I'm feeling quite flustered. It is little wonder you are so popular. You really are cute. Hiroki.
Oh my god. She said Hiroki. Oh no. Ah! This use of my given name is so unexpected, I gasp from it. It's Elizabeth. Oh, nope, can't read the rest of it. Wow, she's really getting into your hair there. Hopefully you're feeling that on your scalp pretty well, you know what I mean? Oh yeah. Really feel it in there. Maybe even pull it out a little bit. Got like a brush in there, maybe. Good old brush. Yeah. Elizabeth,
You can't take it?
Elizabeth smiles knowingly.
Then, are you going to get the soap out?
Yes. You're too good at this.
Why, thank you.
Elizabeth bows her head. Wow. In a manner which seems laughably demure, given the occupation her fingers are currently engaged with. Yeah. Why would you bow your head while washing someone's hair? Yeah. Weird. You know? Washing someone's hair, you know. Washing someone's head. Yeah.
I am most gratified to know my technique has not gone rusty, despite it being quite some time since I last indulged in a man in so intimate a manner.
You know, washing someone's hair can be a little intimate, you know. Understandable.
I suppose it is little surprise, though. Making others happy is in my nature, being a maid. Though I have always taken especial delight in making men squirm. Now then...
Elizabeth looked at me with something akin to affection. Her bared her B rests pushed against my chest.
If you can no longer bear it, I suppose you must get the suds out. I would be happy if you did, in fact. As a maid, it would be most gratifying for me to see you enjoy yourself, doesn't it? It would be a proof that I really have done a good job, and all maids love to see their masters happy.
I don't know about being your master, but oh.
I gasped at my hips. Yes, your hips. Did she get at your hips too? Come on now. Get the hips too. The hips are pretty important. I get that's like kind of a weird area maybe, but hey, the hips matter too. Yeah.
Please, release your suds for me. You've worked so very hard, you deserve it. You deserve to have some fun, Miss Master.
Well, who am I to refuse? It's not possible. Not when she's asking so nicely.
Pleasure breaks over me, washing away all thought, and then she squeezes the soap out of the bottle and sponge at the same time. Also, she's got like a smirk on her face, I just noticed. Wow. Interesting. Okay, mate. Wow. With a series of desperate moans, I succumb. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. That's about it. The freaking drain has to be pulled up. Yeah. It ends just like that, apparently. Wow. Ah, jeez. What a morning. Nice garden, by the way. I sigh to myself, exhausted, as I stroll about the palace's spacious gardens. Elizabeth's flirtations have left me feeling weary, and a little unsure of myself. What, exactly, does Elizabeth want from me? It seemed like she was interested in me, but she framed all her actions as though they were undertaken for Stephania's sake. Does Elizabeth want me to befriend Astoria's princess, or, more scandalously still, seduce her? I wonder. I'm so lost in my wondering, in fact, I fail to notice Marina herself, who is similarly strolling about the gardens, at least until she calls to me.
Hiroki, what in the world are you doing traipsing about like a ghost? Is something awry?
What? Oh. I snap my head up, my eyes over wide, and look to Marina. She's dressed in the wintry attire she's donned during our flights to Astoria. Her upper half concealed in a dark sweater, while her hips are encased with a high-waisted skirt. Her look is complemented with a black beret, which contrasts with her silvery hair. I know little about fashion, but Marina looks incredibly well dressed. I'm fine, Marina. Sorry if I made you worry. I've just had a lot of my mind is all. Of my mind, alright.
On your mind, huh?
Hazel appears from behind Marina's back. How long was she standing there? Her green eyes alert.
That sounds kinda serious. Thinking too much can give you muscle cramps, you know? Maybe you want to go for a jog, to get yourself all loosened up. There's no shortage of nice paths around here you can use. The garden's absolutely massive, and hardly anybody uses it. It makes for an awesome running track.
I think I'll pass on the running for now.
Whoa!
But thanks for the suggestion. It's appreciated. I look between Hazel and Marina, a touch perturbed. These two make for a rare combination, all right. I don't often see them together, and when I do, they tend to be bickering. Marina's had cause to discipline Hazel on numerous occasions, given her obsessive infatuation with pretty girls. You in particular. When I was trapped in the succubus realm that one time, my succubus allies were all striving to save me, excepting Hazel. She was having a whale of a time, kicking back in the succubus realm and bestowing massages to a demanding you. That was a while ago. No. That was a while ago now, though, and I'd like to think it's water under the bridge. We're all friends now. Even Hazel seems to have forgotten the intensity of Marina's punishments, because she's looking pretty relaxed in her company.
Marina is right, though.
Hazel pipes up, one hand resting on her hip.
You really don't look too hot. Would you mind telling us what's the matter?
It's nothing, really. I just had some difficulties this morning in the bathroom.
Difficulties, is it?
Marina smiles wickedly. Oh.
Do not tell me that, in mine and Hazel's absence, you have been expending your energy, shall we term it, on your own. That would be truly heartbreaking. I know what Maria's getting at, of course, and I feel obliged to correct her ASAP. No, that's wrong. I've not been getting enough alone time, actually, since I've arrived here. That's my real problem.
Oh, is that so?
Marina arcs an eyebrow.
Then, do you mean to say you have been indulging in torrid affairs with the maids?
No, I make to protest, but Marina cuts across me.
You naughty boy, you! I had no idea you were so desperate.
Wow, is that what's been going on? I figured you'd take an interest in that silver-haired maid, but I didn't know things had gotten that far. Don't tell me you've been getting down and dirty with her already?
It was more a case of her being overly familiar with me, if you must know. I correct Hazel while flushing. I didn't instigate anything. I swear I didn't. What do you take me for?
Oh, gee, I don't know. A playboy, maybe?
Am I a playboy?
You have, like, 6 gorgeous women on the go. And how does that make you anything other than a playboy? You even have you wrapped around your finger. You sly dog, you.
Laughing, Hazel lopes over to me, then nudges me in the side with her elbow.
So many cute girls are into you, I'm actually kind of jelly. I wish I had my own harem.
There's nothing stopping you from pursuing cute girls on the side if you want. Didn't you have a thing with that girl from the sports center, Yumiko?
Eureka.
Her Hazel giggles. Hazel giggles.
Yeah, she was a real cutie, but in the end, it didn't pan out. She was way too jealous. I can't have a relationship with anybody who's too attached. It was really cramping my style.
Says you, who bends over backwards to serve you's every wish and whim. You are the very definition of attached when our queen is involved.
Yeah, but that's different. Lady Yu's adorable. Who wouldn't be obsessed with her?
I wouldn't, and quite easily too.
Marina sniffs.
You might be a monarch, but her superior attitude rubs me the wrong way. She doesn't treat me with the respect I deserve, despite my being her senior by many years. She could stand with being knocked down a peg or two.
No, Marina, you just don't get it. Her haughtiness is like part of Lady Yu's appeal. Lady Yu might act intimidating, but deep down, she's really sweet and shy. The gap between her cold outer appearance and her soft, gooey core is simply sublime. Don't you agree, Hiroki?
If Hiroki has any sense, he would sooner choose Princess Stephania over you. Stephania is, in my humble estimation, everything a royal should be. She is elegant and graceful, yet not at all proud. She cares for her guests and takes great pains to ensure we are having a comfortable time. You could take a leaf out of her book.
I don't know. Steffi's cute, sure, but she's not the same as Lady Yu. She's like one of a kind.
Good. I'm glad you's one of a kind. One new is pain enough to contend with, let alone introducing a second.
Oh, I wish two Lady Yu's existed. Think of all the fun I could get up to then.
Hazel giggles while Marina pulls a face.
I don't want to think about what fun your twisted little mind is cooking up. You have no self-control whatsoever.
When it comes to pretty girls, you mean?
Hazel grins.
You'd be right on that score. I don't!
Please, don't sound so proud of that.
I really am curious now, though. Who do you prefer, Hiroki? Lady Yu or Steffi?
Well, now, let me think.
I gotta say, lady, I gotta say you. Nah, she's treated me in many ways. Stephanie has only been introduced now, you know. So, I guess I'll have to go with you. I reply, after only a brief pause. I've known her a lot longer than I've known Stephania. After all, which isn't to say that Stephania isn't sweet. You is the jealous type, though, so I think she'd be upset if I said anything else.
Ha! You sure have Lady Yu's number.
Hazel titters.
Yu is jealous, horribly so, but I think that adds to her appeal. It makes her, like, 10 times cuter.
Does it now?
Or Marina raises an eyebrow.
I can't say I see the appeal in volatile, insecure women myself. But perhaps I'm simply too mature for histrionics.
It's not that you're too mature, Marina. You just can't see Lady Yu's appeal because you're devoid of love. Lady Yu is the best waifu, and those are the cold hard facts. Just face it already.
Here's what happens if I choose Stephania instead. Well, now, I smile bashfully. You would probably kill me if she heard me saying this, but I have quite a soft spot for Stephania. She's pretty cute, and she is so earnest too. I like how hard she works, and how seriously she takes Karuta. It's hard not to like her, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Marina nods approvingly, a coy smile playing about her lips.
You took the words right out of my mouth, darling. When it comes to women, I too find obedient, sweet-natured sorts easier to get along with than brash, headstrong kinds. Though perhaps that is because I myself can be very brash. I am no shy, retiring wallflower, as you know. Though I like to think I possess a degree of tact and charm you does not.
Yeah, Lady Yu can be tactless, but so what? Her clumsiness makes her cute. I can't believe you two don't understand her appeal. You're both such normies.
If being a normie means I have good taste, then I would be only too happy to accept that title.
Yeah,
Hazel grits her teeth together.
I can't just, stand here and let you slander Lady Yu, my beloved. You're both heartless.
Hazel and Marina bicker between one another for a few moments, largely on the subject of you versus Stephania, before Marina casts her eye back in my direction. Let me see if I'm still recording. Oh yeah, I am.
Well, putting our own tastes to one side, if life in the palace is beginning to tire you, Hiroki, would you care to visit Rosenberg with Hazel and me? We were planning to explore it regardless, given we both have some free time, but it would be more enjoyable if we could use it in your company.
Oh yeah, that sounds like fun. I've been itching to spend more time with you, Hiroki. My own energy stores have been dwindling, but going on a date should restore me back to tip-top condition. What do you say?
I turn my options over for a few moments and then... Sure, I'd love to go out with you too. Just lead the way. I still feel rattled, it's true, but spending time with Marina and Hazel should be enough to restore my spirits. I'm counting on them to cheer me up. It's not hard to be cheerful, really, while in Hazel's company. Excepting the occasion when she got me to go jogging with her, that is. Oh yeah. Now, that was an experience I'd really rather not relive. It's at both Hazel and Marina's behest that, an hour later, I find myself in a pleasant cafe in Rosenberg. The cafe is one that specializes in sweets, and, in taking advantage of their extensive menu, my two dates order an extensive amount of food. I hadn't thought Marina, being a mature woman, would have such a sweet tooth, or Hazel, for that matter, who has her career as a sportswoman to fuss about. Hazel's a health nut, and she's always been one to sing the praises of fresh fruits and veggies. She goes for jogs every morning, too, and can be found most days practicing her serves on the tennis courts. It's a rare surprise, therefore, that Hazel and Marina look as excited as they do about all the sweets they've ordered. Their enthusiasm is such, however, that it's almost infectious. Hazel is practically salivating, and Marina's eyes are lit up like a small child's. Case in point. Oh, really? Hazel's practically salivating, huh? And the little child eyes? Okay. I mean, sure, I suppose. I get it. It's like hyperbole. We're just exaggerating. I got it. Oh my god, that ice cream looks great. I'm not much of an ice cream person, but yeah, no, this looks really, really good. This right here looks really, really good. Like, props to the artists. Like, seriously. But yeah. You got like a table back here. Like, this is a level of detail, man. It's nice. It's nice. So, this cheesecake. That's what it is. Yeah. Moving on.
Oh wow, this cheesecake is adorbs. Look at all these little strawberries. It's to die for.
This chocolate sundae is most exquisite too. The ice cream is very sweet, but it's counterbalanced perfectly by this sauce, which is somewhat tart. I wonder if it was made with dark chocolate. Whoever prepared this dish must be an artisan skilled, indeed, in the culinary arts. I am most satisfied.
Same here. Japanese desserts are great and all, but there's something extra special about all these European ones. I feel like I'm going back to my roots. I might as well be in America again.
Huh. Now that Hazel mentions it, I guess she was brought up in America. Hazel's fondness for sugar is starting to seem a lot less out of character now. I'm still surprised by Marina, though. Can you really eat all that? Dubiously, I eye the array of desserts spread before us on the tabletop. Cute slices of cake and fluted glasses full of sundaes dotted here and there like flowers in a field. It seems a bit excessive.
Oh, Hiroki. Hazel pouts. You've gotta, live a little. We're on holiday, you know. It's fine to be excessive every once in a while. Besides,
Hazel flexes her muscles.
eating all this gives me an excuse to work out even harder this evening. I'll burn all this sugar off. You just wait and see.
Yes, indeed. I do not often indulge in sweets, but I am not opposed to them in theory. I enjoy indulging in delicious, decadent chocolate just as much as the next woman. The richer, the better. I cannot say I am much of a fan of white chocolate, though it is overly sweet for my liking. The tartness you get from high-grade dark chocolate, however, really is divine. My taste buds feel as though they are in heaven.
Mine too. I'm ascending. This is incredible. You've got to try some of this, Hiroki.
You might as well sample some of this too. Come on. Come now, dear. Don't be shy. Don't you wish to taste my chocolate?
Both Hazel and Marina proffer me their spoons, which are laden with desserts. Hazel beaming, while Marina smiles seductively. These two sure look like they are having fun. I'm glad they are taking our trip to Astoria as a chance to cut loose for once, but isn't that kind of brazen? I glanced about the cafe surreptitiously, my brow furrowed. You two are both famous. Anybody could be watching us, especially after that fiasco at the airport. I don't want to give the general public even more scandalous pictures to salivate over.
You care for my reputation that much, dear? How very sweet.
Marina giggles.
Truly, you are even more delectable than these cakes. Please, don't worry your pretty head, though, darling. I don't care one jot what the general public think of me, or of my relations. As a grown woman, I ought to be allowed to see whoever I want.
What I do on my time off is nobody's business but my own. I will not let anybody count me. Same here. I'm like, always in the papers anyway, on account of my unique playing style.
By unique playing style, I presume Hazel's talking about her fondness for showing up on the tennis court sans underwear. When I first began researching Hazel Williams before I had the chance to meet her in person, I saw all sorts of interesting images of her circulating on various internet search engines. There were a bunch of images, to be more precise, of her pleated skirt flipped up mid-match. People were engaged in pretty fierce debates across all sorts of internet forums as to whether Hazel wore peach-colored underwear or whether she really was going commando under her tennis skirt. I guess Hazel's accustomed to rumors being spread about her, not just about her romantic partners. It's a known fact that Hazel's bi, but about her nether regions.
I don't care if people want to gossip about me. It's old hat at this point. I'm so used to it, it doesn't bother me at all. Not in the slightest.
It would appear Hazel and I are on the same page. We neither of us care what the public think, and neither should you. Now please, do not let your anxiety spoil our holiday. I am not in the boardroom at the present, so would prefer to enjoy myself.
Sorry about that. I capitulate after a pause. I can see I'm not going to win against these two. As opponents, they're way too formidable. Left with no other option, or so it seems, I open my mouth obligingly so Hazel and Marina can feed me. Let me just check just in case. Yeah. Wait. Okay, yeah. Both women lean forward, their chests pressing against the table, as they take advantage of my servility. Hazel feeds me first, with a piece of tart strawberry shortcake, and Marina follows suit with a spoonful of her ice cream sundae. I swallow both sweet treats, savoring them upon my tongue. Once they've both been consumed, I say, while smiling, "Hey, that really is good."
I told you so.
Can you see now why I was so very enthusiastic earlier? The desserts at this place are truly top class. They are well suited for ladies such as myself.
Yeah, I can see it now. These desserts are like nothing I've ever tasted before. It's almost better than the food back at the palace, back in the palace. Speaking of which, hey, you two, I have something to confess.
Oh?
Marina, intrigued, raises one neatly plucked eyebrow.
And what might this be?
It's about Elizabeth. I know I mentioned this before, but I frown. I really do think that she's flirting with me. In fact, after all that transpired in the bathroom this morning, I don't think there's any might about it. Elizabeth was being pretty insistent about the whole affair. Elizabeth says she's just being attentive, like any maid should be, but I think she's taking things too far. She's being pretty intense about it, actually.
Intense, you say?
Marina grins.
Well, I'm not surprised. You are irresistible after all, darling.
Do you really think so? Oops. Do you really think so?
To succubi like us, yes. Your scent is even more appealing than all these lovely desserts. And you want to know, after sampling them, how wonderful they are.
Marina's right about that. I was bowled over like the first time I met you. I never met anybody with a scent quite like yours before, guy or girl. You're super special, Hiroki.
Whether Elizabeth is a succubus or not remains to be seen. But if she likes you as you claim she does, perhaps you ought to see her to consoling her.
And by consoling, you mean?
I think you know what I'm implying.
Maria's knowing smile widens.
Your harem is so extensive, you might as well add another conquest to its ranks. I don't mind.
Do you really think I'm capable of pleasing yet another woman? I've my hands full already.
If you were a lesser man, I would say no. But you are not a lesser man, Hiroki. You are the man I am in love with. And any man who has earned my favor, such as you, must be far above average. I know from experience your stamina is most impressive. I am certain you can do it.
Me too! Go, go, Hiroki! I'll be cheering you on!
While I pursue another woman?
Why not? You only live once. Besides, Elizabeth's cute. I wouldn't mind getting to know her a little better myself. Maid outfits are the best!
I sigh. I should have known you'd react like that. You just can't help yourself, can you, when pretty women are involved? Are involved?
Guilty as charged.
As for myself, I would welcome the competition another suitor for your hand might usher in. It would keep me on my toes, if nothing else. I would hate to be too assured of your continued feelings for me, for therein lies complacency. And in complacency, desolation. That is how all relationships end, even the very passionate ones. If one person stops trying, it's all over. Fortunately, I have never been one to back down from a challenge. It keeps me young.
Me too! I wouldn't be an athlete if I didn't love the thrill of a fair fight. I'd like my relationships to be the same. They're more fun when they're unpredictable. The rush of adrenaline I get when I'm with you, Hiroki, is just as good as the buzz I get when I'm on the field. I never know if another woman will come out of the woodwork to try and steal you away. In fact, I think it's been a little quiet on that front lately. The status quo could use a bit of shaking up.
I think my life's been pretty thoroughly shaken, as is. After meeting all you succubi, I shake my head, bemused. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really, before I thought to bring up Elizabeth's advances. Were I in a normal relationship, I'm sure any hypothetical girlfriend would be upset at Elizabeth's conduct. Marina and Hazel, however, seem to be taking this as some kind of game. I suppose that's because they're succubi. Their way of thinking must be a little different from that of ordinary women's.
I would very much like it if your relationship with this Elizabeth were to blossom, if only because it will make our time together all the sweeter. However,
here Marina frowns.
Magnanimous as I am, not even I am wholly immune to envy.
Oh? I blink. It looks like the waters in which I'm treading aren't quite as untroubled as first I thought. Do you have a problem with this, Marina?
I would not call it a problem, per se. I would not begrudge you if you wished to spend more time with this saucy maid. Oh no.
Marina pouts.
I would like it if you could lavish some attention upon me too, from time to time.
Same here. Marina and I have known you way longer than Elizabeth, so we should get first dibs on your body. We might be on a date right now, but that's not nearly enough to satisfy me. Why don't we all have some fun together?
I think I know what Hazel's implying when she says fun. But just to double check, are you propositioning me, Hazel?
Maybe I am. What of it?
Hazel grins.
It's been ages since I last got to spend any real time with you, Hiroki. I want to enjoy our date to the fullest.
Me too. It might be too early to indulge in such relations. It is not much later than midday, but I have never been one to care for conventions.
Now we've eaten. I've got to work off all these calories.
As do I. I have a meeting scheduled tonight, and I would like to take this as an opportunity to divest myself of all my accumulated stress. Fortunately, I imagine such impulses might strike me beforehand, and I have already gone to the
effort of booking a hotel room.
Oh, really? You decide? Oh, come on now. You really went that far. Oh, man.
Now,
Marina surveys me from across the table, her green eyes glinting.
shall we? It has been so long since since last I indulged myself in your affections, darling. I'm all aquiver with anticipation. Let us make today's date one which we shall remember for a good long while to come.
Well, hello. Hey. Looks like we have booked a hotel room, like she just said. And now we're doing these kinds of things because they were just talking about that. Makes sense. Nice to know they also switched into this attire too for it. Yeah, pretty nice. Yeah. Alright.
How do you feel, my dear Hiroki? Are you enjoying yourself? Oh, how silly of me. Of course you are. Surely you must be, to have a sophisticated lady such as myself serving you so very shamelessly.
Maria laughs huskily, her breath warm against the shell of my ear. Attired in her succubus outfit, though only partially, Marina stands behind me. Oh. We must like eating this banana with our cheesecake and ice cream. Frick. No, the popsicle. That's a popsicle. What am I talking about? Banana flavored popsicle. There you go. I'm pretty sure some of those exist out in the world, right? Yeah. One more of Marina's gloved hands wrapped about the popsicle. You know, I think she's still trying to just feed Hiroki here, you know. You know, they were just trying to like baby feed him a little bit. Maybe they're still just doing a little bit of that. Or maybe Hiroki's doing that now. He's like, hey, you did this for me? Now I'm gonna do this for you now. Get your hands a little messy, possibly. And then you can slurp up the condensation of the transition from solid to liquid. Frick. No, I wouldn't know that. It's like evaporation. Melting, sorry. It's melting. My bad. Totally didn't just come in. I was thinking liquid to gas, because that's what I think of.
You're so cute, my darling Hiroki.
Marina murmurs in a sultry whisper, which goes straight to my engorged popsicle. That I have with me. Yeah, that Hiroki has with him. I don't know.
I can't help but want to toy with you.
Ooh, are we playing with toys too? Like, you know, maybe we're playing with cars, or maybe we're playing with like, I don't know, like maybe there's like a bit of like a merry-go-round set. Or are we playing with like Legos? Maybe we built like a merry-go-round set.
It's been a long time since I last felt your Legos between my fingers.
What?
Now I have you in my grasp. I'm not going to let you go. Neither am I.
Hazel pipes up, her own digits wrapping about your head. Are they playing tag? What, is that another thing they're playing? Do mind the Legos then, if that's the case. You're gonna end up stepping on those stuff. That stuff's gonna hurt. I personally wouldn't remember from experience, so I don't know. Ugh. Like Marina, she's doing her level best to get me off of my butt that is sitting in a crisscross applesauce on the ground, and she's doing it rather successfully too. Yeah, she kind of like grabs your arm too. Yeah, grabbed the arm, picked him up. Now they're standing. it's taking a great amount of willpower on my end not to capitulate to this two-pronged attack. Yo. Yeah. I think they're just wrestling. I think that's what they're doing. They're just wrestling. You know, they're just playing around with the toys and everything. You know, they had to maybe put on this particular attire for the occasion. I don't know. Freaking. Yeah, I cannot read that. Yeah, nope, can't do that. Yeah, they're just like playing around, honestly. I mean, like Hiroki has like his hands amongst Hazel's like torso here, you know, just maybe about to do some type of wrestle move or whatever. I don't know. What the frick? Weird wrestling if that's the case. Just bring your plastic weapons on with you if you're really just trying to fight things out over here. I don't know. What am I talking about? I know saliva doesn't have a taste. Ooh, did you somehow knock some wind? Did you knock a bit of sense into their face there, Hiroki? Is that what you did there? You're talking about saliva there, you know, sometimes like spit comes out. People take a hit, you know, sometimes. Yeah. Get your weapons. If you get the Nerf guns or something like that. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Keep loading. That's a good boy. You're at your very cutest when you're overwhelmed.
Yeah, overwhelmed with bullets, maybe.
Now just lie back and let me take care of everything. You fully might fancy yourself as your wife, but I would far rather act the role of a kindly boss, eager to show her new hire the ropes. As your senior, I'll be sure to look out for you. You're very precious to me, after all, darling.
Sure. Okay. What the frick? Yeah. She's currently, you know, yeah, she's the leader right now. I don't know, they're playing some type of game. I don't know much about being a kid, like the other games they play. Maybe they're playing patty cake. They're playing patty cake. How about that? Patty cake, body part, patty cake, body part, Betty. Oh my god, I can't read that. For all her talk of being a kindly boss, Marina's going at this pretty hard. Yeah, this patty cake game. Oh my god. Maybe we should get that board game over there. How about that? Yeah, get that board game over there. Freaking. Sorry. Maybe play that Connect 4 game. I don't play board games. I like them though. But then again, so is Hazel. Sandwiched between these two succubi as I am, I've nowhere to escape to. Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, you have to play the game through. That's probably why you're stuck right now. Yeah, that's probably why. You have to play through the game. There's been some type of curse upon you that if you don't complete the game, or at least, like, win, like, a best of 3, or at least get through a game of 3, then you cannot get out. Something about this situation seems a bit shameful, but I feel too dizzyingly good to extricate myself from Marina and Hazel's embrace. Oh, really? Yeah, they're trying to make it tough on you too, Hiroki. Maybe they're kind of just cheating there. They're playing a game of like Sorry or something, you know. Yeah, look at them cheating. Somehow that dice is just always often landing on like a 3. I don't know, something like that. This intense pampering session is going to drain me all the willpower I have. Ugh, almost torturous, but whatever, man. Not all games are really fair like that. Sometimes someone just gets it in their favor and whatever. They're turning me into a thoroughly useless person who can think of nothing save being serviced. What are the rules of this game anyway, you know?
Yes, that's right. Keep whimpering. You don't need to feel embarrassed when you're with me. I love the cute sounds that you make. My adorable, useless darling. Marina's right.
Hazel exclaims, after drawing her mouth from mine. Ooh, why'd they... Was that a game? Are they playing Truth or Dare? Oh no, not the Truth or Dares. I think it's truth that Marina would like to know how much Hiroki makes a day. I don't know, something.
I think you're like super cute too, Hiroki. You're not quite on the same level as you. But then again, nobody is. Your truther there is plenty adorable though. Especially when I do the dare and you cry. I say dare and then when you say dare and you cry because this dare is too much for you.
No, freaking no.
Just like that.
Since when did Hazel laugh like that? That's always been more of Marina's thing. Wait, seriously? This is like a wait. No, it literally says ooh foo foo right here. Are we serious? So this is like legitimately just how they type it out over there. Okay. I was just thinking it's just kind of that thing, but you know, okay. That's actually very interesting. I like that. It's actually very interesting. A chill runs up my spine as this unusually sadistic display. Oh my god, yeah. See, truth or dare is rather evil. Oh my god, rather evil game. You know, Hazel's better never been a demure, mealy-mouthed sort of girl, but I never once thought she was a sadist. Man, is everyone a freaking sadist right now? Oh, they're all succubi. Like, why would they not be? I mean, look at what they're wearing, man. Maybe that's why you're starting to have this, I don't know, you said kink for this kind of thing, you know? Okay, wait. Then again, that might track, given that one time she frog marched me out of my bed to go jogging with her. You keep bringing that up, when I was supposed to be having a summer vacation on AU's private beach. Now, that was pretty sadistic. Wow. Hazel didn't even seem to realize at the time how uncomfortable I was, until I collapsed upon AU's couch, all red-faced. I'm feeling pretty red-faced right now. Yeah, exactly, you keep embarrassing the frick out of him. Dang. Go play, like, I don't know, play catch the frisbee. Did he have frisbees in there? No. Try to play with darts over there. Yeah, darts. Yeah, you put some darts on the wall over there. Yeah, how about that? I don't think I can hold out much longer. Yeah, how's that, popsicle doing, by the way? Remember that popsicle I brought up? Banana popsicle? Yeah. Banana flavored popsicle. Might be doing pretty well. Maybe I think Marina's mouth by now. Yeah, that thing. Ugh. I can't. I think I've reached my limit. Yeah, you see? Because literally it's like he's accumulated so many points in the dart game. You guys are playing the dart game, right? Yeah. I'm going to get this bullseye.
Please do. Do not hold yourself back. Not around Hazel and I. We are both more than willing to accept your accuracy. To partake in your pleasure would make me very happy indeed. There is nothing I love more than seeing a job through to completion. Come on, Hiroki. I want to see you really hit that bullseye. There is, like, no need to be embarrassed. We're all friends here.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm sure you can do it.
Well, thanks, Hazel. I'm not sure if I really need the pep talk, though. You're making it sound like I'm about to run a marathon.
Am I?
Hazel giggles.
Sorry. That's just the way I always talk. I guess I've spent too much time around my coach the last few years.
Yeah, maybe they taught you a few games, huh? Such as, I don't know, maybe what's going on here, possibly, I don't know.
Still, my feelings for you are the real deal. I really do want to make you feel good. As do I. You should take this up as an opportunity to let off some steam.
Some steam, eh? I'm playing a game right now. Yeah. I'm playing a game right now. Steam. Playing on Steam, you know? Steam, you play games on Steam. So maybe they're playing games on Steam. I think that might be what they're doing. That might be another thing. Yeah, they're playing a game, got the toys. Maybe they're just really engaged, you know, with all the stuff.
You've been working so hard in your own way, my cute underling. It's time to entrust yourself to your boss. I'm saying you can make this throw,
Because they are still playing darts, right?
so you should, in fact, I'm ordering it. You wouldn't want to defy me, would you? Wasn't, though I may be acting now. I can be scary when I'm angry.
She's not kidding. I've been on the receiving end of Marina's punishments myself, and she really goes all out. You best do as she says, Hiroki.
That, as it transpires, isn't at all that difficult. Marina's fingers have begun to stimulate the intensity of trying to get this perfect shot in before we get punished. I don't know what the frick. Now I've reached the tipping point. Yeah, see? The tip of the darts. Yeah, see? Yeah. There you go. Finally, you threw it, Hiroki. Nice job. Nice job. Nice job. You threw the dart, and it managed to make that bullseye. And that's great. That's like really, really, really great. Now you have like 700 points, I think. I think Marina probably had like, what, like 450? And then Hazel, probably 300. I don't know. Hiroki's did the best, man.
I like it. Ah!
I soon succumb. Ugh. Yeah. You won the game, Hiroki. We know. Yeah, we know. We left thoroughly exhausted by this armorous encounter. I lie back and allow Marina to support me. Nice. I was starting to feel a bit on edge. I mean, come on. You ended your entire session with a game of darts there, you know? And now punishments could have been severe. For you, Hiroki, but I don't know about them. Yeah. I feel ready to take on the world.
Wow, you got 700 points.
Trust me, I am definitely not saying what it said there.
It's kind of sticky. You know, the dart on the wall. And it smells a bit funny too. It's not super appealing. This is where Lady Yu has you beat.
What? What, she had more points than Hiroki would? She's a succubus. She's a succubus. I've been down. I can believe it. She probably can, but if she were to have participated in the game of darts that was, I think she would have gotten a higher score than Hiroki would have, which is 700, as I am saying. At least I will be, once I've gotten myself cleaned up. Yeah, sometimes you get tired after playing a bunch of games, you know? Like myself, I might get cleaned up, too. A handful of days later, I find myself sitting once more in the parlor, as I have many times before, watching yet another Karuta match play out between Stephania and Hifumi. Elizabeth is acting as the reciter, as per usual. She reads out the poems in her smooth, rhythmic voice, her Japanese as proficient as any native's despite her distinctly Western looks. Elizabeth reads out a poem after poem, until... But now I know the true meaning of love.
Hey!
Hifumi reaches out, ever elegant despite her haste, and smacks her palm down on a card on her side of the field. With this successful claim, Hifumi wins their match. Though several cards remain in play, the gulf between Stephania and Hifumi is now too great for Stephania to overcome it. Stephania's defeat is a crushing one. It's all over. It's all over. If Stephania were less chipper, I imagine she might bemoan the outcome of this match, but it isn't to be. Instead, smiling brightly, Stephania says,
That was incredible, mistress. You really are a sight to behold. Watching you claim the cards is so very invigorating. It makes my heart pound within my breast. Your motions are so graceful, and you are akin to poetry yourself. While I do not enjoy losing, it is most vexing I've yet to make more progress. I get accepted for my defeat when it is at your hands. You are the most worthy opponent I could ever hope to face.
Why, thank you. I am gratified to hear that you enjoy our bouts, but please don't be overly critical of yourself. I believe that you have made progress, though you yourself may not be able to see it. These things are slow, that is all. There is no need to rush. I shall be here for a week longer, and during this time, I will impart upon you all I know.
Oh, mistress, you're very good to me.
I am as good to you as you deserve. You are so very, very sweet, dear Stephania. I cannot help but wish to spoil you. Why, I regard you just like a little sister.
Being your little sister mightn't be so bad. I am an only child, and I have often wondered what it would be like to have siblings. But no!
Stephania shakes her head, her eyes blazing with determination.
I cannot afford to regard you as family, mistress. Not when your skills are so superior to mine. That would only serve to confuse our roles. For the present, I am not but a humble challenger, though I hope in time I may one day be able to surpass you. To that end...
Stephania stabs a finger in Hifumi's direction. Ooh, suddenly music, yeah.
Would you be interested in facing against me once more? In an official capacity?
More official?
Hifumi tilts her head curiously, one hand resting upon her cheek.
In what manner do you mean?
I was thinking it might be nice, before you leave, if we could televise one of our Karuta matches across Astoria. As Astoria's princess, I can make this eventuality come to pass. I need only petition my parents, and they will bring a camera crew here forthwith. Whether I win or lose is immaterial. I want only, through the publicization of our tournament, to introduce more of my country folk to the joys of Japanese culture, and of course, to Karuta. As the sports rating queen, there is nobody more appropriate to showcase the joys of Karuta than you. What do you say, mistress? Would you care to grant me this favor?
My.
Hifumi surveys Stephania for a few moments, unblinking, before, her eyes creasing in the corners, she smiles.
You sound as though you have given this proposed venture quite a lot of thought.
Maybe a little.
Stephanie demurs, while pressing her index fingers together. Yeah.
I'm quite fond of Karuta, in case you hadn't noticed.
At this point, I think we'd have to be blind not to notice. And deaf, too. Why is the text like smaller here? I don't know. Oh, that's why. I murmur under my breath, for nobody's benefit but my own. Hifumi and Stephanie don't seem to have heard me. They're too lost in their own little world.
I am aware of your feelings, Stephania, and I think they are most admirable. There are few people in this world who would dedicate themselves so earnestly to their passions. That is why I enjoy playing Karuta with you so. Your desire to improve remains unwavering, despite your many losses. You are truly hard-working, and I would like to reward your efforts. I think you deserve it.
Oh!
Stephanie stares at Hifumi, her eyes wide.
Does that mean you'd be willing to grant my wish, mistress?
But
But of course, I would be more than happy if one of our competitions was broadcast across Astoria. I am not, as you should know, camera shy, given my occupation as an actress. And, indeed...
Hifumi approaches me, then winds her arm through mine.
My relationship with Hiroki here, who happens to be a photographer. I rather enjoy being the center of attention, though that may seem a touch narcissistic.
Hifumi giggles.
I would also enjoy making you happy, dear Stephania. and this seems an easy enough way to go about it. Thank you for your kind invitation. I do believe that this will be a lot of fun.
Alright, let's see it happen. Oh. With Ifumi and Stephania's negotiations completed, the pair of them then sit in the parlor to partake in a spot of afternoon tea. I join them at Stephania's behest, and soon find myself nursing a cup of Darjeeling, poured by Elizabeth's expert hand. The Darjeeling exudes a fragrant aroma, its mirror-like surface a rich, deep amber hue. When I bring the teacup to my lips and sip, I'm pleasantly surprised at just how delicious the tea is. While I'm partial to tea, I'm more of a green tea sort of guy. I don't really go in for all these fancy blends, and I know precious little about the difference between Darjeeling and, say, Kilimanjaro. Despite my ignorance, however, about any type of tea other than matcha, however, even I can appreciate how delicious this tastes. It really is good. I exhale, rejuvenated, as the earthly, slightly sweet taste of the Darjeeling washes over my tongue. Do all members of Astoria's royal family partake in fancy tea times like this? If so, I was born into the wrong social stratum. Heck, the wrong country. Maybe I'd make a good European noble myself. Let me see those country. Yeah. It's a nice thought, I suppose. You never know, like county, country. Though not, alas, a very practical one. I'm Ogasawara Hiroki, no matter how you slice it, and I'll never end up an earl or a duke, much less a king, unless I happen to marry into the right bloodline. Getting married for the sake of drinking delicious tea seems a step too far, though. Yeah.
What a delightful beverage this is!
Hifumi remarks, after taking a sip of her own Darjeeling.
This might be some of the best tea I have ever consumed, and I've partaken in any number of tea times during my time. I must offer you my compliments, Miss Elizabeth, on your brewing capabilities. Princess Stephania is most fortunate to have you in your employ.
Elizabeth, who's standing sentry by the tea table, offers a neat curtsy in response.
Why, thank you. You are too kind. I do not, however, require your compliments. I believe I am only acting as any maid ought.
You always say that, Lizzie. You're so stiff and formal.
Stephania pouts.
You want to learn how to accept a compliment for once in your life. Can't you see that my mistress is trying to be nice to you?
I can say that, and it is most appreciated. I would not, however, wish to cast a pall upon the proceedings by being rude.
You aren't rude at all, Lizzie. It is quite the opposite. In fact, you're much too polite. I would prefer it if you would join us at the table so we could all enjoy your tea together. That would be grand. I wish very much that we might all be friends.
As kind an offer as that is, milady, I fear I must keep my distance. That is my duty as your maid. Worry not, however.
Gently, Elizabeth smiles, some of the ice about her impassive countenance thawing.
Nothing could make me happier than watching you enjoy yourself thus, milady. If you are satisfied, then I am satisfied. Yes.
I am satisfied, yes, but I think you could stand to be a bit more selfish.
Perish the thought! My life, as I am sure you know, is dedicated to your service, milady. Please, use me as you wish, and worry not about my own feelings. They are immaterial. Now,
Elizabeth's gaze sweeps along the table.
What of your pastries? Would you care to partake in them? The cook made them specially to pair with your tea. There is apricot jam to go with them too. I can prepare your croissant for you, milady, if you wish.
Oh, no, it's fine. I can spread my own jam and butter myself. I'm not a little child anymore, Elizabeth.
Please forgive me then. I shall leave you to it, if you wish to be alone with your companions. Please do not hesitate to call me, however, should you have further need of my services. As always, I shall hasten to fly to your side without delay. Remember, milady, that no request of yours could ever burden me.
So saying, Elizabeth turns on her heels, then vacates the parlor. Stephania watches her go, her green eyes focused upon her maid's retreating back, then sighs. Ifumi, hearing this sigh, looks at Stephania curiously and says,
Are you quite alright, Stephania dear? I am fine, I suppose. I had a good game of Carita with you, mistress, and I enjoyed myself immensely. I wish only that Lizzie would be less formal. I know she is doing her job, yet I do not like to think that I am yet another duty she must attend to.
Stephania hangs her head, then begins to trace the rim of her teacup with her fingertips.
I know that Lizzie cares for me. She makes that quite apparent, but the way she cares is incredibly stiff.
Does she always talk to you like that?
Not all the time, no. Lizzie is far less formal when we are alone together. Around others, however.
Stephania shakes her head.
Oh, well. I ought not to take umbrage at I would not to take umbrage at Lizzie, so I know she means the best for me. She is, in fact, my dearest friend in the palace. None of the other servants speak to me as Lizzie does. Not in my bedchamber, and certainly not before guests. They all keep their distance. In fact, I cannot fault them, for they can hardly treat me as an equal, given I am a princess. My social status is so immense, most people cower before it. I understand that, but...
A dolorous Stephania reaches for a golden brown croissant, arranged artfully upon a plate in the center of the table, and liberates it. She cuts the croissant open with the silvery blade of her knife, then applies a generous amount of apricot jam upon it.
Well, there seems little point in crying over spilt milk.
Wow.
It was lonely growing up in the palace, yes, but I was never wholly alone. I had my parents, and of course, I had Lizzie. My upbringing has been very privileged, really. I know few live in luxury as I do. Having little in the way of friends seems a small price to pay for my good fortune. Furthermore, the palace is far livelier now than it was. I am most happy that I was afforded the opportunity to make your acquaintance, mistress.
Stephania inclines her head in Fumi's direction.
And yours too, Mr. Ogasawara. Spending time with you, the pair of you, is most diverting indeed. I cannot recall the last time I had such fun.
Oh, well, isn't that a sweet sentence? I wonder how I should reply. You know what, yeah. You know, actually, yeah, I was quite glad to meet you too. You're interesting. Yeah. I'm glad I was able to meet you too.
Oh?
Stephania blinks at me, her green eyes bright with emotion.
You are?
Of course. I smile at her. You're very cute, after all. And not only that, you're incredibly kind. Spending time with you in Astoria has been an honor.
My.
Stephania blushes in response to my compliments, her cheeks turning bright red.
You're too kind. I can't remember the last time a man who wasn't my own father has ever been so nice to me. This might be the first time, in fact. I've been horribly sheltered in the palace, as you know, but...
Stephania beams.
I've had many new experiences, all thanks to meeting you. I am in your debt.
Here's what happens if I say, maybe it was maybe meeting you like that was kind of awkward instead. If you ask me, talking to a princess has been kind of awkward. I'm not always sure what to do or what to say. I smile bashfully, especially with Elizabeth breathing down my neck. I've been worried that I might offend you, but, well, my smile takes on a more sincere quality now as I meet Stephania's eyes with me. I think I'm beginning to overcome some of my anxiety. You're not so very hard to talk to after all, despite being a member of the royal family. As far as I'm concerned, you behave like a nice, normal girl.
Normal, am I?
Stephania sighs.
No, I am far from that, as is my living situation. I realize it might be hard for a regular person such as yourself to interact with me, Mr. Ogasawara, but I see that you are trying, and I appreciate the effort. For that, you have my immense thanks.
Thus saying, Stephania picks up a piece of croissant between her fingertips and pops it into her mouth. She chews it in swift, almost defiant motions, and upon swallowing, exclaims,
My!
"Oh my god."
This is wonderful! The pastry is so light and flaky! It positively melts upon my tongue! The pair of you must try this pastry too! In fact, I insist upon it! Please eat! Do! It would be a crying shame if you were to waste something so yummy! Tasty!
I don't know.
Let us all eat and be happy together! As a princess, I command it! I will not permit you any say in the matter! Oh, ho, ho, ho!
Yeah, there you go. Nice. Hey, look, we're back here now. Yeah. Maybe I could go for one of those croissants or whatever, yeah. Yeah, whatever. The rest of the day passes in a blur, and before I know it, I find myself lying in bed in my vast, luxurious chamber. The events of the last few days have left me feeling pretty tired. I feel like I could drift off to sleep at any given moment. But my mind, alas, is occupied with too many uneasy thoughts. I can't help but think of that conversation I had with Elizabeth a few days ago, and after that, my discussion with Marina and Hazel. Marina and Hazel seemed not to care about my popularity, but it's beginning to worry me. Let me see if I'm recorded still. Oh yeah, I think. Now that word has gotten out in the press about my relationships with Fumi, Marina, and Hazel, I shudder to think what might happen in the future. What would happen to AU if the public got wind of our affair? Idols, unlike actresses, businesswomen, and tennis champions, aren't allowed to have relationships. I'm afraid AU's career would be put on an indefinite hold if she found herself embroiled in a scandal. I'm worried too about Cosmos, though she isn't an idol like AU is. Her career is in a similar precarious position. She makes her living via selling suggestive photos of herself online to a huge retinue of loyal fans. If said fans, the vast majority of them guys, learned their adorable Cosmos was in a dedicated relationship with another man, I'm afraid they might abandon her. I don't want to risk ruining AU and Cosmos' reputations. I'm worried, too, about what my parents must think of this whole debacle. I've not called my mother since my earlier aborted attempt to fess up, an attempt cut short by AU. I know I should attempt to explain everything again, but what with our current time zone difference and my own incessant exhaustion, I don't have the mental energy. I'm afraid any further explanations on part would be incredibly awkward. There's also my reputation at work to consider, which was already precarious enough without my complex tangle of interpersonal relationships becoming so widely well known. I've never been the sort of guy to crave the limelight. If given a chance, I'd much rather slink into the shadows. That's why I always dreamed, since I was a young boy, of being a photographer. I want to show off the best attributes of other people, not my own. Hypocritical though I might sound, I never really liked having my own photo taken. What will come of my future, now I've become a person of some renown? I almost shudder to think of it. I'd like to imagine the general public have better things to do than seethe over an average guy like me. But if I were to check the web, I bet it's full of people slandering me. Ifumi has an awful lot of fans, as do Marina and Hazel. I guess this is the price I've got to pay for going out with so many high-profile women. Sigh. I feel so perturbed. I can't sleep, no matter how weary my body is. Exasperated, I eventually rise, then slink out of my bedroom. I think I need to get some fresh air. It might help me clear my head. Then, with some luck, I should be able to snatch a few minutes of slumber. I creep down the darkened hallway of the palace, feeling a bit like a fugitive, and eventually make my way to a balcony. This balcony is front-facing and overlooks the palace's garden. From here, I have a wonderful view of the flower beds, the flowers within dyed silver in the moonlight. I cross the balcony, barefoot, then stare at a gap between the colonnades, my upper arms resting against the stone. The stone is cool to the touch, and it drains what little warmth I still possess from my skin, soaking through the thin fabric of my pajama shirt. I shiver. There's a bit of a breeze out here, but it's not too oppressively cold. I can endure it, though the interior of the palace, of course, was much warmer. I stand, my eyes unfixed, gazing over the neat sprawl of the palace's neatly manicured gardens, until... Oh, well, hello to you. Okay, I'm not liking this shot here. I don't know about that. I don't know how to feel about that one. But other than that, this looks really, really nice. Yeah. Really nice. Maybe there's a bit more of an excuse for hair to be flowing this time around. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You know, it's outside. Some winds is able to indeed flow, so. Anyway.
Oh, Mr. Ogasawara!
A breathy exclamation makes me turn. It seems like I'm not the only person who decided to go for a late night stroll. Stephanie is standing but a few paces away from me, clad in a lavender nightgown. Her blonde hair tumbles about her shoulders, all fluffy curls like a sheep's wool, and her green eyes look large. Stephanie isn't wearing all that much. The hem of her nightgown is very short, but she doesn't blush upon seeing me, and she doesn't try to cover herself with her arms. Instead, she approaches me and, smiling, says,
Is anything the matter? Could you not sleep?
No. I look away from Stephania, seeing her attired this is making my heart race, and determinedly fix my gaze upon the shadowy gardens. I thought I might go for a walk. I apologize if, in my ignorance, I've intruded upon somewhere I shouldn't.
Oh, no, it's fine. I am not worried to see you here.
Ugh, you aren't?
Not at all. If anything, I'm glad to have run into you as I have.
Ugh.
I, too, often find it hard to rest. During my sleepless hours, I often come here to gaze upon the garden. It soothes me, particularly when the mood is so very full. As much as I enjoy the palace's gardens, however, examining them can be a lonely enterprise, particularly when it's so very late, and I am on my own. My mood is somewhat unsettled, and I think I would like somebody to speak to. It would make me feel a little less alone with my thoughts. Do you mind, Mr. Ogasawara?
No, I guess not. If anything, I should be the one asking if you mind. You are a princess after all, and this is your palace. I was afraid my presence here might cause offense, your majesty.
I do not take offense easily, I assure you.
Here, Stephania pouts.
Though I might, if you insist upon addressing me in so very formal a manner.
You don't like being called your majesty?
Stephania is just fine. It is my name, after all. Though few people see fit to use it. The servants are always calling me Milady. Even Lizzie. Even my parents went through to the effort of choosing a name for me. And quite a nice name at that. I think it would be nice if their wishes would be respected. I am more than just my title.
Very well then, Stephania. I taste Stephania's name on my tongue like an exotic sweet. There's something a touch embarrassing about being on such intimate terms with a genuine princess, but Stephania's effusive smile makes my daring seem worthwhile. Princesses might have a reputation of being fickle and finicky. A bit like felines, but Stephania, at least, seems rather easy to please. Sorry. I can call you that, but in return, I'd like it if you could stop being so formal with me. Mr. Ogasawara is such a mouthful. Hiroki is just fine.
My.
Stephania blinks, abashed.
I've never before been on such familiar terms with a man before, save my own father, of course. There seems to be something a touch scandalous about this. But you are quite right, of course. If you are to call me Stephania, then I shall follow suit. It would only be polite. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Hiroki. It is most appreciated.
Giggling shyly, Stephania links her hands together at her front. She surveys me for a few moments, unspeaking, before...
You know, I was thinking...
What?
I mightn't be dressed for the occasion. I only hope you can forgive me for my slovenly appearance. But I am really glad. I really am glad we met one another like this.
Nice.
I believe this is the first time we've been afforded a chance to one another. All alone. Is that not correct?
Oh, yeah. I guess you're right about that. I look out over the railings of the balcony to the palace's expansive gardens. The breeze has picked up a bit since I first came out here, and now it's stirring the distant trees, the verdant leaves quivering. Yes, it makes more sense why her hair is flowing. See, that's kind of what I said. The sky up above, meanwhile, is a deep velvet blue, dotted with shimmering stars. It's a beautiful night, and it's made more beautiful still by Stephania's close company. Clad in her pale purple night attire as she is, she reminds me a bit of a flower. Stephania's legs, which protrude from the wispy hem of her gown, look pale and slender in the moonlight. She looks so very delicate and so trusting with it. It's a wonder she's not more perturbed by my company than she is. I can't help but think back to what Elizabeth told me all those days prior. She said that Stephania had led a lonely sort of life in the palace, forever under the watchful eyes of her overprotective parents. I feel sorry for Stephania to have grown up in so cloistered an environment, but I think I can understand where her parents are coming from. She really is too innocent for her own good. She doesn't seem to realize the effect her lithe-limbed body, clad in that sheer nightgown, might have upon a man. This girl is incredibly trusting. It's not like I'm planning to do anything to break that trust of hers, of course, but I still worry for her. I guess there's something about Stephania's demeanor that makes other people want to look after her. Is that why Elizabeth is so attached?
Hiroki?
Oh! I jump, surprised, as Stephania utters my name. I was spacing out for a few moments, so lost in musings about Stephania's upbringing, and admittedly Stephania's thighs, that I failed to pay attention to the real, flesh-and-blood woman standing in front of me. Stephania is closer to me now than she was. She must have taken the liberty of closing the gap between us during my daydreams, because now we're only a few inches apart. Stephania peers at me from beneath a sweep of pale eyelashes, her expression one of concern.
You've gone awfully quiet. Did I do something to offend you?
No, you didn't. I smile at her. I don't know if you could offend me, really, given your status. I bet you've taken all sorts of lessons in etiquette and decorum, being a princess. Let me see if I'm still recording. Yeah.
That is true enough, I suppose.
Stephania sighs.
But I never much cared about these dull, dreary lessons. They do not stimulate my mind. Being schooled in subjects I do not care about, day after day, is woefully dull. And learning about etiquette seems a waste anyway, when I'm so rarely afforded the chance to speak to other people, beyond my servants, I suppose, and the rare foreign dignitary which comes to visit. I've not had many opportunities to properly talk to those my own age.
I, know about that. Elizabeth told me a bit about that. About it.
Oh?
Stephania frowns.
Has Lizzie been talking about me behind my back then?
Maybe a little, but she didn't say anything negative. She was quite complimentary, really. She said you were a sweet girl. I hastened to reassure Stephania, worried she might be upset at Elizabeth's gossiping. Yet, to my relief, she only smiles.
It is quite all right. I did not imagine Lizzie would say anything untoward. She has been my dearest companion for many a year, and I trust her implicitly. She calls me sweet, but she is far sweeter. Sweeter! I know that she worries about me immensely. Sometimes I wish she wouldn't. It makes me feel guilty that she is so very attentive.
She did mention that she was worried, yeah. She said she'd like it if you could make a few more friends, and, well, I clear my throat. She told me I ought to step up to the plate.
And become more intimately acquainted with me?
That's what she suggested, yeah. She was quite firm about it, actually.
Well, well.
Giggling coyly, Stephania links her fingers together at her front.
I don't think I would be wholly opposed to the idea. If you wouldn't mind, that is.
Being my friend?
Yes.
Stephania nods briefly, her blonde hair fluttering about her shoulders in the breeze.
Just as Lizzie has been talking about me to you, she, too, has been informing me all about your impeccable character. She said that you are a very nice man, Hiroki. A real gentleman. She was singing your praises before departing my bedchamber tonight. For an hour!
A whole hour?
Well, almost an hour.
Stephania giggles.
Lizzie is often quite deadpan, so it can be hard to gauge when she's truly excited. Tonight, however, she was being unusually candid. She's so very effusive in her compliments, she sounded almost excitable, very unlike herself, her usual self. I think she must have something of a crush on you, despite your engagement to my mistress. I have never known Lizzie to be so shameless.
Do you really think so?
It's a possibility. I've known Lizzie long enough that I can tell these things. She can't hide any secrets from me. I'm much more perceptive than I look. Oh!
While Stephanie laughs, one hand beneath her mouth like any true princess ought, I find myself pondering. I didn't expect this. I thought that Elizabeth liked me. I don't think she would have offered to watch my back otherwise. But I didn't think she'd become a card-carrying member of the Ogasawara Hiroki fan club. What did I even do to make her like me so much anyway? I don't really get it. Then again, I've attracted the attention of so many successful, beautiful women, I might as well roll with it at this point.
I could not get Lizzie to confirm or deny her feelings for you, though I did press her.
Stephania continues, once her laughter has abated.
But it left me feeling curious. I want you to teach me about the wonderful country you hail from. It is no secret I have always been fond of Japan, and I wish to know more about you as a person, Hiroki. I want to know about your parents and your schooling and all your friends. I would like to know about your job and where you live and what your favorite food is and what sort of music you like to listen to and what your hobbies are and whether you prefer cats or dogs or all sorts of silly inconsequential things. I'm so unbearably intrigued I'd like to ask you a million questions, though I have been trying to bite my tongue. I do not wish to impose. That would be impolite. It seems my lessons in etiquette weren't wholly for naught, though I rarely paid attention.
Stephania. I look Stephania up and down a lavender vision beneath the moonlight and blink. Her tone is so very wistful, it makes my heart ache for her. Just how isolated has Stephania been to yearn after uninspired stories of my equally uninspired school days? I don't think my time in high school was much to write home about beyond my short-lived relationship with you. But to Stephania, even trivial affairs such as this must seem enchanting. She's never, I remind myself, been to school, after all. Her family isn't a normal one, not by any stretch of the imagination. And, as far as friends go, all she really has is Elizabeth. Is it really any wonder she's taken such an interest in me? This fascination, at least, I think I can understand. All humans are drawn to the unknown, even princesses like Stephania. We can't help it. But I suppose it's in our blood. You can ask me questions if you want. I don't mind. I don't think any of your queries are inconsequential, not if they're important to you.
Do you truly believe so?
I do, yeah. Now, to give you a few answers. I clear my throat, then make an earnest stab at providing Stephania with the responses she's so dearly sought. My favorite food is pork cutlet. I like listening to rock music. Photography used to be my hobby, but now it's my job, and I prefer dogs over cats. Not that I dislike cats. I think they're plenty cute, too. As for your questions about my family and my schooling and my work, well, I smile bashfully. I'll have to think about that a little more before replying. And these replies won't be brief, either. Maybe we can talk about this some other time?
Would you like to talk to me more?
Sure. You're pleasant enough company, and really, what guy doesn't like talking about himself? You're acting like I'm the most interesting guy in the world, the way you're hanging on my every word.
Well,
Stephania giggles.
I do not know if I would go quite that far.
Heh, I figured.
But you are certainly one of the more interesting men I've had a chance to meet in the last... I don't know, it's been years.
I don't know if that's saying too much. You don't get a chance to meet men very often, do you?
That's true enough. But I think I would like you, Hiroki, even if I did have more experiences with the outside world. I can see that Lizzie was right about you. You really are nice. I feel very at ease with you. I think it would be nice if the pair of us could spend a whole day get together, so we might grow closer. Not in the palace. This place can be so stuffy, but outdoors in the city. We could go shopping, or to an art gallery, or a cafe, just like any other couple. And of course, we could talk a lot. I would like that.
Stephania sighs.
But perhaps that would be presumptuous of me. You have a fiancé already, after all. I would hate to get in the way of that.
Who?
I would hate to get in the way.
You mean Hifumi? I smile vaguely at this. I'm glad you're so considerate, Stephania, but you needn't worry. Hifumi and I have a pretty open relationship. I doubt she'd be jealous.
Truly?
Stephania peers at me, intrigued.
I know little about normal relationships, but much less open ones. But you have given me much to think on. I suppose it is not so very surprising that my mistress would be so accommodating, though, given how boundless her patience seems to be. She has devoted so much time to schooling me. I can readily believe she would be mature enough to share even her beloved. But alas, as a princess, promenading outdoors with a mysterious man would cause no shortage of scandal. That might be the most practical proposition, unless...
Unless? I look at Stephania intrigued. Her green eyes, I note, look incredibly vivid. They are so bright they could put even the stars shining above our heads to shame.
I do not need to wander the streets as Princess Sophia Maria Isabella of Astoria. I could instead dispense of my royal attire and wear a disguise. Clad thus in the apparel of a commoner, none would be able to identify me. Then we would be able to spend time together, unimpeded, with the masses being none the wiser. If Lizzie were to help me with my subterfuge, I am certain it would be perfect. She is a wonderful seamstress.
Beaming now, Stephania presses one hand against her chest.
Oh, that is a good idea, this is. It is foolproof. I am so wise I sometimes scare myself. Scare even myself. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Stephania laughs, then declares,
Just you wait, Hiroki. We will get to know one another better, and we will have a wonderful time. I swear it upon my crown. Once I have an idea in my head, I will not let anybody sway me.
Good grief. Stephania sounds very excited about this notion. Not, I suppose, that I can blame her. She's led a pretty sheltered life up until meeting me. It looks like she's taken a real interest in me, and in going out with me. I had no intention, before coming to Astoria, of capturing the attention of its princess, but I'm not unhappy with this turn of events. It looks like my life's going to get even crazier from this point onwards. But I think, with a small smile, if I'm able to help Stephania, then it'll all be worthwhile. I've come to care for her too, despite not knowing her for very long, and I want to make her happy. If I can see to it that she continues to smile, then I'll consider my trip to Astoria a success. I want to learn about Stephania too. Now I suppose I have no choice but to wait and see what tomorrow might bring. Woo! Oh my god. Oh yeah. Awesome stuff. That was great. Impressive. Even better. This is good stuff, man. Yes, you're very welcome. That was a great experience. That was awesome. That was an awesome experience. Can't even lie. That was very nice. Okay, I just had the skip button held down, but now it's showing it's like can't be selected here, so I'm just gonna do this. I feel so weary. I've half a mind to get up and take a stroll. That might help me relax if nothing else. But after giving it some thought, I decide against it. I'm a guest at this palace, no matter how welcome Stephania might be making me, and I don't want to wander through the hallways at night. I'd be better served staying put in my room. It's with this thought in my mind that I turn over in bed. The cover is shifting around me. And then, sighing, my eyelids fall shut. I think of my succubus companions, and of Stephania, and of her mysterious maid Elizabeth. I'm not sure what tomorrow will bring, but it seems certain my adventures in Astoria are far from over. It's with this knowledge in my mind that sleep, the last descends upon me. It twines its arms around me, settling over my body like snow. And then the last vestiges of my consciousness fade away. Alternate ending. Interesting. Interesting. It's an alternate ending. That's cool. Good thing I found this one after that one, right? Yeah. Clearly the inferior ending. But yeah, who would have known, right? Yeah, absolutely had a good time playing this. This was awesome. I definitely don't regret coming back to play it. Yet another game of this series. I liked it. And yeah. Absolutely loved it. My voice acting especially, like, that was pretty freaking nice. Yeah, that was pretty freaking nice. I cannot lie. This was honestly a pretty good game. Pretty good entry in the series. I like it. Very interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, honestly, this was great. I honestly don't regret coming back to play it again. I might actually end up doing the next game in the future. Maybe next year. I don't know. But, yeah. This was awesome. More characters, more voices. Awesome stuff. And, well, I wouldn't take it back. And I'm glad I managed to get this through. I liked it quite a lot. You can tell I've just improved so much with just kind of ad-libbing a little bit. I've improved a lot with that because I've just had a lot of change with me. So, yeah. And with that, I'll be up and out. Make way, everyone.